I just want to preface this by saying all of the following actually happened. I've been lucky enough to have a couple of experiences with the paranormal in my life, and this happens to be one of those instances. When I graduated college, I moved back home, into that weird post-grad limbo, where I look for a real job and try and figure out what it is I want to do for the rest of my life. In the meantime, I wanted one last summer of procrastination before I jumped into the real world. So, I asked my friend to hook me up with a job at the local movie theatre. He had worked there for a couple of summers during school as a morning cleaner, running a shift from 4 AM to 10 AM every morning. It wasn't a great job, but it paid more than minimum wage, which was pretty hard to come by in a town oversaturated with college kids. I interviewed and got the job, where I was highly recommended by my friend. The guy who interviewed me would also be my manager, a scruffy guy named Jeff. He smoked like a chimney and made tank tops and cut-off jeans a solid part of wardrobe. He also looked like he hadn't had a good night's sleep in years, but that could also have been all the hard drinking he did every night. I remember he asked me the typical questions, if I was okay with working weird hours, cleaning up vomit, etc. I had worked in fast food as a teenager, so none of that stuff had bothered me. What struck me as odd was the last question he asked. "Do you scare easy?" I kinda laughed and said no. He shrugged and said, "Well, some new highs kinda get spooked by the big building at night. But you know how it is, big buildings make weird noises." It made sense to me. I have a very active imagination, but I had a hard time being scared in a movie theatre of all places. I was to start my new job the very next day. For the first few weeks, everything was pretty normal. The job was actually pretty easy, all things considered. Throw this away, mop that, scrub this, wipe that, take the garbage out. You're probably by yourself for a majority of the shift. So we were allowed to bring our iPods with us. The theatre was fairly large. Its layout was shaped like a T, with the lobby and bathrooms in the stem, the smaller theatres on the left, and the larger IMAX screens on the right. Running above the theatre hallway was the projection area, an equally long hallway with a couple of small offices and all the projector equipment. If you were the first to arrive in the morning, you had to go up a winding staircase to turn on the lights in all the theatres. It wasn't a big deal, except with all the lights off, the building can be, as Jeff once described it, a little creepy. The projector area was always full of promotional materials, including a sea of cardboard cutouts from all the movies that have played in the theatre. Sometimes the theatre manager would have giveaways and the staff would be able to take some of the things home. It was pretty cool, but when the lights were off, it looked like a sea of people in the hallway. Another part of our job was to meet with the day crew after our shift at 10 AM, and to go over any maintenance problems that we were dealing with, and they could highlight anything we needed to address on our next shift. The second thing to strike me as odd was the day manager, Bob, pulling me aside after a shift. "You're the new guy, right?" he asked. I said yeah, and then he put a pair of keys into my hands. "Can you make sure this place is locked up at night? I know you guys are usually up in the back or upstairs. I don't want anyone sneaking in whilst you're occupied." I asked him if it were a problem, and he looked at me a little flustered, and went on to explain that customers, primarily women, were complaining about a lanky, tall man in a suit that had been following them from theatre to theatre, sometimes into the bathroom. The last several months, several frightened women had come to the front desk, describing a 7-foot-tall man in a black suit, complete with a bowler cap, walking slowly after them. A few times even the police were called. The teenagers that worked the day shift referred to him as the tall man. While he primarily targeted women, occasionally a male co-worker would catch a glimpse of him sneaking into a theatre. On a couple of occasions they would pursue, thinking it was someone trying to sneak into a movie, only to find nobody there. Sometimes there wasn't even a movie playing. We had 12 theatre rooms in total, but Theatre 5 was the worst. Nobody wanted to clean it out. When I first started, I was fairly naive about what was going on, and I didn't understand why Jeff was apprehensive about Theatre 5 and kept assigning me to clean it out. What made Theatre 5 unique was that it sat behind the bathrooms in the lobby. So, to get to the sitting area, you had to walk down a long hallway before reaching the screening room. Being that far back, you were the most secluded, especially when it's 4 AM, and the only other people that you are with are on the far other side of the building. People cleaning there would complain of nosebleeds, constant headaches, and a feeling of being watched. My first supernatural experience took place here. Theatre 5 always gave me an uneasy feeling, like I was being watched. On multiple occasions, I would take out my earbuds and shout, "Hello?" into the empty theatre. Of course, there would be no response, and I would shake it off and just go back to my routine. One day, I was sweeping out garbage from under the seats when I heard footsteps. Someone running. I look down at the front of the theatre, and I catch a glimpse of a little blonde-haired boy turning the corner into the long hallway. Immediately, I threw down my broom and chased after him. I ran down the hallway and out into the lobby, where this kid had disappeared. I walked further into the lobby and saw my boss outside the front entrance on a smoke break. "Who's the kid?" I asked, and Jeff looked at me. For a moment he was confused, but then he laughed. I'll never forget how casually he said it. "So you met Charlie?" Charlie was another entity customers often complained about. On several occasions they claimed a little blonde-haired boy was running up and down the aisles in the theatre, causing all kinds of noise and ruckus during the movie. Of course, it was in Theatre 5. When an usher would come to apprehend the child, he would be gone. The female staff affectionately named him Charlie, after his resemblance to the character in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Charlie was also responsible for knocking over several cans of garbage, throwing papers out, misplacing things, and making our janitorial duties a pain in the arse. Charlie wasn't frightening, just more of a nuisance than anything. We used to theorize that he was the son of the tall man, but the two were never seen together. It took that experience for Jeff to admit that some people have seen and heard some things, which was his way of saying that the theatre was haunted. I found it odd, considering the theatre was relatively new. It was built in the 90s on some wetland, and according to some people that had lived in the area, the property was owned by a family who sold it off back in the 1980s. There was no evidence of foul play, and it was not an Indian burial ground. It was just a weird place where strange things happened. I didn't even realize there was a basement until my 3rd or 4th week. The basement, as I was told, was primarily used for storage. I'd give a better description, but that's as much as I know, considering the one time I was asked to go down into the basement. I didn't even know where the hell it was. It was a Thursday, and I was ready to get out of there. I remember that I had the next couple of days off, and I was ready to relax a little bit when I got home. I still had plenty of time on my shift, but this particular morning, I wasn't really dragging my ass. Jeff gave me a couple of bags and told me to drop them off in the basement. I told him that I didn't know where it was, and he pointed down the hall. The last door on the left, marked employees only, he replied. I started walking away, and he stopped me. Don't go down there by yourself. He added that with a bit of hesitation. There's a lot of shit down there, and I don't want you tripping over anything. There were usually only 3 of us working the shift. This morning it was Jeff, myself, and a co-worker named Trevor. Trevor was on the other side of the building cleaning out the theatre. I could hear his leaf blower running. Yeah, we use leaf blowers to blow the popcorn out of the theatre. I didn't want to bother walking across the building to grab him. I figured, I'm an adult. I can drop a few bags into a room. For Christ's sake. Jeff walks out the lobby to have a smoke, and Trevor is down on the other end of the building. I'm by myself, at the far end of a dark hallway. I open the door, and I'm looking at the long staircase that drops into the darkness. I flip the light switch onto my left, and there's a light at the bottom of the staircase. It's flickering. Of course it's flickering. Nobody ever went down there to fix it. I heard a door open from the lobby. Jeff hadn't returned. I'm just hearing things. I look back down the staircase, and I'm about to descend when I hear a voice from the bottom step. Hey. It's a low, raspy voice. And I pause. Hey. Come here. It says again. There's a shadow bleeding in from the bottom of the staircase. I can't tell what it is, but it is definitely a person. Hello? I called out. I don't know why I did. I know that I'm the only person on this side of the building. I know that there isn't just some person hiding in a dark basement. And at this point my heart is pounding, and I'm starting to sweat. Because I know it isn't normal, and I'm experiencing something that shouldn't be happening. You've got to see this. Come here and look. It says again. The voice is a little louder. It sounds scratchy, like someone with a cold. The shadow is bleeding further into the bottom of the steps. Whatever's down there is coming closer. I toss the bags down to the bottom, turn off the light, and walk down to the lobby. Jeff is walking back inside, reeking of cigarettes. I tell him about what happened. He has a look on his face that tells me this isn't the first time something like this had happened. He almost looked irritated when I tell him I was going to go in by myself. Nothing here's gonna hurt you, he finally said. I think I was taken aback more by Jeff's reaction than the actual incident. Later on, I told Trevor about what happened. We went back to the steps to investigate, and I turned on the flickering light. The bags I had thrown were gone. Theatre 5 had its instances, and the basement was particularly scary, but nothing was quite as bad as my experiences with the projector area. Around 6 AM, we would take a 30-minute break. Jeff and Trevor would usually go to McDonald's to eat, but it was always too early for me, so I'd lay in the hall and listen to my iPod. No matter how loud I turned my music, I could never cancel out the sound of the footsteps from the projector area. It sounded like a 300-pound linebacker sprinting back and forth, heavy, loud thumps up and down the hall above me. I told Jeff about it once, and he remarked that it was just the building settling, and there was a lot of equipment upstairs making all sorts of noise. Jeff wasn't the smartest guy, but that didn't stop him from insulting anyone else's intelligence. Maybe he was just trying to keep me from quitting. The turnover rate was pretty insane at the theatre for cleaning staff, and the creepiness was a big factor. The prey was pretty garbage too, but that's a whole other story. So it wasn't long before I started feeling apprehensive about going upstairs to check the projectors. and turn on the lights in the theatres below. On one particular occasion, I was walking up the steps to the hallway, and I heard what sounded like a child call my name from the bottom of the steps. I knew it was Charlie, because, well, how many children are in the theatre at 4 AM? This was the first instance of hearing my name. For a week straight, I'd hear voices echoing down the hall from the projector room, Theatre 5, or down the hall. That was easy to ignore once I put my iPod on, but it never shook the feeling of being watched. I had never seen the tall man in person. I only ever had instances where I encountered Charlie, heard noises, or saw shadows. My only experience with it was at the start of my shift, when I was the first to arrive at work. If you're first, it's your job to go upstairs and turn on the theatre lights in the projector hall. I wasn't happy about it, but it looked like it was going to be another morning where Jeff and Trevor were late, and I didn't want to mess around with my shift by waiting around. Since the projector area is dark, typically we'd carry a flashlight with us, going around flipping switches. That morning, I couldn't find the flashlight, which we'd later find in the garbage. Thanks, Charlie. So I walked through the dark hallway of projectors, flipping all the switches. I had stayed up all night prior, watching the Andy Griffith Show, which I remember because I was whistling the theme song to myself as I walked down the corridor. Once again, I got the feeling of being watched, and something several yards away, in the area with the projectors overlooking the IMAX theatre rooms, was staring back at me. I stopped whistling and tried to focus my eyes. It was a cardboard cutout. They were everywhere, so I dismissed it and was about to flip the next switch when the cutout moved. I froze. What I thought was a cutout was actually a figure hunched over. It was quietly whistling the Andy Griffith's theme song, imitating me, only whistling slowly. Slowly, it rose up from its crouch, revealing itself to be at least 7 feet tall. It was a man. All I could see was a silhouette against the red exit sign light above, and some of the projector computer monitors. It started towards me, whistling quietly. I wanted to move, but for some reason my feet were cemented in the spot, and I had cotton for a tongue. I didn't know what to do. Slowly the tall man stepped towards me. He walked with a bit of a waddle, as if he had a limp on his left leg. I couldn't exactly tell. He had taken about 3 or 4 steps towards me when something caught his attention, and he turned and walked into an office down the hall. I turned back and ran down the steps, and I waited outside the theatre until the boss and the rest of my crew arrived. I told them what happened, and they explained that the tall man existed, but that he wasn't going to hurt me. I didn't care. I put in my 2 weeks and haven't looked back. I worked overnight security in one of the largest, best and oldest hospitals in the US. My fellow security officers and I all have stories about one building in particular, but the one that I'll tell is the one that happened to me. Backstory for the building. It was built in the late 1800s, and it was originally the psychiatric building for the hospital. Now, being the late 1800s, not much was truly known about psychiatric disorders, and on top of that, this hospital was known for its medical research. With both those facts combined, you can infer that some terrible shit was done to these misunderstood psych patients in the building. A couple years before I started working security there, this building had been converted into offices after the newly built part of the hospital dedicated a section for an updated psych ward. So, my rounds for the night happened to include said building. At night, this building was empty due to recently being converted into offices, and the drones who worked there wanting to leave promptly at 5, if not earlier. In some of their haste, they had left the office doors unlocked, which is a big no-no due to medical information being located in their offices. It was our duty to go to each and every floor and make sure every door was locked, and if it wasn't, to secure it ourselves. I did my initial sweep of the building to make sure it was clear, and proceeded to do my door-to-door checks. The hallways were pretty narrow, so I could check both sides of the hallway doors at once. At the end of this hall, there were 2 sets of doors you had to go through to reach the final office, which was a dead end. Everything was secure. Awesome. Time for the next floor. I exited the 2 sets of doors from the dead end office and stood absolutely frozen from what I saw. Every door ajar, set perfectly so their own weight wouldn't cause them to shut again, and 1 wheelchair at the end of the hallway, facing towards the steps. I had heard other security officers outright reject that set of rounds due to the strange stuff happening there, but I laughed it off until that night, and I never took those rounds again. In the early 90s, I worked as a sous chef at the Hotel Colorado in Glenwood Springs. The employees went to great lengths to tell me all the juicy ghost stories associated with the place. Forbidden rooms, labyrinth basements, hauntings, etc. I never really paid it any mind. But towards the end of my tenure there, 2 very specific incidences led me to seek employment elsewhere. The kitchen in this place was built in the late 18th century, so think big, very tall ceilings, and damn near ancient fittings and equipment. The first incident happened late at night on what we used to call the bar line. It was a small kitchen off the main kitchen gallery. They had a late party in the bar, and I was finishing up a long day's shift. I had made an etouffee for the party that night, and had to clean a big arse old pot. I had already finished everything else cleanup-wise, so all I had left was to dry and hang said big arse old pot. The bar line had an overhead pot hangy thingy, with giant hooks to hold the pots by the handles. These hooks were 4 to 5 inches deep and could have been used to hang beef. I dried the pot and slipped it on the hook and made my way around the corner to the break room to clock out and grab my shit. I am the only one left in the kitchen, so I would go through and start to turn off all the lights and made my way back to the delivery door. As I laid my hand on the doorknob, a tremendous clangor shot through the whole kitchen. It sounded like a cannonball had gone off and made me jump about 3.5 feet off the ground. My heart is racing and my mind is going a mile a minute. I immediately turn all the lights back on and give out the old, "Is anyone there?" No one was. I grabbed the biggest butcher knife we had, affectionately named Old Choppy, and started to slowly ninja my way through the gallery, seeking out whatever the hell made that sound. After a brief but thorough search, I determined that it must have come from the bar line. Great. Nothing like a blind corner and creepy ass activity to make a man feel special. I slowly, and I mean slowly, made my way around the corner, with the ever-faithful Choppy guiding the way. Lo and behold, the pot I had hung up was laying prostrate on the ground. I looked up at the hook, and all is well. How the hell did that thing jump off a 5-inch hook? I was really disturbed by this. I picked up the pot and hung it on the hook on the opposite side of the pot hanger, and quickly made my way out of there. And here's the kicker. As I locked the door from the outside, boom! The sound of a pot hitting the ground, but muffled through the locked door, rings across the dark and empty parking lot. Like any smart man, I immediately noped out of there and went home. It wasn't until I got to bed that I realized that I had the breakfast shift the next day. The next morning, I got in at around 6, and the kitchen had been opened by the kitchen manager, who was putting around getting ready for the banquet later that day. I asked her if anyone had been on the back of the bar line that morning, and she said no, so I decided to go check it out quickly, and then got on with my day. I rounded the corner, and the pot was still on the hook. This was deeply disturbing to me, and I made every effort from that moment to never be on the bar line alone again. The second incident was enough to make me quit. We had a crazy day of prep ahead of us, as we had multiple functions that weekend, including our famous Sunday brunch in the Colorado room. The head chef asked me to come in super early that Sunday so that we could be ready for the 2 parties and the brunch. I arrived around 4:30 in the morning, with reinforcements scheduled at 5:30, so I immediately went into arsehole and elbows mode, as I had a mountain of shit to get done. I was working on the main line, which faces the Colorado room's main serving doors. However, the line itself faces back into the kitchen galley, so that puts your back to the dining room whilst working the line. I am deep into work mode when weird sounds start to penetrate my veil of concentration. It sort of sounds like kids playing in the dining room. My subconscious mind immediately discounts this as not my problem, and I don't even break my stride on the line. After a few moments, a niggling thought is itching my brain that just doesn't go away. I distinctly remember a feeling of wrongness slowly descend upon me, and then it hit me. What the hell are kids doing, playing in the Colorado room at 4:30 in the morning? I immediately had that cold, icy feeling shoot up my spine, and then just out of the corner of my vision, I see the door to the Colorado room swing open just a bit, and I begin to hear the unmistakable sound of a rubber ball bouncing into the kitchen. As I swing my gaze quickly to the left, I see a red rubber kickball, clear as day, rebound in the gallery, with the far-off sound of a child's laughter floating through the Colorado room. I just froze. I have never been that freaked out in my entire life. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I stood there rooted to the spot. I must have stood stock still for a full minute, and then I heard the rear doors open and the sound of familiar voices. My reinforcements were there. I have never been more relieved to hear other people's voices than in that moment. The girl who was helping me that morning makes her way to the main line. She immediately stops in her tracks when she sees me, and I shit you not, she says, "You look like you've seen a ghost." I quickly retell the tale to her and the prep boy as we search the galley for the room, to no avail, and then turn the lights in the Colorado room to full blazing ass daylight, and go figure, no ghost children. I put my 2 weeks notice in the following day. The manager of the hotel asked me to sit down with him a few days later after I inquired about a reference. He had heard my tale and wanted to chat to me about it, and boy did he have a tale to tell. I thought that I had heard all of the tales associated with the alleged hauntings of the Hotel Colorado, but apparently she still keeps some secrets. It turns out that not long after the hotel opened, a little girl accidentally chased her rubber ball off a 5th floor balcony and fell to her death. She is frequently seen on the 5th floor in Victorian dress and has even reportedly played catch with some of the guests' children. Her red ball was famous amongst workers of the hotel in previous generations, and its ghostly appearance frequented the banquet rooms, and yes, the kitchens too. My life has been turned upside down and backwards many times. So many times, in fact, that I wonder why the twists seem to take the shape that it has so repetitively. With the last several years culminating in several life changes that started when I was a child. Introspection set in, and I began to really sift through the years seeking answers, or at the very least, some kind of clues. Nearly going blind will do that to you. Nearly dying several times didn't seem to be the ticket. But those are tales for another time. The differences in my life from others I know has been so dramatic that in the growing darkness of my sight, I began to try and piece things together. I was always different. Going back into my memories, the differences begin right away. No one else I know can remember their first steps, getting their diapers changed, the distaste for the feel of plastic pants over their underpants as they are potty trained, the first feel and silence of being sat in a depression of snow at 10 or 11 months. I could read well before entering kindergarten because of my mother's teachings, since she labelled everything with the same name of the thing in our shared bedroom, even in my crib. Yes, I can clearly remember those times, even the abuses my parents and elder siblings sent my way, though those didn't ramp in intensity until after I was back home and turned 6 years old. Forgive me, I'm getting slightly ahead of myself, but with reason, as you will eventually find out. As to the blindness that I avoided, which you've undoubtedly been asking yourself about, trauma-induced cataracts from concussive impacts to my head, from beatings and car accidents. No, not when I was driving. These happened when I was a child, and before the law and normal use of seatbelts stepped in to protect us from ourselves. Now, needless to say, this is all completely true. I know you'll all wonder if this is the case. As I am a child of two nations, born in the US, this means a large amount of my cultural background goes into the sum of my parts, with a Cuban father and a mother from England. You can see what an amazing contrast there would be between the two parts of my family. The differences are so vast, with one half being very spiritual, Santeria being a large part of the religious makeup of the Cuban side, and on the other is the Celtic influence of my mother's family, with deep ties to the old faiths of the islands of the United Kingdom, all the way back to the old religion of pagans and druids. As a baby, I never knew how protected I was by my tías, which means aunts in Spanish, and their diligence to keep the house that we lived in safe from the other world that they knew was there, and feared terrifically in fact. Constant blessings, use of camphor, holy water, and cleansing with incense happened all the time. They kept my dreams untroubled, and I feared the dark only because I could not see. Eventually we moved, and the home I would grow up in did not have any of those benefits, as I began to see things in the darkness most easily. Aside from feeling things, when I was near something spiritually active at a distance, I could see things too. Take for example my Uncle Mickey and his wife Olga. As a little child, we'd go there all the time because Auntie Olga was my godmother. Her mother lived with them, but had her own room, and was very old and in not the best of health, but she had an aura about her that said that she was kindly and wished that she could do more when my brothers and sisters and I came to visit than just sit in her room or lie in bed. Sometimes she'd be too exhausted to get out of bed, and we would have to play quietly on the other side of the house on the covered porch. I had a habit of wandering off and going places that I was told not to go, following feelings that seemed to draw me. In fact, sometimes I would wander blocks away from home or from parks, scaring my family silly. I would go to my tia Olga's mother's room, and as I'd walk in, a man standing next to her bed would look up and smile at me most of the time. My memory of him is hazy now, as it is of her, but I remember dark but warm eyes, steely grey hair swept back and slicked back down to keep it neat with a light blue guayabera. He was thick in the upper body, muscular, but not overly so. I couldn't see his lower body, since he was on the other side of the bed. She would look away from him to me, following his gaze, and see me standing in the doorway. I would greet her, "Hola, señora," and then my Uncle Mickey said something from behind me to get my attention. I'd look, to turn to see what he said, and when I'd look back, the figure, the man that I had just seen, would be gone. There was no place for him to go, I should point out, and no one else lived there since my cousin, Michael, had moved out some years before. Keep in mind these events happened when I was 4. No one would ever tell me who that was. No one wanted to even mention it. The fact is, it only started whispers between adults about the events. Fearfully whispered discussions amongst them. Discussions that I was not even allowed to think on eavesdropping on. It wasn't long after that my Aunt Olga passed away. I never found out who the man was in the room with her, but I was assuming it was someone very close to her, for the simple fact that I never felt menaced by what I saw, and the room felt brighter as she passed. My mother's relations had come to visit us for a little while, and I do believe I even got to see my great Aunt Lily more than once in the US. My mother's father, Granddad, had been setting aside money since she'd left home to have her come home, either to stay or for a long visit, and this money he'd saved up from quitting smoking. Funnily enough, he'd been saving for so long that the amount had grown high enough for us all to come visit them during the summer. My father had to work, so he couldn't come with us. His job was very demanding, and our talismans, given to us by the Cuban side of our family, were not allowed to come with us, and remained in a box back home, despite our loud protestations. My mother was most insistent, as she was embarrassed by them. My time in England was not boring. We walked everywhere, or took buses or trains, and we were dragged to every mall, castle, monument and palace of interest that my mother could think of. This is in direct contrast to the part of Los Angeles where we lived, that required a car and a long trip to get anywhere meaningful. It was a shock, to say the very least. All of this whilst travelling between homes of my granddad and Nanny, that's my grandmother, and my Aunt Sonia and Aunt Celia in various places around the country. When we first went to stay with our Aunt Celia, it was a bit of a shock. Upon first stepping through the front door and removing our Wellington boots, I noticed that the air was thick and cold. To the left of the large front door was a toilet behind a closed door under a large staircase with a banister. My eyes were drawn to it as we were led inside by my aunt, distracted with talking to my mother about her coming wedding. Another reason for our presence, so my mother would be there for her younger sister's wedding. The cold stopped as we got to the 3rd stair and turned right onto the landing and proceeded up the stairs. Now the air was just thick and unwelcoming. We were shown to our rooms, the ones that we would be sleeping in. Us children. It was across the hall from Celia's room, and next to my mother's room. I kept looking at the door to my aunt's room, a pulsing sensation in my ears and pressing on my chest. So distracted was I, that I didn't even notice I was being asked something by my mother, as she ushered me into the room to unpack. Celia smiled at me as she opened the door to her room. Something about getting into her regular clothing, now that she was not travelling anymore that day. I looked past her into the room, with eyes wide, and the feeling of dread growing. She saw my curiosity. "What is it, Sean?" she asked. I looked past her shoulder into the room. Past her. I could see her bed and nothing else. I looked back at her as she entered the room, and then walked out of sight to the right, towards what I would later learn was the walk-in wardrobe. During this, she crossed my view of the bed, and when it was clear enough again, I saw something that chilled me to the marrow, and the pressure came back enough to make me gasp. There, in the bed, now, sat an old woman in a sleeping cap and nightgown that looked like someone out of the 18th century. Her hair was grey and tied up in the cap. Her skin was parched and wrinkled. She couldn't have been older than 70. The woman was sitting there in the bed, looking in the direction that Celia had walked out of my field of view. Then slowly she turned to look at the doorway. It seemed at the time that she was turning her head at the sound of my gasp. Her eyes were angry and unwelcoming. At that moment, my sister and mother walked past, breaking my line of sight. As they walked past to go down the stairs to get the rest of their suitcases and unpack, I stood frozen, my brother asking me what was wrong as they walked by. And after they'd passed, the woman was nowhere to be seen. I told no adult, nor my sister, as I remembered the response seeing things like this had gotten me in the past. I confided in my brother only, and he told me that he hadn't seen anything. He proceeded to tell my mother and sister all about it. During the rest of our stay, I kept my eyes averted from her room so that I wouldn't have to risk seeing that woman again, and refused to use the upstairs bathroom, and I'd have to pass her and risk seeing or feeling her presence again. My grandparents' flat had no oppressive feel to it, but there was a ghost all the same. A figure would walk into the bedroom where my brother and I slept, look around, and then leave. He was dressed in an odd helmet, shaped like a brimmed soup bowl, with a chain strap and a strange heavy jacket, with leather buckles that looked water resistant. I could never see his feet, as it was always too dark in the room. As the man entered, he always seemed to bring light with him, almost as if he glowed mildly. Otherwise, I would not have been able to see much of him in the middle of the night. I have no idea if I woke each time he came, but when I did wake, it was usually prefaced by that feeling that I thought my mother had just walked up to check in on my brother and I, which she did now and again. It's important to note that my mother had a fear for graveyards. She's been tracing our family tree for ages, and this meant that we were usually dragged to find headstones with her maiden name on it. One particular grave near my grandfather's flat was apparently where my great-grandparents were buried. The graveyards were never empty of people walking through and looking around. We'd be there many times, clearing the weeds and bracken from the shared grave of my great-grandparents and placing flowers there before I asked my mother why so many people were milling about. Her answer was, "I don't know, Sean, what people?" She asked as she looked around, finally paying attention to what I asked her. As the youngest in the family, I'm rarely listened to, and almost everything I say was dismissed outright or ignored. Never before had I wished that my mother had ignored my question. I looked up at the people who were walking amongst the graves and pointed at them. Specifically, I pointed to a girl with reddish hair tied up in a pink ribbon, that was wearing a light sweater and a dress that dropped to her knees. We were in our rain gear, and this girl and all the others were not. They were all in different attire. They looked dressy, such as suits and dresses, whilst others were dressed casually. Some looked like they were dressed in the current clothing style. Some were considerably older. I had not noticed it from before that moment. Further, not a single one of them had an umbrella or rain gear of any kind. It was at that moment that I realized two things. Ghosts can appear in the daylight and outside, because as a child, I assumed that being outside and being daytime meant I was safe from them. But I was wrong. These ghosts had suddenly become aware of me, all of them, as if they were discomforted at scaring me. They all turned to look at me with an impassive expression on their faces, except for the girl I pointed at, and then each of them turned away and faded from sight. It was almost as if they had pulled a screen in front of themselves, or stepped from one room to another by changing the focus of their attention. The girl with the reddish hair and the pink ribbon, she didn't disappear. Instead, she smiled and stayed fairly close, listening to our conversation and watching, all in a completely non-threatening manner. No one seemed to notice her throughout the whole time we were there, which I was eager to cut as short as possible. Threatening or not, I was leery of her and unwilling to let her be close, always keeping my mother between us. I have no idea who she was, and I was too scared to find out or even try to talk to her. Funnily enough, the church for that graveyard is where my Aunt Cecilia was married that summer. That's where my grandfather was buried when he died of a massive heart attack in his flat in August, just after my mother's birthday. And no, I never saw him again. His spirit, despite staying in the flat for many more days, never came to me. Nor, might I add, did the man in the helmet ever appear for me again. I'm sure most of this seems innocent as far from dangerous for you guys, but you have to see it from the point of view of a 5-year-old child. Not only that, you'd have to understand that before this, I'd never encountered so many so often. I'd only ever seen things swirling or faces peeking out of my closet. But there was so much to be seen in England, ever more so. Though we stayed with the relations, we never went to stay with my Uncle Billy. We did, however, get some chance to visit distant relations, distant in both lineage and in mileage. One set was in Scotland, and with nothing spiritually noteworthy to say, except that I felt safe, almost as if I were back in my old home, as though something was protecting me. But the scariest experience I had was visiting our cousins Glennis and Roy. They were a nice couple, with a home that had a past, that had no clear answer for. At my aunt's wedding, we were told by my Aunt Celia about the ghost of the bed. It was an antagonistic spirit that menaced with only male adults that slept in the bedroom, shaking them with shrieks and attacking them in other more painful ways. They look into the history of the house, and it went back about 200 years, being one of the oldest homes in Wales, with a history rich and mostly lost through time. Of course, Roy had only been told these things and never tried to sleep there himself. A friend of his had tried and left in the middle of the night, never to return. No one stepped forward with more information as to why the spirit did what it did, whether it was male or female, or what had brought its darkness into the home in the first place. All this was recounted by Celia with dark glee, as she looked onto the paranormal, terrified at what I might end up seeing. The trip to Wales was long and arduous,
as we had to stay on the train for several hours and make a few changes and then ride a bus. Before it was all over, I had been menaced by my sister and brother with the idea of ghosts in the house. Ghosts they didn't believe in or could see. Menaced with the idea of being put into a bedroom I was so scared of sleeping in. You know that that's how it is with children. We're going to put you in there, Sean. We're going to make you sleep upstairs with the ghost. They'd torment me, them wailing like ghosts, holding their hands up, making poses like a revenant out for human blood. I'd wail and run, scared out of my wits, already at the knowledge that I was going to be near it. Certain, in fact, despite my mother's claims that they wouldn't, and that they wouldn't make me sleep in that accursed room. I passed out on the last bus, despite trying to stay awake in order to make sure I was able to make certain that I was not put in the wrong room. My siblings had a nasty habit that once they knew about the ghosts I could see, they'd lock me in closets just to hear me shrieking in the dark. And it was sometimes not void of others. I was scared that they would force me into the room and make me face their threats. My fears were in vain, as they never did go through with it. I awoke slowly and softly to find myself in a bed already, despite the fact that I could tell by the ambient light that it was still daytime. It was also sunny outside. I was covered in a thick blanket that almost felt as heavy as one of those lead coats they throw on you when you get an X-ray at the dentist's office. It was warm and comfortable, and for several seconds I realized where I was. Then terror blossomed in my chest as my heart began to hammer against my little ribcage. I sat up, struggling under the weight of the blanket. Sitting up, I looked around the room. The bed was old, and I could hear the spring shafts as I did. The headboard was metal, rather like the kind that you see in old movies of hospitals, but it was much larger and wider. It seemed so large to me at the time, disproportionately big for a child of my small stature. To my right was a window within the pull-down, shade drawn from the lintel to within the inch of the sill. I could tell the window was open because of the way the shade moved slightly now and then from the air flowing around it, causing the sun that was coming in to vary in intensity. Under the window was a low chest of drawers made of dark stained wood. It looked antique and sturdy, and to my left was a tall dresser that was at least 4 feet high but with no mirror on it, also made of dark stained wood, that made me feel frightened for some reason by the lack of mirror. Directly beside the bed on the left was a nightstand made of lighter wood with a single drawer in it. I heard the sound of my family downstairs laughing loudly at something. It seemed to come up to me, as if to mock me, teasing me. Almost like I were put there on purpose or to test me, to torture me and to expose my fears. But after all, to them it was not real. It was explained away as imagination. How many times by my mother since coming to England? I'd lost count, and I could hear my brother and sister laughing at something. The low voice of Roy interjecting something now and again between the bursts of laughter. Well, I thought, I'll show them. I'll get away. I'll call them stupid and mean for trying to scare me and laugh about me, always picking on me, the smallest of the family, the butt of their insults and tortures. How many times had they locked me in a closet, with things reaching for me in the dark, or in a room with ghosts that could see me as well as I could see them, all in the name of helping me get over my fears. Tears began tracing down my face as I thought of this, but now they intensified from drops to streams that blurred my sight as my horror and feeling of betrayal intensified. My cheeks were soaked and stung slightly from the hot, salty tears. I moved to get up, but paused. I felt it then. Through the whole of my body I felt it, like suddenly I was deep underwater. The pressure was intense, and almost like a nightmare in intensity. Like drowning out of water, sinking deeper and deeper every second. the crushing feeling growing tighter and tighter around me, pressing on my little chest. My shoulders creaked as they were forced into my body, and my wrists were crushed into my stomach, almost as if a gigantic hand was gripping me. Looking back now, I have no idea how I survived. I tried to move, but my arms could not defend whatever it was that held me. Another chorus of laughter from underneath the door drew my attention downwards, and I could see the gap beneath the door, with the light from the hallway illuminating a small patch of wooden carpet and the edge of the rug on which the bed sat on. Fighting to draw enough breath to scream for my mother, all I could do was sip the little air at the time into my lungs and let it out. I tried to make noise, little gasps for help, "Mummy," and calling for my sister and brother. But looking back, they couldn't have been louder than a whimper. They were far from where I was, and downstairs, and they would probably ignore me if they could, as they usually did. I felt betrayed, as well as terrified beyond comprehension, but it wasn't even close to what I was in for. A sound, distant but persistent and strange, reached my ears, and then in the silence of the room, it didn't echo. It seemed as though the sound was sucked away as soon as each sound finished. It grew steadily louder, and by the time I could tell it was getting closer, the grip hadn't lessened on me, and in fact, began to push down so my little legs were bent at painful angles on the bed. The springs squeaked in response to my downwards pressure into the bed, and then I heard my mother say, "I think I heard Sean upstairs. I'll check on him later," going to step out for a cigarette, and it trailed off, as she must have gone outside. The sound of the door opening and closing, and then silence. They had all stepped outside, and I could now hear the sound of my brother and sister laughing distantly from the open window to my right. My right hip protested, the pain of being crushed in the semi-sitting position with my right leg splayed out on the right, and my left extended in front of me. The noise I'd heard now seemed emboldened at being alone in the house. I could finally tell, at last, what it sounded like. It was like a groan, only it sounded like a person groaning whilst inhaling rather than exhaling. And it didn't stop this time. It was inhaling and making the sound, getting louder and louder and closer, but I couldn't see from where. My eyes were now rolling around my sockets, searching every corner of the room to see if I could find the source of the sound, all whilst my mind was crying for my mother, my tears now soaking through the neck of my polo shirt in front of my chest. The groan stopped for an instant, and then began again, louder this time, as I sensed it was very near. I looked down at the doorway. Something had attracted my attention despite the new, burning pain in my chest. What attracted my gaze was the light from under the doorway, which was slowly going out. It was being blotted out, as if by shadows or something moving over the source of the left of the door to cover the light. Eventually the light was absorbed by a solid line of shadow, and I knew it could not have been a person. A person could not make this kind of completely eclipsing shadow over the light. There would be a shape of feet or legs or something. The sound was now just outside the wooden door, louder than before, and something more. It was not a single groan. It was the sound of several people. No, a chorus of them. And it sounded now almost like a painful gasping into air-starved lungs. Only it never paused to finish, taking the perpetual inward breath. The groan didn't sound like it stemmed from pain. No. It sounded almost like an engine getting going, as if it was drawing something it wanted into it. The louder it got, the more I hurt at the pressure of the crushing sensation. As I watched, the shadow over the light was taken by something darker, and it began to slide under the door. It was darker and fuller than before. I could see an amorphous mass sliding underneath the door that was darker than midnight, and it entered the room. The sunlight that came in and around the shade in the window grew dimmer. The pressure on my chest surged angrily as I was suddenly flung back in the bed and banged my head against the slated metal headboard, which in turn smashed the wall. The sound of it, though, should have been loud, but it sounded like a muffled clunk to me, as if the sound had been sucked away or muffled underwater or with a pillow. My head, now dazed from the collision, was too loopy and weak from lack of oxygen to appreciate the reality that I could now breathe. All thoughts of escape had long gone, and I wanted my mother to come and rescue me, to drive it off and protect me, to enfold me in her arms. But I realized that this would not happen. Despite her promises, she put me here and allowed me to be in there, and either way, she didn't really care about me. Blarily turning my gaze downwards, I watched the foot of the bed for signs as I prayed. Let me die fast so it can't touch me or take me. Please just let me die. I was so scared that all my limbs had gone cold from shock. The groaning started at an all-new intensity, revving upwards in the chorus of sounds, and my eyes grew wider in terror as the dark mass now surged upwards in the air as if standing. And it didn't even stop. It stood all spread out as if oozing into the air, sucking the warmth and oxygen from the room, the light growing dimmer and darker as I laid there, numbly panting in ultimate terror. My thighs grew hot as my urine burst free into my jeans and ran out of my pants and onto the bedding. The groaning changed, as if almost overjoyed, a triumphant tone, and it spread to the right and left like bat wings, reaching around to engulf me in its wicked hungry embrace. Please, 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 please. I realized I was panting, begging as my tears blurred my vision. The mass moved to the bed, and it slowly began to engulf me. All I heard was the groaning. It filled my ears, and then seemed to crawl into my head and echo there. A fresh weave of tears made it all, so I saw a blur and the cold feeling in all my limbs. My head propped at a strange angle against the headboard, forcing me to watch as it closed in. The anticipation of its icy touch on my already cold skin repulsed me, and I began to shiver uncontrollably. Then, just before I knew it was going to touch me, my vision cleared, and I could see that it was about to touch my shoulders and embrace me. The noise it made surged one last time, bestial sounds of the predator about to make a kill. But it was all suddenly blotted out of the intense, white-hot agony on the top of my head. A burning, watery feeling that was very intense happened at the top of my head. Wave upon wave of heat. An agony, like the top of my head had just been sawed open with a welding torch. But it didn't fade, and it was as if the room filled up with blinding white light, so bright that my eyes had automatically been drawn to slits to protect them. The whole room was filled with it, except for the Stygian patch of nightmare before me on the bed. It had halted in mid-reach and was now illuminated completely. I could somehow tell it was in pain. Now I could see it entirely, and I wished to heavens I never did. The thing was made up of the faces, images and bodies, all black against black but easily discernible, all caught mid-scream or wail or groan, in some position of pain or writhing, contorted in agony, moving slowly within the mass, undulating to the tone of their own trapped misfortune, all moulded together into a thin sheet of ultimate darkness, pressed into a fabric of utter damnation. This thing wanted me to be part of it. I just knew it. And though what it was may have once been human and had the potential for love and mercy, all that was left was the desire to add more to its flock of tortured souls. I have realized since then that the faces I saw, the darkness that it was It was all merely a covering for the real force behind it, the thing hiding behind the curtain of souls. The light in the room intensified, and the burn to my scalp lessened at last, allowing me to move slightly. The mass leapt off the bed and seemed to be sucked under the door, all while thrashing left and right. It passed into the hallway, and the groaning sound receded as sounds from the outside and the light returned to the room. I could hear my siblings playing and my mother talking to Glynis about something. The light was dimming finally, and I looked around the room to see where it was coming from, weakly swiveling my head to try and find the glimpse of the source. But it was against the wall. Nothing should have been able to be behind me, and that's exactly where it always seemed to be. My strength, what little the light had imparted, was flooding out of me rapidly. The thing was gone and I wanted to escape and get out of the room. Now, reaching my right arm to the left edge of the bed, I tried to grab onto it and pull myself out. I failed as the last of the light and the burning sensation fled me. I tumbled out of bed, heading onto the floor. I don't remember hitting the floor. In fact, I don't remember what happened for the next 3 days. My next memories were that, heading away from the train station in her town and on our way to her house. It took a long time to piece together the story, but here's what I know. They thought I'd fallen out of bed after peeing on it on the first day. I'd gotten up, cleaned myself off, and my mother found me half-clothed trying to change the sheets. They fed us supper. I ate heartily at the wonderful food that Glynis had cooked, and then we'd gone to bed. Throughout it all, I acted normally. That was that, but I remembered none of it. Perhaps it was the shock. What I do remember was eating the Welsh cakes that Glynis had made herself. Even made me a snack to eat. That my brother didn't like them, and that my sister was trying to stay in shape for gymnastics. You can say I'm delusional, or that I'm not sane. You can say anything you like. I was never more scared than I was that day. Because I was a little boy, but I know what I saw. In case you're wondering, did it stay in that house? No. In fact, Glynis and Roy said that after we were there, during a visit to the US before they moved to New Zealand, someone across the street had died, and they figured it had gone to follow the person. Roy slept in the room once to make sure nothing had happened. I had a different take on things, but never spoke to them of what I knew. Wasn't worthwhile telling them that the thing followed me and made my life hell. Guilt never solved anything. I don't know what it was, I didn't care to name it. Give it a name if you need one, I couldn't care less. What I do care about is from that day, my life went different. It couldn't get to me, so my family turned dark. I don't know if it was the thing that wouldn't let the people sleep, or the tale that we were told. What I care about is that my family went from being what it was, to cruel and vicious. After we came home, the darkness got to my father. I know this because he beat me until I was unable to control my body function, and even gave me a concussion. All on Christmas Day of 1977. Merry Christmas. And why? Because I accidentally opened the wrong present. Car accidents followed. My father began to drive angry, regularly. I nearly went through a windshield with a full backpack at age 9. The only thing stopping me was the fact that the window wasn't made to shatter. 1970s construction. Gotta love it. My mother began to regularly dish out damage to me because my siblings would blame me for things and wanted to see me get punished. My siblings began to use me as a whipping boy when they were upset. It made me feel worthless, and I withdrew from their presence as much as I could. This seemed to make them more antagonistic. My brother acted as if he were always being edged on to find anything that he could to get away with hitting me on the head with. This even included putting a metal nut on his finger and lashing out at my head when no one was looking, especially the top of my head. Complaining to my mother was useless. The only solace I had in this time came from my Cuban grandfather Papacito. He would protect me when I was near him. I was safest from all of them. Naturally, this dark thing made sure he was gone as soon as possible. My parents divorced suddenly, and my mother drove off my aunts and grandparents. Despite the fact that they lived next door to us, she found a way to make them move. After that point, cataracts started to form, and though I could see spiritual things somewhat as dim outlines, I could not see them as clearly as before. No longer did they look like normal people. Now I have ocular implants, and I can see as well as any of you can see. Mostly. A few more laser treatments and no more cataracts. And my ability to see ghosts is as it was when I was 5. I know this because I was shopping one day after my first surgery and left my eye unbandaged 2 days prior. A little girl ran past me, giggling, and knocked over produce as I watched, then ran through a cart loaded with produce as if it wasn't there. The person stocking the produce, a little dour-looking Hispanic lady, never looked up to follow her. She only humphed in annoyance and picked up the peppers, putting them back where they belonged. I asked if she saw the girl, and she gave me a puzzled look. You may be wondering, does misfortune follow me still? And are my steps dodged by this thing? No. Thankfully it's gone now, and with good reason I might add. But that, as they say, is another story. When I was 13, I experienced the ghost of my grandmother. She died in her sleep whilst taking a nap on the living room couch. Afterwards, according to my father and grandfather, every now and again, they could hear her make the trip from the bedroom to the kitchen and open the refrigerator door. A trip she made many times when she was alive. At first, I thought my father and grandfather were making this up, having fun at my expense. A couple years after she passed away, my father and I went to spend the weekend with my grandfather. My father and I slept on the living room couch, as it opened into a double bed. The same couch my grandmother died on. My grandfather left the house to go to a next-door neighbor's house to play poker. My father and I went to bed in the living room, and my father went right to sleep. I, however, laid awake, reading a magazine. After a while, I heard the noise of the back bedroom door being pulled open. I heard the sound of shuffling feet, and I heard the creak in the floor directly in front of the bathroom doorway. I hear more shuffling feet. Then I hear the fridge door being pulled open, and I hear the sounds of glass bottles in the fridge door clinking against each other. Feeling thirsty, I decide to get out of bed and join my grandfather in the kitchen for a cold drink. I go into the kitchen, only to find I'm alone, by myself. I was puzzled. I could have sworn I heard my grandfather walk from the bedroom into the kitchen and open the fridge. It was at that moment that I remembered that my grandfather wasn't home. He was over at the neighbor's house, and he hadn't come back yet. Then I remembered my grandfather and father's ghost stories. And then I got scared. I raced from the kitchen into the living room and leaped over my sleeping father into my side of the bed. Then I went to sleep. I don't know how long I slept for before I woke, but I felt a feeling of paralyzing fear in my body. I was frozen. I was lying on my right side, and it took me a while to work up the courage to turn my head to the left. My head was covered by a blanket. There was a shadow being cast onto my blanket. The shadow was the outline of a head and the shoulders of a woman with a beehive hairdo. My grandmother used to always have a beehive hairdo, even years after it went out of style, up until she died. I had heavy breathing coming from the shadow. I had to work up the courage to move one of my hands to remove the blanket off my face, and when I did, in an instant, the paralyzing fear I felt was gone. The shadow was gone, the sounds of heavy breathing was gone. My father was still sleeping. I pulled the blanket back over my head and went back to sleep, only to wake up on my right side, and the paralyzing fear was back. I forced my head to turn. The shadow was back. The heavy breathing was back, and again I summoned up all my courage to move my hand and take my blanket off my face, only to find that there is nothing there, and the feeling is again gone. I went through this same routine the entire night. I lost count of how many times it happened, maybe a dozen, maybe more, but it happened a lot. The next morning I told my father what happened to me throughout the entire night as he slept. The sound of the bedroom door opening, the shuffling of feet, the fridge door opening, nobody in the kitchen, being awakened with paralyzing fear, the shadow, the heavy breathing, and the repeat performances throughout the night. I kind of expected him to tell me that I was just seeing and hearing things, but instead, he just smiled and exclaimed, "That was Grandma."
I was 17 at the time, and always believed in the paranormal, but never really had a true experience until one night that I vividly remember till this day. So one night I was sleeping in my upstairs room, looking like usual, and for some reason I woke up at around 3 or 4 in the morning, which wasn't that unusual, but this night was very odd. When I woke up, the entire room was lit like a soft light, kinda grey, which was odd because the room was always pitch and had no streetlights or nightlights to produce any ambient light. So I really didn't think anything about it until I saw something that looked like a woman figure standing down the end of my hallway. At first I thought I was dreaming, but I wasn't. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt too real to be anything like that. I continued to stare at the figure down the hall, thinking it was my mum, but thought to myself, why would she be up at this time of hour? When I tried to call out, I couldn't. I was just frozen, not able to move nor speak. Now this is where it starts getting strange. At this time, I'm still staring at this figure, and it starts moving closer to me. It started moving floor by foot, like it was skipping through time, like in a panel-style movement. The odd thing is I wasn't afraid when I should have been scared shitless because of some strange personal entity coming slowly towards me. It finally reaches my doorway and just casually walks to the foot of my bed and stands there. The figure is dressed all in white, looked almost like a wedding dress, and I couldn't see its face as it was covered by a veil, but I knew it was a woman, just looking at the features. I was still not afraid, but I did feel this deep sorrow and sadness coming over it. It was only inches away from me at this point, and I just remember crying for no reason. I never cry. It was like I was feeling what it felt. This whole ordeal lasted about 10 minutes, and then it slowly just walked out of the room and vanished down the hallway. I then passed out and woke up later in the morning. At this point, I was scared shitless and couldn't understand what I had just experienced. I call her the woman in white. I never saw her again after that, and from that day I get goosebumps just thinking about this. Years ago, I used to work at a church as the head sound engineer. The bulk of the job required me to be active during the days for summer services. Occasionally, there would be tasks that would be done whenever I got the chance. One of these tasks would be duplicating CDs of sermons for people who would like a copy to listen at home or in the car. I would get requests for various sermons, sometimes series spanning months, and I would have to make extra time to take care of these duplication requests in the middle of the night. It never bothered me, and I had a key to getting into the church whenever I needed to. One particular night, I headed into the church sometime around 1 or 2 in the morning. Since I know the building like the back of my hand, I rarely turned the lights on inside the building. The ambient light from the street lights would illuminate through the windows, just enough so that I could see where I was going. But beyond that, the building was pitch black. Now, the way the church was laid out, there was a foyer, which then had doors in the church sanctuary, where the services were held. The sanctuary had a balcony, and on this balcony was the sound booth, where the CD duplicator was located. There is only one door to the balcony, which would be locked from the inside, which was always located in the foyer, with the stairs leading up to it. The balcony is completely open, not separated by glass or anything, and provides a completely unobstructed view of the sanctuary below. The pews, the stage, all of it. Acoustically, the room is very good. If someone was on the stage talking, you would easily hear it from the back of the church and balcony. And if for some reason you couldn't see what you were listening to, you could easily make out which part of the room the sound was coming from. This comes into play later. When I reached the top of the stairs to the balcony in the sound booth, I turned on a light so that I could begin working. It's just a single bulb about 15 feet above my head, and I had no need to turn on anything more than that. This was the only light in the entire sanctuary. I know that might seem crazy to some, but this was a building that I had spent hundreds of hours in by myself at night. I felt completely comfortable at the time. I began duplicating CDs, lost in my thoughts at the peaceful silence of the enormous room. After around an hour of silence, a sound abruptly rang out that startled me, about 20 to 30 feet ahead and below of me, in the middle of the pews on the left-hand side. I heard a distinctive clink-clink sound. It was subtle but clear, and absolutely unmistakable to me. Over and over, I knew exactly what the sound was. Allow me to explain. In another part of the church, we had a coffee house of sorts, where people would load up on coffee and donuts every Sunday morning. The coffee was always dispensed in ceramic coffee mugs. Literally, the most basic common mug you can imagine. Your kitchen cupboards are likely most full of them. Anyway, due to the high volume of these mugs that circulated through the church, there were always baristas from the coffee house picking them up from around the church to be washed. Oftentimes they would be missed, and they would lay hidden around the church, as multiple mugs were usually connected in one hand. By the handle, mugs themselves would hit and make that distinctive ceramic clink sound. It became regular background noise before, during, and after services. After about 10 years of working at this church, it's a sound I knew and recognized very well, but I would be lying if I said I ever consciously thought about that particular sound. So I find myself trying to process why I'm hearing coffee mugs clinking in the middle of the night, in the middle of our church sanctuary, in the pitch dark. I stood there, peering from the balcony into the darkness below, trying to make sense of it for several minutes before curiosity got the better of me. I had to figure out what was making the sound. I descended the stairs and into the foyer, where the light switches were, and flipped them all on. I immediately felt better and entered the sanctuary on the ground level. I had pinpointed where the ceramic sound was coming from when I was on the balcony, but unfortunately, now that I was at the source with the lights on, there was nothing to be heard. It was midweek, and the sanctuary had not been cleaned from the previous Sunday, so I knew that there were probably a few coffee mugs still inside. People frequently left them on top of pews, underneath them, and everywhere in between. I walked down each row of pews, carefully scanning for mugs. Nothing. Knowing there would be likely some on the floor, I go down on my hands and knees in the very front of the sanctuary to take a peek. From this perspective, I could see underneath every pew on each retrospective side at once. Sure enough, there were a few mugs scattered throughout the floor, underneath certain pews. I got up and moved to those specific pews and examined where the mug was. In hindsight, I probably should have picked them up. I didn't, because technically it wasn't my job. I did take note of the most important fact at the time. There were no coffee mugs in close proximity to each other. The closest was 3 or 4 feet from another mug, not even remotely close enough to clink together. Whilst I couldn't explain the sound I heard, there was no logical way those mugs could have made those clinks. I had no answers, but I was satisfied enough to just brush it off. I left the sanctuary, turned off the lights at the light switch in the foyer, and returned back up the stairs to the balcony, illuminated by just a single light bulb above me, and consoled by the silence I found myself in once again. I resumed my tasks, and about 15 minutes of productivity had passed when it happened again. Clink, clink. In the same place as before. Clink. My heart stopped, and the hairs on my neck stood up again. Clink, clink, clink. Okay, I had verified this myself. There were no mugs in enough proximity that they could somehow, for the sake of argument, be clinking on their own. They were not clinking on their own. I rushed down the stairs into the foyer and flipped on the lights again. Entering the sanctuary, I dropped to my knees and once again peered underneath the pews. Nothing. I knew this sound. It was unmistakable. I pinpointed where it was coming from, but there was nothing. No sound, nothing in disarray. No mugs that could have been in contact with any other. Spooked but frustrated at the same time, I returned to the foyer. Instead of turning off all the lights, I left one on in the sanctuary. This made 2 lights now, one in the balcony and one in the sanctuary. The addition of this light helped set me a little more at ease as I walked through the balcony door to the bottom of the stairs. I locked it from the inside. I don't know what was going on, and maybe I was being a little paranoid at this point, but I wasn't going to take any chances. I went up the stairs once again to attempt to finish my task on the balcony. About half an hour of silence had elapsed, just enough for me to settle the idea of nothing weird happening for the rest of the night. Then it happened again. Clink, clink. Might as well have been a gunshot. I stood up and scanned from atop the balcony. There was twice as much light in there now, and enough to illuminate the room, even if it was still dim. But there was nothing. Nobody was playing a prank. There were no ghouls, spectres, or shadow people dancing around. No big, aha, revelation. Clink. It continued, and so did I. I wanted to go home, so I ignored it. The sooner I finished duplicating these stupid CDs, the sooner I could get out of this damn church and get some sleep. Clink, clink, clink. Again and again. Maybe about 15 minutes, maybe about another half hour or so. I lost track of time. All that I know is that eventually, it stopped. The silence returned. At one point, I resolved that all of it was ridiculous. There had to be a rational explanation, and as such, it was stupid to hold up on my locked balcony. I went downstairs to get a drink, and on my way back, I flipped off the remaining light in the sanctuary. No need to waste electricity. I reasoned I'm not going to let some stupid sound dictate fear all night. I returned to the balcony and left the door unlocked, illuminated once more by my single light bulb. I popped in a few more CDs, and then it happened. I don't even know how to effectively describe it, at least in a way that captures the immediacy and sheer terror of it. All at once, the entire room began to shake violently, with a deep, bassy rumble. There are no earthquakes in this part of the country, so that was immediately ruled out. Time seemed to stop as I scanned around trying to figure out what was going on. I looked at the soundboard. You know those LEDs they have going from green to yellow to red? The thing was maxed out red, indicating it was being overloaded by some sort of input. But there were no mics plugged in, no amps turned on, and no sound coming out of the speakers. I don't even think the speakers were plugged in, and if they were muted. At the time, I had done professional audio for over 5 years, and this wasn't something technical. The entire sanctuary rumbled and shook, and after about 30 seconds, it stopped. There was complete silence. I was completely shaken, and I bolted out of the church and went home. I don't have any explanation for what happened, since there were no ghostly things to show themselves or anything super paranormal. I have tried to explain it with logic, but alas. At the end of last year, I had to move back in with my mum due to the breakdown of my marriage. My mum lives in a house which was built in the late 1900s, and a lot of surrounding houses have been rebuilt over the years due to bomb damage in World War II. It was probably the hardest time of my life, as I was adjusting to being newly single, a recovering alcoholic, and a single mum, and keeping my full-time job as a funeral director. Strangely enough, I could comfortably stay late at my work, on my own, in the cold room, presenting people in their coffins on my own. However, I would dread going home to my mum's house. The atmosphere was just off. My mum had often spoken of her house being haunted by a lady who she called Mary, and had claimed that she woke up one Christmas Eve with the lady, in a 40s style tea room dress, standing in her room, looking out of her window. We had been there that night, when my ex-husband and I were still together, and filmed our little boy wandering around upstairs, with inexplicable lights following him around. The stairs led to 2 rooms, the one on the left, which was my mother's, and the one on the right, which was the spare bedroom. The bathroom was downstairs, attached to the kitchen. My mother has always been a bit of a drama queen, so we brushed it off. However, once I moved in with her, she went to work. She worked night shifts as a nurse, leaving me alone in the house. And that's when I started to notice things. I would wake up at 3 AM, with my bedroom door slamming open, hear people walking around downstairs, and the cupboard under the stairs would open its doors randomly, and I could hear my son's toys going off. Despite spending 90% of my time around dead people, I felt petrified. The atmosphere was all wrong, so I did what any 25-year-old would do and hid under my duvet until my mum got home at 7 AM. A couple of weeks later, I was sitting on my bed chatting up people on Tinder when something hit me and fell onto the bare floorboards by my bed. It was one of my knitting needles, which had been embedded in a ball of wool across the room. I haven't really got a rational explanation as to how it could have got there. In January, I took an overdose in the spare room. I had lost my job that day, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back. I took 360 Tamadrol, with some other meds and a litre of vodka. Obviously, I ended up surviving, but had done quite some damage to my body. I sat in the lounge trying to read a book when I saw someone prep around the doorframe from a height. The stairs are right behind the doorframe, so it was as though someone was stood on the stairs peering round. My mum was sleeping off her shift at the time, and her bed is noisy, so I knew it wasn't her, and this person, or Mary, was unnaturally white. I moved out into my own flat in April, and really couldn't wait to see the back of my mum's house. Just too many horrible memories, and the overwhelming feeling that I wasn't wanted there. My nana had bought me some pots and pans so that I could cook at mine, and she'd left them in my mum's dining room on the table. I picked them up on my way through town, and discovered that my mum had moved in the grandfather clock which her grandfather had made, as my nana gave it to her with the promise that she'd fix the mechanism, which made a bong sound every 15 minutes. As I picked up my pans, the clock bonged really loudly, and I scuttled out. I told Mum later that the clock looked great, although it was a bit creepy in her house with all the noise it made. That's when she told me it didn't have the weights or pendulum, so it would have been impossible to make a noise. My nana and uncle have both stayed at my mum's house and have had very similar experiences. I try to stay away because although I don't think there's anything harmful there, it makes me feel unsettled staying there for any length of time. When I was in college, my dorm room was haunted. My bedside lamp would turn on and off by itself when nothing was wrong with it, and my things would sometimes slide across my desk without being touched. It was creepy, but my roommate and I would just kind of ignore it. It only happened with my stuff as far as I knew. Then one day, I was in my dorm room taking a nap, because my roommate was gone for the weekend. I fell asleep and had a dream of a black figure holding a staff following me around. My dream was basically a recap of my day activity, running errands, going to class, and when I saw him, I remember feeling intense dread and going, "Oh, it's you?" I felt like this creature had been following me for a long time. It had been completely black, with huge eyes and white teeth, and it had a very unsettling grin. It seemed like it was taunting me, for lack of a better term. I woke up from my nap and rolled over, and it was at the edge of my raised bed, grinning. I squeezed my eyes shut and hoped it would be gone, but when I opened them again, it was on top of me, and I couldn't breathe. It seemed like this lasted forever, but finally I was able to get it off me and fully sit upright. So I turned on my bedside lamp, and then it turned off. And by this time I was so hysterical, so I pleaded, "Oh please, oh no," and turned it on. And then it went off again, and I finally fled my room. I didn't tell anyone except my sweet mate, who lived next door. She was understanding and gave me a little Buddha figure that I still have next to my bed years later. And while this could be explained by sleep paralysis, the absolute scariest part was that next day my other sweet mate, who knew nothing of what happened to me, said that she was in her room with the door open and saw a shadowy figure of a man standing in the hall looking at her. And then it turned away and took a big step towards my room, at the exact same time I was sleeping that afternoon. I live in a haunted house, and have done for around 7 years. The house was 2 stories, the ground level, then the basement level of equal size. In the basement, we had mine and my brother's room, as well as the furnace room and the living room. It started simple. When you would be downstairs, you would hear people running up and down the stairs and walking on the wood floors, and vice versa. After a while in my room and the furnace room, there began
to be these tiny black creatures, around 2 feet tall with wide eyes and white teeth, that would move things and play with my toys. In the furnace room, they would rearrange the stacked junk. We used it as a garage, as we couldn't even walk into it very far. If that wasn't bad enough, we began seeing tall human shadow-like figures in a pitch-black room where you can't see your hand in front of your face, but you could see a shadow figure. They started showing up in the yard and trees and didn't really come into the house. Eventually our lives took a turn for the worse, with legal issues regarding my great-grandfather, and he came to live with us. He was never a good man. He beat his wife and kids and stole from everyone he could, but we took care of him all the same. He had his own demon that followed him. But anyway, when he showed up, he slept in the basement living room and regularly prayed for God to kill us because he believed that we were bad people. When he showed up, the shadow figures followed him into the house. They began standing in my doorway at night and watching me, so I would close and lock my door. Unlike the small imp creatures, the shadow people gave off a harmful vibe. Pretty soon, the shadow figure began coming into my room, as well as my brother's room, being their favorite. They never went upstairs or crossed my room doorway. I think it was my cat. However, they did love my brother's room, and they would stand at the end of his bed and watch him sleep. One night, things got much worse than they ever had. My great-grandfather was asleep in his bed, and I decided to put saran wrap over my brother's door to play a trick on him. I spent a bit of time taping up, and when I went to look at my handiwork, there were 3 huge cuts down the middle. So I took it down and tried again, and there they were once more. I decided to give it one more shot, and as I wrapped it up, it began tearing in front of me. And I mean really slowly, like someone was purposefully cutting into it. I decided to wake my brother and show him, and as he walked out of his room, we turned the corner and stood face to face with one of the shadow figures. It was standing in the room with all the lights around it, just turned around to look at us. They had no eyes or face, but you could still feel them looking at you. So we ran into my brother's room to hide. We lay there for a good long while we could hear the other room being thrown around. After a few hours we drifted off and slept through the night. After that, the shadow figures messed with my brother quite often. I believe it was because when we turned the corner, he was in front, and he was the one the shadow figures looked at. They began to physically attack him. My brother had a friend over, and my brother took a swing at one of the imps and it disappeared. But when they woke up, they had bruises all up and down their backs. As things got worse, the shadow figures wouldn't let us out of our rooms, and one night, when my brother left his room, one grabbed him and told him to get the hell back in bed, which my brother promptly did. A while after, my brother went to India with my dad on a business trip, whilst we still lived in that haunted house. Whilst there, my brother went into one of the old temples with the door low that forces you to bow to all the gods carved into it. He ended up buying these glass bracelets for my mother and sister at the temple. Nothing happened until he got home though. My brother and dad came home from India, and about a week went by and just the usual stuff happened. However, I started to see a small cat run up and down the stairs. Now in a house with 3 cats, that wasn't unusual, except that this cat had no body. from what I could see of the cat, was a spinal column and a head, and it all appeared to be made of smoke. Seeing what I'd seen in that house, I didn't think anything of it. Over time, though, the cat got aggressive. I couldn't leave my bedroom after a while, and I don't mean that the cat sat outside and wouldn't let me out. When I would go to leave, I would become extremely heavy and tired, and as soon as I left my room, I'd hardly be able to move at all. This only happened at night, so I just passed it off as being too tired to make it past the bathroom. I dropped that theory when my brother began to tell me that the cat would sit on his chest at night and look at him. He said, whilst it was on him, he couldn't move or make a sound at all. I still believe that these things left him alone because of my cat. Once I rescued him, they never came back into the room as long as he was there. We ended up taking the bracelets my brother bought whilst in India and breaking them all. After that, we never did see that cat again. But the shadow figures and the things that followed my great-grandfather were still in the house. My mother believed us when we told her that all these things were in the basement and that we'd experienced them a lot. She told me that so had she. My dad, however, didn't believe us at all. Not until we were moving and he experienced it firsthand. Like I said before, my grandfather was in no way a good man. He had done so many things to hurt people that it would take me a long time to just list all the things he did. When he came to stay with us, he was 92 years old, but still coherent. However, he couldn't move that well and couldn't reach for anything below his waist, so he had to change his pants, underwear and socks. He would regularly pray for us to be hurt and killed, so it wasn't too unusual to find him talking to himself. He was always afraid of the night though. This was around the time things with the shadow figures were getting bad, and my great-grandfather was telling us that he had this demon following him around, which we just wrote off as him going crazy. Eventually, we would find him laying on the ground outside the bathroom, saying things like, "It pushed me down," or "It's trying to get to me." We just figured the hell, and we took extra precautions to make sure he wouldn't again. We found him there a few more times, and we began to see scratches on his feet, starting at his ankles and running down to his toes, like something was grabbing him. It was odd, because he could never reach for his feet. This was when my dad started to become a little uneasy about the house. Now, we moved out very shortly after this, but due to recent robberies in the neighborhood, we had someone stay at the old house during the day, and one at night whilst we moved everything to the new house. My brother, who was 19 at the time, wanted to stay the night there alone, so my dad was there during the day. My dad said that all day he would hear people talking downstairs, and they would constantly sprint up and down. When he were downstairs, he'd hear them running back up the stairs. Despite that and what happened to my brother, he insisted on staying the night. He was going through a ghost hunting phase. My brother stayed 2 nights in the house, and I honestly could never get him to tell me what happened whilst he was there. But he told me that it was some of the scariest shit he'd ever experienced. He said he thought the shadow figures were angry that we were leaving, and that at night, the house went crazy. We still own the house, and I want to go back and stay the night, but honestly I'm afraid of what might happen. So, when we took in my great-grandfather, he also brought his cat, Angel. She seemed normal enough, and didn't do anything too unusual, just the normal creepy cat things. With her, we had 2 other cats. There was my brother's cat, Relish, and then my sister's cat, Whiskers. relished slept in my brother's room, but when things started getting crazy, he would look up at the ceiling and howl all night, and eventually he would not come downstairs anymore, which was good because he peed on things. Whiskers slept upstairs or outside, so we never saw much of him. Angel was different though. The imp and shadow figures never bothered her or paid her any mind. She always just walked right by them around the basement at night without any fear. I had her in my room for a while, but the more she was in there, the more the things in the basement would come into my room, so I stopped letting her sleep with me. However, shortly after we rescued my cat, they left my room alone, as long as he was around. When a bit of time passed, Angel would spend all night in the furnace room, which is where the little imps would stay. I think it may have been because of the heat in the room. Either way, it became nearly impossible to keep her out of there. We never really paid her too much mind, except she would always sit across the room from my great-grandfather and watch him all day. After a while, my great-grandfather left and we had his cat that was tearing up the house, so we had to get rid of her. When we first got her, we drove her up from my great-grandfather's house, which is 5 hours away. She didn't make any noise, never seemed upset. She was always this way on car rides, such as to the vets or when we had to clean the house and take the pets out for the day. She never was bothered by the car. When we took her to give her away, however, she was different. She started just as quietly as normal, but once she got into the car, she began screaming at the top of her lungs. We thought she was just afraid of the car and kept going and going, and then she began shaking her crate so violently that the car shook. Once she began shaking, she stopped screaming and growled in the deepest, most threatening way I've ever heard. I've grown up with cats and know how they sound when they're scared or on the attack. But this was nothing like I've ever heard. My brother and I pulled over and were so terrified by this cat and not knowing what to do that we began to pray out loud. I didn't know what to say, so I just asked for protection. What was odd was the movement. I finished the prayer and Angel went quiet. The car stopped shaking and the cat wasn't making any more noise. The look in her eyes went from aggressive to the calm look it normally was. As we kept going, every time Angel began to shake and growl, I would recite the same prayer to myself and it would stop for a while. I'd like to think she was just frightened, but honestly I can't help but feel there was something wrong with her to this day. She never did seem right, but that was far from unusual. In conclusion, after moving away, we were a lot happier and everything was a lot calmer and tranquil. I hope for the next residents of the house, for their sakes, that whatever malicious entities still reside there get bored and leave.
When I was younger, around 10 or so, my cat had to be put down as he was extremely diabetic, and my mother couldn't afford to keep paying the ongoing medicine he would need to survive. He was 12 years old at the time. Big, fat, black cat, and loving as the sky is blue. We were best buds, and in my younger days, I would innocently harass the cat so much he would never put a claw mark on me. And in my younger days, I would innocently harass the cat so much and he never put a claw mark on me. Always slept on my bed and cried when he couldn't get into my room. Rubbed up against me, purred, all the hallmarks of a best bud kitty. Needless to say, when the time came to put him down, I cried for a long time. I never said my goodbyes. I was too afraid and I regretted it. That cat was as important to me as any of my family. Fast forward to some time later. This is where shit gets downright paranormal. I happened to have one of those laser pointer things sitting on my computer desk at the foot of my bed.
and it was relatively new. I was lying on my bed at the time, probably watching TV or playing video games or something. It was late afternoon/early evening, and I most definitely was not asleep or tired. So, the thing starts flickering on and off on its own. Weird, right? Not quite creepy yet. So, it stops flickering the moment I sit up and look at it. I was slightly spooked, not sure why it would be doing that. So I stare at it for a minute. It flickers again, same exact pattern as before. In my young mind, I'm certain it's trying somehow to communicate with me. I initially asked it if it was trying to talk to me, and to blink once for yes and twice for no. It blinked once. I asked it if it was a ghost, another single blink, and I asked it if it was going to hurt me, 2 blinks. At that point, I wondered if it was my cat who had recently passed, so I asked. 1 blink. The remainder of this conversation lasted over the course of half an hour. I forget the rest of the sort of things I asked and whatnot, but basically ascertained that it was my cat's ghost come to look after me for a bit, and that I wasn't blamed. I remember crying about it. Afterwards, I gathered the courage to check out the laser pointer, and the batteries were dead. Through the length of the conversation, there was no way it was sheer coincidence. I am an atheist and a skeptic, a firm believer in the scientific process. To this day, I have no rational explanation for what happened, other than it was my cat talking to me after he passed. Since then, I have never experienced anything loopy or that I cannot explain. And that day is the only one from my childhood that I even remotely strongly recollect. Sabbath, if you're somehow hearing this, I miss you, bud. I figured I'd share with you some strange and what I believe to be paranormal experiences happening at my place of employment. I work at an old restaurant in a city in Oregon. I will not say which restaurant for obvious reasons. I work as the bread baker during the night hours. My shift is usually from 8:30 p.m. till around 3 a.m., depending on which products need to be made. My co-workers tend to leave at 10 o'clock. Sometimes the dishwasher is there a little later, though I got lucky moving here and landing this job right away at $13 an hour. But now, I don't feel so lucky. My first experience was the second month of working here. I had just put some hamburger buns in the proofer and had some time to kill, so I walked into the dining area and made myself some espresso. Halfway there, I noticed a faint whistling coming from the dining area. I shrugged it off, as it stopped once I entered. As soon as the espresso was done, the whistling started again, but louder. I couldn't make out if it was a song or not. But it went on for about a minute and then stopped. My whole body shivered, as I was definitely creeped out. The next day I mentioned this to the dishwasher, and she looked at me for a minute and then sighed. She told me the building was most definitely haunted, and that she constantly hears the whistling as well, but only when she's by herself. Sadly, the conversation ended there, as she doesn't speak English all that well. Fast forward a few weeks later. This experience freaked me out quite badly for a few days. I still get chills thinking about it. You may not think it's creepy, but it was. They have a huge walk-in cooler, filled with tons of prepped food, and so on. This was about 11 p.m, and the dishwasher was still there. I walked into the cooler to grab some butter. The door is huge and heavy, and there is no way wind could shut the door, especially because there was no wind to shut it. As I was reaching for the butter, I hear the door slam behind me. I was obviously startled, and thought maybe the dishwasher closed it, thinking I left it open by accident. I walked to the door, and started yelling for her, hoping she would hear me, and after about 3 minutes, no response.
I panicked. It was super cold in there, and I kept banging on the door and yelling. And about 10 minutes later, she finally heard me and opened it, looking confused. Shivering, I asked her if she closed the door on me, and she said no. I told her that the door closed on me, and the look on her face freaked me out. I texted my boss and told him what happened, and asked him to check the security cameras. When he answered, he told me he watched, and said that he saw me walk in, and about 10 seconds later, the door slammed shut. No one was behind it. It just shut by itself. That never happened to anyone else. We were both confused, and I was weary. A few weeks after, in the dining room, they mopped the floors after every night. I noticed that they were in their usual spot on the tables, and I didn't think much of it. As I was making bread dough, at about 12 AM, something happened that I can't explain. In a span of almost 5 to 10 seconds, I heard the loudest crash coming from the dining area that shook the whole building, and the lights went out quickly and came back on. My heart was beating so fast and I felt nauseous. I had no idea what happened. I ran into the dining room and my heart sank from fear. All of the chairs were on the floor, scattered, and a few definitely broken, and then the whistling began. I immediately called my boss, and he rushed over. We went to the office and watched the security cameras. The video showed the chairs on the top of the tables, and then the lights went out. They came back on, and the chairs were scattered all over the floor. The look on his face filled my body with dread. He promised to stay with me for the rest of the night, and I told him I was becoming scared of working by myself. He said I would be fine. This happened a few days ago, and it took everything in me not to quit this job. This was probably the scariest thing I've ever experienced. It was around 2:30 AM. The baguettes were in the oven, and it was almost time for me to leave. I had to use the restroom, so I walked into the dining room to get to the restroom. I heard the whistling, but very faint. It was becoming normal, and since nothing had happened for a while, I wasn't creeped out. I got to the restroom, locked the door, and sat down to do my business. About 10 seconds in, I hear a faint whisper come from outside the door. I chalked it up to just hearing things, and then I heard someone knock very lightly. My heart stopped. I was alone, or so I thought. I sat there in silence. Another light knock. I very quietly finished my business and pulled myself together. I stood somewhat closer to the door to try and hear what was outside the door. Another knock, and then I heard a faint whisper say, "Hello?" I almost screamed and almost pissed my pants, even though I had already peed. I kept quiet, in fear. Maybe this wasn't a ghost, but a junkie or creeper who managed to slip inside somehow. It knocked again, louder this time. The voice whispered, "I know you're in there." It sounded like a man's voice, but I couldn't tell, and it began to jiggle the door handle, and that is when I flipped out. I screamed, "Leave me alone!" The handle jiggled more violently and then stopped abruptly. I stood there in fear. After about a minute, it slammed the door so hard, I was surprised it didn't fling open. My heart was racing, and tears were streaming down my cheeks. Everything went silent for a good 20 seconds, and there was another loud bang that shook the whole restaurant. The door swung open so violently, and there was no one there. I ran out of there so fast, screaming and crying. The chairs were flung about, tables overturned, coffee cups shattered on the ground. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed my things, shut the ovens off. Hell, I didn't care if the baguettes were done or not, and ran out of the building and into my car. I called my boss, sobbing and hyperventilating, and he told me to wait in my car. He arrived about 5 minutes after. his car flying into the parking lot. I got out, but told him I would not be going back in there. He went inside and came out about 10 minutes after, looking wary and upset. He told me he watched the security. I was just a kid of 9 years old, and I certainly didn't believe in ghosts. I was raised in a strictly Christian household, and the closest thing to ghosts that my family believed in was demons. And it was a brand new house, just built, never lived in a brand new development. We moved in on Halloween night. It started out like the sort of things that you could explain away. Loud creaks, doors slamming by themselves, sudden drafts that didn't seem to have a source. Things you would expect in an old cliched horror house, sure, but not a new one like ours. Then, I was home alone all day, sitting at the family computer. A single footstep sounded down the hall, and then a few more, gradually getting closer. I assumed that my parents had come home, or my sister, or anyone, and I called out, but there was nothing. I grabbed the phone and ran over to our basement. After I called my mother, she confirmed that everyone was out, and that no one was supposed to be in the house but me. I convinced her that I must have imagined it, but I swear those footsteps were as plain as day. None of these things compare, though, to our basement. My younger sister and I played there, but unfinished levels had some faulty lighting, and the lights often flickered or went out. Whenever they did, we'd run upstairs quickly, but never without catching a glimpse of the man we called the Trenchcoat Man. A tall, shadowy man in what appeared to be a trench coat and hat, ducking behind some unfinished sheetrock. There were more stories. Friends who, unprompted, mentioned a similar-looking figure in the basement. One crisis involving a girl taped in a cabinet, and other things. But I was constantly trying to convince myself that I was only imagining it. I was a highly logical child. Everything to me had to be maths or science, and ghostly activities sounded like something my eyes invented or my brain mistook. My parents, Christian as they were uncomfortable when I brought it up, and as I got older, I tried to forget about it. Even now, more than a decade later though, I can remember it with perfect clarity, and my most vivid example of ghostly activity. I'd gone to fetch something from our basement, retrieved it, turned around, and walked towards the stairs, which were located next to a pile of junk, an old microwave, some books, and other things. The instant I turned around, I saw her. A woman with beautiful, shiny, long golden hair, sitting cross-legged atop our old microwave. She was smiling, looking at the opposite direction, and running her fingers through her hair. She was completely transparent. I stopped completely and stared. I blinked. I pressed my fingers on my eyes until I saw those flashing lights. I tilted my head to other angles, but alas, she was real. She was still there looking out our basement window, near the ceiling and flipping her hair. I could even read, through her, the piece of construction paper I'd taped up on the wall on the other side of her body. Whenever I look back on those memories and I think that I just must have been an imaginative kid, I remember that woman, and I realize that there absolutely had to be something I just couldn't explain.
My cousin was alone in the kitchen, washing the glasses after the guests had left. It was around 8 or 9 p.m. at the time. While she was washing, she heard some odd noises coming from outside. They sounded like a shriek. Since her family lives in a house by the mountains, with nothing but forests covering every inch of it, she shrugged it off as the sound of animals in the forest. But then she heard it again, a shriek, almost like a laughter, right before the sound of a tree rustling. Not long after, there was the sound of a firecracker exploding a couple of times. Just as soon as she heard the firecracker, she heard the sound of another awful shriek, followed by trees rustling again. She thought that it could be kids playing outside, so she just ignored it. A few minutes passed, and there was a knock on the door. The neighbors came over and told them to pray for protection that night. When they asked about it, they said that they saw a female ghost known as a Pontiac. The neighbors said they heard noises coming from the coconut trees in their compound, and when they went to check it out, they saw the ghost clinging onto the tree, prying open a coconut. They scared it away using firecrackers, and it jumped down into the forest. My cousin didn't sleep well that night. She refused to sleep alone in her room, and slept with her sister for a few nights after that. Now, you may not know what a Pontianak is. They are basically a Southeast Asian version of vampires, only that this one doesn't suck blood, change into a bat, or sleep during the day. Instead, they would sometimes take the form of beautiful young women, and would always carry a single flower that would have a powerful and good smell. The reason why is because they themselves smelt like rotten meat. Their true forms are long black tangly hair with a large white cloth that drags on the ground as they walk. They are also extremely pale with red blood eyes and are said to laugh in a very high-pitched tone. It is said that the Pontianacs are spirits of pregnant women who died before they were able to give birth, which is why there are stories here of women who are about to give birth, seeing them lurk around, seeing them just a few days before going into labor. So, if you're going to give birth, be careful if you see a beautiful woman in old traditional clothing with a single flower in their hair. You may never know what they'll do to your baby. For what it's worth, I stayed the night with a friend during high school. Me, him, and another dude were drinking some beers in this house, and the house was getting ready to be demolished. The only items left in the house were OJ's whole bedroom. He grew up in the house and hated to leave, and wanted to make it to the last second. So we're all here drinking and bullshitting in his room. The TV was on, but we weren't paying it much attention. Anywho, we all decided to go to the living room and put a couple of sledgehammers through the walls for shits and giggles. We all walked out of the room, and the TV immediately turned off. I noticed it immediately and it spooked me, so I asked OJ about it. And he, without missing a beat, goes, "Oh yeah, that's just George." I look at him deadpan as hell. He didn't even try to explain. I asked him who in the ever-loving hell was George. Naturally, George is the man who built the original house and was driving his kids in his dump truck, and had the back end raised in such a fashion that they could stand really high in it. Well, long story short, they got decapitated on a railroad overpass, not but 200 yards from the house down the country road. So George hung himself in the attic. And not only did he hang himself, but the attic is only about 5 feet in height.
So that dude put a rope around his neck and lifted his feet high enough, yada yada yada. You get the point. So he went on about the other shit that George and the kids would do around the house. Stuff out of place, doors and windows opening, closing. The usual weird ghostly shit, right? Well, I didn't believe a lick of this paranormal bullshit, even with the TV going off in front of me. But old OJ looked at his clock, and it was around 3:45 in the morning. He looked at me and said, "At 4:04 exactly, you'll start to hear intermittent tapping noises, always in twos. Tap tap, pause, 5 seconds, tap tap." Yeah, whatever, OJ. Anyway, when the clocks hit 4:04, tap tap, tap tap. Me and OJ and Nate were all in the same room. I could see their hands and feet, anything that could be used to make this tapping noises, and it very clearly wasn't them. I turned white. I mean, I was turning whiter than a ghost when I realized that it just might actually exist. And OJ just looks at me very nonchalantly and goes, "Told ya." The most bizarre thing about it though, you couldn't pinpoint the noise. It was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The sound wasn't directional. It was like it was off in the distance, but you couldn't move closer or further away from it. It was just there. Tap tap. Tap tap. Needless to say, I refused putting a hole in any of those walls with a sledgehammer. I also did not sleep, and I also got very, very, very drunk after that happened. Still don't know what to think, to be honest, but that's some serious shit, I tell you. I'd just like to add, I went into the attic where George hung himself. I like to think myself as a very stable person when it comes to dark, cold, confined spaces. I don't get phobias or nervous really, but to this day, I have never experienced such a dark, cold feeling down to my bones. You could feel the energy in the room. It felt as though it was sucking the life out of you. It took me 10 seconds before I came sprinting down the stairs in sheer terror, and decided not to go back up there for the rest of the night. Here's something else that happened. My friend Lighty and I would go to his parents' farm property all the time with a gator and just explore the 140-acre property pretty regularly a few summers back. As we would come and go, we'd chat with the few farmers that sharecropped the land, that was about 4 or 5, and we'd bullshit with stories and whatnot. Now these guys certainly have a sense of humour, but weren't joking one bit when they were telling us about the old lady. So Lighty's grandparents had purchased the land from the bank after an older lady had passed away whilst living in the tiny 1920s Depression-style shack on the property. 1 room, 4 windows, and it was falling apart. Scary as shit. The typical old farmhouse, right? Well, we noticed a trend in the farmers' stories, or at least one in particular. They all spoke of seeing a woman, an old woman, staring at them through the windows at times. Now, I live my life as the devil's advocate. Each farmer I ask the same question to. Which window? My thought is that they're all bullshitting. They'll name separate windows, right? Makes sense. Nope. Each had the same response. All of them. I was baffled. I should note that all of these farmers also don't know each other, all from different local neighbouring towns, but still were not in contact with each other. No corroboration. No slick, clever, let's try and scare the shit out of these kids type of scenario. No possibility of it being a lamp in the damn window. Can't be that easy. Still never stopped us from going out onto the damn property. I guess Sue never minded either. That's what we named her. Sue, the window ghost. When Lighty and I were driving on that same property, 2 blue orbs rose out from a water tank in a small creek, and just floated down the creek. It was about the size of a baseball. Apparently Lighty's grandfather told stories of the same 2 blue orbs, as well as multiple people in that county. It was like some urban legend we'd not heard of until we were told by Lighty's father, who eventually filled us in. It apparently happens all over the place, but only in this county and in this creek. So bizarre. I lost my mind watching those orbs float into the air, traveling at the same speed as the water. I'll never forget it, and we never said another word during the incident. I am a 34-year-old male living in Finland, and these events I'm going to tell you took place in 1987. I was only 5 years old at the time. I lived in a row house in a municipality called Numijärvi, near Helsinki. This house had 2 floors. The bedroom was located upstairs and the living room downstairs. Sometimes, in fact, quite often, I happened to wake up at night and I could see the radiator of the room on the wall as a white cow. A cow of pure white, which sometimes looked like it would have moved towards me, and which varied the position from standing to a recovering and so on. The cow radiator seemed to kind of have a spruce forest in its background. Once, when someone for some reason turned the lights on in the room, I saw the radiator again, just as a normal home appliance. But as soon as the lights went out, it would show itself again as a cow, which was very strange. In the living room, there was a Lundia shelf level, with a Solora television set, and a Fisherman Betaman VCR on the right-hand side, and then a sharp turntable. At times I used to sleep with my mother in the living room. The digital clock of the videotape recorder, whose colour was green, shone so brightly in the darkness of night that it interfered with sleep, especially with my mother. So she came up with an idea to put a tabloid newspaper on the VCR to cover the clock. When I happened to wake during the night there, in the living room, I could see how the tabloid was moving. Sometimes it moved as if airstream would have come and swung over it, and other times it would move horizontally. Despite the fact, the clock didn't appear. Once, when my mother went to the bathroom at night, she switched the kitchen extractor fan light on. The kitchen was located next to the living room. The tabloid newspaper on the VCR showed up in my eyes as normal, and when the light was switched off, it continued moving again, completely on the loose. My cousin lives in a hostel with 10 other girls in one room. All of them were gone, except for her and the girl who sleeps in the bed across from hers. I understand my cousin's hostel is near a forest. You must understand that Malaysia is 62% forest, so this is not uncommon. It was around 10 PM at night, and my cousin was lying down in bed, watching K-drama on her phone with low volume without headphones. Out of nowhere, her roommate called out to her. She paused the video to look at her friend, and her friend had a very fearful face. "What's wrong?" she asked her, and her friend's gaze turned over towards the window of their room before my cousin looked back. "You didn't hear that?" she asked. There was a silence, but my cousin couldn't hear a thing, and she shrugged. "No, I heard nothing." And then it was quiet again. Her roommate's eyes lit up when she stood up. "There it is again! It's still there, you don't hear that!" She half shouted at my cousin. My cousin, getting freaked out, tried to listen for anything, but still heard nothing. "It's a Pontiac. It's laughing outside. How can you not hear that?" She immediately jumps back in bed and curls up under her blankets in fear. Hearing that sent chills up my cousin's spine. But she still couldn't hear anything. "I think you're just imagining things," she says to her and attempts to watch her video again. Her roommate protests, but both didn't leave each other until the rest of their friends returned that night.
Although they didn't see the Pontiac that night, something else happened a few days later. Two of her roommates were in the bathroom around 8, and they noticed that one of the stalls were occupied, but the door wasn't locked. They could see someone's feet as they walked in, so they assumed it was one of the students who lived in the hostel as well. But as they approached the stall, they saw through the slit that it was my cousin. She was sitting there on the toilet, doing nothing. They spoke to her and asked if she was okay, but she didn't reply. They just shrugged it off, and they went back into the room, assuming that she'd probably be back in a few minutes. They went directly into the room, and the moment they walked in, they stopped, because my cousin was sitting there on her bed doing work. "Didn't I just see you in the bathroom?" one of the roommates asked. My cousin looks at her weirdly and shakes her head. "I don't go into the bathroom alone. You know that. I've been here the whole time," she says. Both of her roommates felt chills up their spines, because they knew that they'd just seen her before they left. And even if she ran out of the bathroom to get to the room first, there was no way she could have done so without them seeing. So it was freaky that they saw a spirit that copied the way my cousin looked. Could it have been the same one? There was a small door that led to an attic space in my bedroom when I was 11 years old, and it became habit that I would shut the door as I walked into my bedroom a couple of times a week. I didn't think anything of it. I just assumed my mother didn't close it all the way and that she left it. After a while, I made the mistake of joking with her when she made a comment about me not picking up after myself. I said something like, "Every night, I have to close the attic door behind you. How about you shut it all the way when you're done?" She then informed me that she hadn't been in the attic in months. I asked my brother, and his response was the same, as well as my father. So then I started to pay really close attention to it, making sure it was closed in the morning, checking it after school, checking after dinner, as well as when I was heading up to bed. And without fail, at some point, it would be open. After a couple of months of wandering, studying, and experimenting, I thought I'd see what happens if I just don't shut it. I opened the door before school and checked it after school. It was still open. I checked after dinner, still open. Before bed, it was still open. Now I'm laying in bed with my mind going crazy with the open door across the room. So I decide to check it out. So I roll over and focus on the black space in the attic, only to see a face staring back at me. I bolt downstairs, wake my parents, and get ridiculed by my brother. We switch bedrooms. We ended up moving into a new house 6 months later, due to an expanding household, and my new physics teacher and his wife bought our house. I could have forgotten all about that event and chalked it up to me having an overactive imagination. But then my senior year, I discovered how awesome our physics teacher was. It became my favourite class by far, and he was my favourite teacher. At the end of my senior year, my friend and I took our VHS camcorder around town, doing mostly silly things, but then took it to my old house to see what they'd done with the place. We got a very fun tour, and I got to tell stories about all the projects my dad did that were still part of the house. Then the wife leads us upstairs to show us the sewing room I ask jokingly. Notice anything strange in this room? And I kid you not, her face goes blank. On camera, she asks what I mean, and I try to shrug it off, but end up saying something about the attic door. She confirmed that every time she comes up to sew, the attic door is open. She then tells us that the second day of being in the house, her dog, a German Shepherd, had gone into the room but would not go back downstairs. He started barking and could not be consoled, and then jumped through the window, landing on the tin roof over the porch, and then running off. The dog did not come back until the next day, and has not stepped foot into the hallway that leads upstairs since. I had the initial thought that I could show my parents and brother the story I had filmed, but I just decided to let it be. When my aunt told me this story, it was so casual, as though it was no big deal to her. But I didn't sleep well that night, or for a few nights for that matter, after hearing it, and I swear my mind wasn't helping either, because it kept on creating noises and images that weren't even there. So here's the story. My aunt and uncle were driving down a long and lonely road late one night. They were traveling and decided to use a less crowded road because they needed to get to their destination quickly. This road was long, with nothing but dense forest on both sides of it. Not even a single light or car is available on that road, so you can guess that ghosts or spirits like to lurk around, since there's no one there at night. As they were driving along this road, my uncle saw something in the distance. At first glance, it looked like a person crossing the road, so he slowed down. When they were driving closer and closer, the figure started taking a clearer and more defined shape. Horrified at what he was seeing, he came to an immediate stop. There, right in front of them, was a floating head. The head had long black hair flowing in the air, and from the head attached its spine and organs, but it had no limbs or torso. It was making a jingly sound, like a glass clinking. It floats across the road without taking any notice of my aunt and uncle's presence. Shivers ran all over their body, and they felt the cold breeze that ran to their very core. They were seeing a ghost called a Hantu Balong. My aunt was brave enough to even look at the spirit as it passed, staring at it and trying to find the rest of its body, but saw none. When the head disappeared into the forest, they immediately sped up the car to get the hell out of there. I wasn't sure if they saw anything else that night, but that was enough to scare the shit out of me. It didn't help that I had to stay alone that night either, and I swear my mind likes to psych me out too, by creating that jingly noise that isn't even there. So thanks, Auntie, for giving me all of those sleepless nights after telling me that story. Though it makes me wonder, if such a thing can be seen, who's to say they aren't real? A trick of the mind? A hallucination? It's possible. But what if they weren't either? And how come they both saw it at the same time? I am definitely a people person, so it didn't take me long to work my way up the ladder at our hotel. I loved that hotel. It was really old, built in 1967, and despite the shambles it was in when I worked there, it used to be the most happening place in town. The decor
was unlike a lot of hotels you see today. Elaborate chandeliers with imported Spanish tiles and beautiful handmade stained glass skylights. A lot of people were shocked that our rooms were only $50 a night, but it wasn't before long I realized that something was just off about that place. We had this service hallway that connected our kitchen and storage rooms to all of our conference rooms. It was my first day, and I'm taking a tour of the facilities with my manager whilst he's showing me around. I noticed how it smelt like a nursing home, like mothballs and death. And it was just unnaturally cold, especially for Louisiana in the spring. The deeper we go down the hallway, I started to actually feel sick. I put it off as my nerves, but whatever is in that kitchen/hallway scared the shit out of me a couple of weeks later. I was working the 3 to 11 p.m. shift. Around 8 or 9 p.m, I went to find a guest some silverware from the kitchen. I was still pretty new there, so after searching for the light switch, I gave up and used my phone as a flashlight to grab the silverware. That's when I noticed the sound of footsteps. Really fast footsteps. I start to turn around, and someone or something ran right past me in the dark, knocking over the stack of chafing dishes on the prep table. Needless to say, I said hell to the silverware and ran straight out of there. I ended up calling a housekeeper, who stayed in the hotel occasionally to grab it out of the kitchen, but she said no one was in there. No one working there wanted to go into that hallway. Even the cook would bring her granddaughter with her in the morning to keep her company while she got breakfast started. No one ever knew exactly what was back there. But I guess, then again, we just didn't want to find out. After that experience, I was sufficiently scared, but curious. I had become friends with our elderly breakfast cook, a little old woman probably in her 70s, Mrs. J. She mentioned to me that she'd been working there since the early 70s. She began telling me stories that made me never look at the hotel in the same way again. From what she told me, the owner was a cheap bastard, even when I worked there, and he didn't want to purchase actual security cameras for the entire property. So, he installed 2 actual cameras in the lobby, one at each entrance, and one by the pool, but placed mock cameras down the halls, giving the appearance of security, when actually they were just plastic boxes. Anyway, one night a young lady checked in, stinking drunk all by herself at 1 in the morning. She requested a smoking room, which are only located on the back of the property on the 2nd floor. This area also has one of the many blind spots from our cameras. She goes to her room, and no one hears from her from the rest of the night. Not unusual, it's a hotel. That is until the housekeepers show up in the morning to find the woman in the parking lot, covered in blood, whiskey, and bloated. Apparently, after she checked in, she continued her binge on the balcony, facing the parking lot. She must have fallen off and bled to death there. The horrifying part is that she must have still been alive after the fall, because of the trail of blood behind her, like she was trying to crawl for help. And because there were no cameras, the front desk was blissfully unaware. We always had problems in that wing of the hotel afterwards. Domestic violence cases always came out of that wing. People's tempers just seemed to skyrocket when they stayed over there. Another interesting story she told me, and I ended up experiencing. There was a country singer named Charlie Rich who died in one of our suites. Our suites were located inside the actual lobby, facing the front desk. He had a pulmonary embolism whilst his wife was eating breakfast in our restaurant. Mrs. J was even there when his wife found him dead. room 208. Ever since, a lot of customers have complained of people knocking on their door at odd hours, but the front desk never saw anyone go into the room. One customer came running out in the middle of the night. He ran up to the night auditor and told him that there was a man in his room. Of course, when the night auditor went to investigate, there was no sign of an intruder. A lot of the time, when the room would stay vacant for a while, the TV would turn on by itself. I even saw through the open window, it just turned on, and always the same channel, CMT channel 71. Charlie never really bothered the staff. I even found myself talking to Charlie on our more quiet nights. Sometimes, I even played my old country playlist for him. I ended up quitting after working there for 5 years. The owner was doing some sketchy things with my paycheck, so I said my final farewell to the hotel that I had grown to love so much. Not even a year after I left, the owner suddenly shut down the hotel. Not sure why, but all the employees were told not to come back the next day, or ever. They left everything in there. All the papers, computers, furniture, food, all left inside the massively vacant blood-red building. I have many aunts and uncles, and each of them have their own creepy experiences while working at one point in their lives. The one that I remember the most is the one that told me the stories of her working late at night at an old factory in the middle of nowhere. This was before she was married. There are several incidents that had occurred in that factory regarding the paranormal. My aunt only told me 3 of them, and all of them happened in the women's bathroom. My aunt has to work during the dead hours of the night with few other female workers to help organize documents for the factory. There were only about 5 or 6 of them at work in the office area, so the rest of the factory was dead silent. One night, my aunt wanted to use the bathroom, so she left alone since the bathroom was right down the hall. As she was in there, she heard the main door open. She thought it was one of her colleagues, and then she heard the stall door at the very end slam shut. The way the stall was closed was by no means ordinary. It was a big slam, loud, intentional. It was quiet for a few seconds before another door slammed shut, equally as loud. She immediately felt a chill up her spine when she heard the third door being slammed, and when the stall door next to her slammed shut, she bolted out of there. She didn't look back or anything, and just immediately ran back to the office with her pants halfway down her legs. She indecently burst into the office, terrified, and her colleagues all stare at her. They were all there. No one had left the office ever since she had. They all asked her what's wrong, and she said that she heard something slamming the stall doors over and over. They said that they'd heard it too, but assumed it was her doing. Perhaps she was venting her frustration. She denied it and said that it wasn't her, and she's not sure who did it. But, in truth, she didn't want to know. On another occasion, another one of her colleagues was in the bathroom fixing up her hijab alone. The bathroom stalls were all open and empty, and she can see them all through the mirror except for the one at the very end. She was minding her own business, and she kept on hearing scuffling and ruffling noises coming from somewhere in the bathroom. She had heard something being torn before another odd noise. She stops and looks around to see if maybe another one of her colleagues came in without her noticing. When she saw nothing around her, she finally realized that the noise was coming from the very stall that she couldn't see inside of. Slowly and scared, she approaches the stall to see what's going on.
When she reaches close enough to see inside through the mirror, her heart stops, her body goes cold, and her face turns whiter than a sheet. In the bathroom, she sees a small childlike spirit with long frizzy hair crouching over the toilet, eating away at the trash. She can see blood dripping down its hands as it devours the period pads that were in the can. Alarms went off in her head, and she immediately backed away and ran all the way back to the office and told her colleagues about the incident. Let's just say they all decided to leave earlier than usual that night. The last one is of another colleague of my aunt. She was alone in the bathroom, fixing her hair, and was about to leave when she felt a presence next to her. She turned her head and saw a woman who looked exactly like her. And when her colleagues came in to see what was wrong, the figure was gone. She decided to go home immediately after the incident.
This story happened when I was in my last year of college, wherein we had to make our thesis and defend it as a requirement for graduation. Me and two of my friends, John and May, planned to have an overnight stay at John's house to work on our thesis. After class, we went to each of our homes to get our things for overnight, our documents, and the stuff we needed for the thesis. By 7 p.m, we were all in John's house, had our dinner, and then we began typing away. We were all doing great, and came up with lots of ideas and codes for the output of our system. But by midnight, we started to feel fatigued. But none of us wanted to sleep yet. We were very much in the mood for just finishing the system we started, so we decided to tell some ghost stories to wake us up. John started, and told us that sometimes in his room, in the same room that we're in now, he saw a ghostly figure standing by the corner of the room, and just look at him. Me and May looked at each other. Then, we began looking at every corner of the room. We both looked at each other again and laughed it off. We were not quite convinced of John's story, but from that we felt awake enough to continue with our system. We were working very hard, and at about 2:45, we felt sleepy again. But this time we wanted to rest by that time, so we tucked in and placed a cushion on the floor for us to sleep. We had our blanket on me, May, and then John. Just as we were all laying, May started scaring us, saying that there's someone creeping at the window, which I was closest to. John and I were not scared, and turned it against her, saying that she is also close to the window, so she can easily be reached by something outside. She got scared, stood up, and changed places with John. Now the arrangement is me, John, and May. May covered herself with a blanket, also covering her face, and then, one by one, we fell asleep. Here comes the frightening part. A few minutes later, I heard something scratching. I looked around, but there was nothing or no one there. Then I noticed that my body felt frozen. I tried moving my fingers and feet, but I seemed to be paralyzed. I tried speaking, but my mouth seemed like it was stitched together. I looked around and saw them both asleep, May still covered with the blanket. Then all of a sudden, May sat up, facing me, her whole body still being covered with a blanket. She then stood up in this weird way, stood up like she was a robot, slowly moving, and the blankets were still covering her. Then I noticed something horrifying. As I looked to my right side, I saw May at the corner end. She was still there, fast asleep. She never stood up, and her blanket was no longer covering her body. As a matter of fact, the blanket was no way near her. I started to realize that it wasn't May at all who had stood up. I started to freak out more, as I looked at the person or the thing covered by the blanket coming closer to me. I tried eagerly to move and scream, but to no use. It got much closer and closer, and I decided to close my eyes and thought that maybe it would just go away. After a few seconds, I opened my eyes and saw it just a few inches from my face, looking like it was ready to suck the life out of me. I tried to move and scream as powerfully as I could, and then I finally managed it. John woke up from my scream and tried to calm me down. I was not able to sleep again until the morning came. I told them that nightmare after we finished our thesis, for I didn't want to frighten them and get distracted by the supernatural thing that happened. I just said that I was never staying up that late again in that room. I was so tired when I got home from work. I had been working long shifts all week, and I decided that I would just fall into bed and sleep, even if it meant getting up too early in the morning. So after taking a shower and then getting dressed for bed, I stumbled into the bathroom. I just flopped down on my bed, and I was out so fast that I didn't recall anything after me touching the bed. I didn't even close my window, and this is significant because there was an outside light directly outside my window. It basically made it half light in my room, but it didn't matter. I was tired and passed out. I don't even know what woke me. I was laying in a very awkward position, and that may have been why. I was on my side with one of my legs almost touching me on the chest. My other arm was beneath me. I felt awful, and I turned around and laid down on my back. I closed my eyes for a moment, and I thought I fell asleep. But I opened my eyes for some reason. I don't know why, but when I did, I saw a teenage boy standing at the foot of my bed. He was shaking his head for some reason and looking down at the foot of my bed. I turned and looked at the foot of my bed, and there I saw a much younger boy crouched down holding the bedpost. He had a knife in his other hand, and the evilest look on his face I had ever seen. It wasn't a smile. It was angry. Very angry. Freaked out, I screamed and got up and ran to the light switch, turning it on, looking back, and both of the boys were gone. I didn't care. I ran out of the apartment and sat in the hallway until I was able to calm down quite a bit. I didn't have anywhere else to go, and eventually went back in. I searched it and made sure no one was there. They weren't. And I slept with the lights on. I worked at a hospital, doing transport for a couple of years. The transport home base was in the basement of the hospital, where all the laundry is done, and supplies are also stored there. I hated working late nights after this incident. On this particular night, I was the only one in the basement when I heard whistling at the end of the hallway by the elevator. I poked my head around the corner, expecting to see my only co-worker on duty that night, but there was absolutely no one there. I shrugged it off. I'm not easily spooked. Nights are slow, so I ate some snacks and hung out in the break room for a bit. Next thing I know, I hear a loud bang. I walk into the hallway, and a bed is rolling down the halls, bumping into the sides. At this point, I think my co-worker is bullshitting me, so I radio him, and he says he's upstairs in the cafeteria. I still don't believe him, and think I'll catch him in the act. I walk past the laundry room, and the machines start. I pop my head in, expecting to find him there, but it's completely empty. Okay, starting to get a little nervous, I walked into the laundry room, and the machines completely stopped. I freeze, then run out and head towards the elevator, and I hear the whistling again. At this point, I know I am the only worker in the basement. As I am standing there waiting for the elevator, things start falling off the shelf down the hall. Boxes of gloves, tissues, packages of tubes. I am literally standing there, watching them fall off one by one at the opposite end of the hallway. I shit you not. My entire body broke out in goosebumps. My hair stood on the end, and I had a strong gut feeling I was being watched. I was not alone. As I was getting into the elevator, I feel what felt like someone brushing my arm. I went upstairs and found my co-worker in the cafeteria and freaked out to him. I got out of there and transferred soon after that. The creepy thing to add is that I usually whistle mindlessly to myself at work. It's almost as if the spirit was mimicking me. Creepiest feeling ever. When I was 15, my mother bought her dream house, a large Victorian on a hill, with 7 bedrooms, and much larger than the tiny 1-bedroom that we'd been living in. During the buying period, we were there several times, and I was excited to get my own room, finally. Before we could move in though, a lot of cleaning needed to be done. The previous tenants had left it feet deep in crap, clothing, and loads of other stuff we had to clear out. We hadn't lived there for very long, and then the nightmares started. They were always about ghosts. I told my mother that I thought there were ghosts in the house. She scoffed and said, "All right, I'll have my sister come." Her sister was a sensitive who could feel when spirits were present. She went through and declared it clear, but I insisted. Finally, just after New Year, we moved in. Soon after, it became apparent that I was right. Things started getting moved. You'd see things out of the corner of your eye, odd noises and smells. I'd smell whiskey in my bedroom, or chocolate cake in the kitchen. Turned out, there had been an older couple who lived there. She loved to bake, and he loved to drink. And when he had too much, his wife would make him sleep in another room. My room. Then there was the black cloud. It would follow me up the stairs at night, and stop as I went into my bedroom. As soon as the door would shut, it would come through the wall and drift in back and forth. At about this time, my depressions deepened, and I began considering suicide. The old man seemed to be more attached to my sister, who will deny anything to this day, but she would suddenly begin sleeping in the living room. I finally saw him one night. I was going from my bedroom to the bathroom, and looked through the front bedroom towards her room. In the front of the door, facing it, was this pale figure of an old man, but his face was turned towards me. The black eye sockets were staring right at me. All of a sudden, I didn't need the bathroom anymore. I sat in my room trying to figure out what I had just seen. The main one, though, we called Victoria. We saw and experienced her the most. She was a tall woman, wearing a Victorian gown, hence the name. I was up early one morning. My mother had gotten up for work and looked up the stairs and saw my sister coming down. "Both of you up before dawn? What's going on?" She waited for my sister to come down into the kitchen, in her robe and hair up in a towel. She waited and waited. She finally started calling up the stairs. My sister finally answered, and my mother asked, "Weren't you just coming down the stairs?" "No, I was sleeping," she replied. Victoria would suddenly appear in the middle of a room, drifting through it and then disappear. I would hear my mother speaking in the kitchen. "What?" I'd ask, and there would be no reply. I was just talking to the ghost. One night, I was up late writing, and I went downstairs for a cup of tea. I came up the stairs and turned to go into my room, and just as I was doing so, I glanced into my sister's room, and that's when I saw him. The old man was just there, standing in the doorway. I stopped dead in my tracks, staring as he slowly faded from view. The Victorian ghost liked to take things as well, usually jewellery or underwear, but one day I had important papers from my car insurance laid out on a table in my room. I went to deal with them, and they were gone. There was no one else in the house. At first I thought a breeze may have swept them onto the floor, but they were nowhere to be seen. Things would often be returned, either the third time you looked where the item was left, or around the third day you lost them. Sure enough, 3 days later, the insurance papers were right back on the table where I put them, except they had been folded into quarters. Many years later, my neighbour's father passed away. I went with her to the funeral and the reception at the church. Relatives gathered afterwards at the house, where we were out on the back porch jabbering away. I'm listening to my family's stories, and one of her cousins pipes up, "Who the hell are you?" My neighbour explains who I am and which house I live in, and she goes, "Oh, do you still have that tall lady ghost who stands by the window in the library?" I felt my blood turn cold. I didn't know anyone else who knew about her, let alone anyone else who called the room the library. It's actually a large walk-in closet with a window at the end, which faces the front of the house. There's a bookcase along one of the walls full of books, so our family just called it that. Little did we know, so did everyone else. I had a medicine man bless and clear the place, and those spirits are no more. But allegedly, there is a portal in the house, so things will come and go. Unfortunately, 11 years to the day of moving in, my mother lost her battle with cancer at 4:45 a.m. I was suddenly awakened, sat straight upright, and I smelt roses and felt someone standing in the doorway. "Mum, is that you?" Then I fell back asleep, my head hitting the pillow, out like a light. At 7:30 a.m, I was awoken from my sleep by a phone call from the nursing home, telling me that she had passed at night. I still live here. Though she visits me occasionally, she's never made good on her threat to haunt this place.
My grandfather died last year, sometime when my son was maybe a year old. We had dinner with the whole family every Friday, so my son had seen him several times. My grandfather was very quiet and a proud man, but when he thought he was alone or unseen, he would make silly faces at my son to get a laugh. A couple of nights after his funeral, my son, who likes to crawl into bed with us in the middle of the night, started laughing uncontrollably at 2 a.m. So I get out of the bed to go see what's going on, and find my son sitting in the middle of the living room, in the dark, laughing. Remember, it's 2 a.m. So I say, "Hey buddy, what are you doing?" He just replies, "Papa, funny." I got a little nervous for some reason and went to pick him up, and bring him up to our room for the rest of the night. And as I'm hauling him away, he says, "Bye, Papa," and blows a kiss at absolutely nothing I can see. My aunt is single and a workaholic, so she has the habit of coming home late. The latest she would usually get home is around 11 PM, and the earliest would be about 5. She would alternate days in which she would come home early, because it wasn't exactly safe to drive home at night, especially since she lives with my grandparents, who live deep within a village, with the only roads leading into it are very long and lonely. Not to mention that she would have to drive by 2 very large lakes, as well as 2 large palm estates just to reach home. Keep in mind that hijackers nor thieves are her only concern whilst driving alone at night. Here in Malaysia, it is believed that evil spirits dwell in places with water, like lakes, oceans and rivers. So, if we pass by one at night, we are supposed to throw out a piece of small trash out of our car window, just a few meters away from our home. This is to make sure that an evil spirit does not follow us home and will only stop by that piece of trash. Don't ask me why I believe this, but I do. But my aunt doesn't do this, so of course something did end up following her home. One week, my aunt wasn't going with her original schedule of mixing up the times of going home. For 4 days straight, she drove home at exactly 11:30 PM, except for Friday. That one night, she had to stay until 1:30 AM. When she got home, she felt something strange. She got out of her car and felt as if she were being watched. Not just ordinary watched, like something with evil intentions was staring at her in hatred. She immediately locked her car, closed the gate, and walked straight towards the front door. As she opened it, she noticed that all the lights in the house were on, and I mean every light. She saw my 2 cousins who were staying over for the holidays, curled up with each other on the bed in the living room. She approached them and asked them what was wrong, as they appeared to have fear in their eyes, and they confessed that they were staying up because they thought they heard something and were getting afraid, so waited for her to arrive. My 2 cousins and grandmother were sitting in the kitchen where the front door is. They were talking to each other, and all were waiting for my aunt to arrive home. It was around 11 PM when they heard someone turn the doorknob, before inserting the key and unlocking the door. My cousins and grandmother waited for my aunt to open the door, but nothing happened. My grandmother waited and called for my aunt's name, but there was no answer. Terrified, my cousins went to turn all the lights on in the house and went to the living room to keep an eye on all the doors in the house. My grandmother went to make sure that all the doors were locked in the house. They told my aunt that they really thought it was her, because it made the exact same noises that my aunt does when she arrives home, jingling the doorknob before inserting the keys and unlocking the door and everything. My cousins thought it was someone trying to break in, but nothing else happened for the rest of the night. When my aunt told this to my mother, I felt chills around my body. My aunt says she might know who or what exactly it was, and she blames herself for it. She knew that it was one kind of evil spirit that she must have accidentally brought home from the lakes because of her consistent timing and getting home late that night during the week. Whatever followed her home mimicked exactly the way she'd done before entering the house. The good thing is that my grandmother didn't try and open the door, because if she did, she would have let in the evil spirit. And God only knows what would have happened if she actually did. Ever since that experience, she immediately resumed her normal schedule of alternating the times because she didn't want another one following her home.
After my uncle committed suicide in 2006, a couple of strange things began happening around the house. There were the typical haunting style things, like my brother insisting his stereo would turn up by itself when he was listening to music, or the time that his TV turned off all by itself. But I figured that all of it could have been chalked up to electronic interference. This particular incident, however, was just plain weird. For background, it should be noted that my uncle stayed with us about 15 years prior to his suicide. This was during the height of his drug abuse, and he slept on our couch for a few months before my mother decided to kick him out, as she had 3 young children to worry about at the time. So back to present day 2006, and my brother's friend, called John, is hanging out at our house. He was always a fairly sensitive and spiritual kind of guy, and he actually had no prior knowledge of my uncle's death. So John is sitting on the couch talking to me and my brother when he suddenly stops and says that he can feel a presence in the room. My brother and I kind of laugh at this because this is your typical John, always sensing something. But he stuns us and said, "Your uncle's sitting next to me, and he says hello." My brother and I were pretty shocked because, like I said, John had no prior knowledge of my uncle's death. Not only that, was the exact same spot that my uncle had slept on 15 years prior when he started staying with us. There is absolutely no way John could have known any of that, because it wasn't something that my brother had ever mentioned to him. Now fast forward a few years, another strange incident occurred one night when I was heading to bed. I had just turned out the light to the kitchen and had started walking down the long hallway that leads to my bedroom. I had literally just shut my door when I hear my name being whispered. I stand there not knowing what to do. The whisper had caught me off guard because it sounded exactly like my uncle's voice. I shake it off, thinking I'm probably imagining things and go to bed. A few days later, for whatever reason, I can't remember, I tell my mother that I thought I had heard my name being whispered, and that it sounded like my uncle. You know what she tells me next? She had actually been home one day the week before, and was in the kitchen making lunch for her and my dad, when she hears her name being called. Then she calls out to my dad, who was in the next room, and asks what he wants. He said he hadn't called out to her, and he also hadn't heard her name being called. But then he tells my mum, "Oh, you want to know something funny? I was out in the garage one day last week when no one was around, and I heard my name being called." Then Dad says that he called out and didn't hear anyone, so he went back to working on his bike, thinking nothing of it, and thought that he was just hearing things. The voice we had all heard sounded exactly like my uncle's voice. It's definitely a strange coincidence that we all heard our names being called, when we all aren't the kind of people who just hear things, and in such a short space of time with no knowledge of either event. And this was during a time when none of us had been thinking about my uncle to have the suggestion put into our heads. It was a little creepy at the time, but thinking back on it now, it's kind of nice to think that my uncle might still be around watching over us, and that it may have been his way of playing a prank on us, since he definitely had that kind of weird sense of humour when he was alive. I always felt there was something weird going on in my bedroom when I was a teenager. I thought the place was haunted. I heard noises coming from my closet all the time, and the door would randomly be opened when I entered the room, despite me knowing for a fact that I had closed it. Normally, when I told my parents about these things, they would dismiss it. I would be told that I probably forgot that I had left the door open, and that the noises I heard with just the house settling or an animal on the roof. I guess I understood why my parents didn't believe me. They didn't believe in the supernatural or anything like that. Anyway, this happened on a night that I stayed up, really late doing homework. I was at my desk and working on some pretty complicated maths homework. I was up so late that I ended up falling asleep at my desk. It wasn't something that I ever did that much. I woke up, feeling disoriented at first. I was woozy, and it took a few minutes to realize that I had fallen asleep whilst doing homework. I thought I'd just get up and roll into bed and sleep for a bit. I raised up and pushed my chair out from my desk. As I moved to stand up, I was shocked when I saw a little girl crouched under my desk. She was disheveled and had a really nasty wound on her forehead. In shock, I fell backwards, knocking my chair back too, and it fell over. I never took my eyes off the girl, and she stared straight at me. Then, I struggled to get up, and when I got to my feet, she was suddenly gone. I was freaked out, but I wasn't sure what to do. I was an only child, and both of my parents worked the third shift. They wouldn't be home all night. I took the blanket off my bed, and then I went into the living room and laid down. I left a light on, covered up and tried to go to sleep. It was hard though. I kept expecting to see her again. After a long time, I finally fell asleep without seeing her. I decided not to tell my parents about it. They would just tell me that I was dreaming or something like that. But for a long time, it was hard sleeping in my room. I kept looking at my desk every night expecting to see her underneath it, watching me.
Number 2. I was helping another nurse with a patient that had lived a very hard life. He had numerous things going on, from cardiac to renal failure. You name it, he had it going on. This man was very much afraid to die. He never told anyone why, but I suppose everyone's afraid to die really. Every time his heart monitor beeped, he would just go into a raging scream. "Don't let me die! Don't let me die!" He clearly wasn't ready to go. At 2 a.m, his cardiac monitor starts alarming VTAC. We both rush into the room, and I am pulling the crash cart behind me. When I get to the room, the other nurse is completely white. This man was sitting about 2 inches above the bed and was laughing. His whole look had completely changed. His eyes had a look of pure evil on them, and he had the most malicious grin on his face. He laughed at us and said, "You stupid cows aren't going to let me die, are you?" And then he laughed again. We were kind of frozen. I did reach up and hit the code blue button, and when I did, the man went into VFib. He crashed back on the bed and we started coding him. But after 20 minutes it was called. 5 minutes after the code was called, several of the cleaning team were in there doing their business, when the man sits up straight in bed and says, "You let him die. Too bad," and then begins laughing maniacally. The man collapsed back into the bed, and then we heard the most horrible, agonizing scream resonate through the hallways. You could hear "Don't let me die" be whispered throughout the whole unit. Every one of the nurses that night was pale and scared. Nobody went anywhere by themselves. By morning, though, the whispering had subsided. The night shift nurses had a prayer service in the break room before we left for home. But still, we all had nightmares for weeks.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a 22-year-old guy from Switzerland. I live in a small city called Brick-Gills. The special thing about this city is that I have pretty much all stores and restaurants I need at my doorstep. And at the same time, I only live 10 minutes away from the blissful tranquility of nature, which is something that I love. Just to the south of the city are mountains, as well as the very famous Simplon Pass, a place I enjoy going to often. Anyway, my aunt has a cabin up there, not too far from Simplon Pass, in an area just called Simplon. As a kid, I would love going there. The way the house was built was beautiful, and it was great for chilling. I remember the first day I went there, my aunt told me that we couldn't be at the house on a Wednesday, and yes, she meant Wednesdays in general. Because as the story goes, apparently, every Wednesday, the house gets visited by the ghost family that built this house in the 1850s. Our neighbours would see lights turning on and off by themselves, seeing silhouettes and hearing crying sounds when no one was in. But it only happened on Wednesdays, so my aunt decided to just never use it on a Wednesday. I didn't believe her, even as a kid. I mean, I'd never had a paranormal experience in my life. Why would I? That was, of course, until now. So the years passed and I was getting older. I turned 22 last week and asked my auntie to lend me the cabin in order to celebrate my birthday with my friends. I didn't want a regular birthday party. I wanted something special. So we went up to the mountains to be amongst nature, with clean air and beautiful views. It was divine. It was Tuesday evening now. We were just sitting outside, chilling and chatting. But it started to get cold. So we went inside to watch a few movies. It was late, and most of us drifted off to sleep on the sofa. But when I woke up, it was around midnight, and me and my friend got up and went to bed. I woke up suddenly. I heard people whispering, and apparently my friends were stirring in their sleep. I looked down and picked up my phone to check the time. 2:33 AM or so, and it was Wednesday. One of my friends was laying on the air mattress on the floor, and the other two friends were sleeping in a separate room. I looked down at him, and he was already looking at me with big eyes. "You heard it too, right?" I replied, "I didn't actually hear anything, but it is probably what woke me up." At that moment, we could see a faint light coming out through under the door. I got up and opened the door just to see which one of my other friends was still up. But as soon as I opened the door, the lights went off, just like that. I walked around the house and searched for someone. Finally, I went to the room with my other friends. I opened the door, and they were both asleep. I was wondering what was going on. I still didn't think about the whole Wednesday thing. It didn't come to mind at all. Then I heard footsteps behind me. I thought my friend came out of his room to see where I was. But as I turned to talk to him, there was no one else there. I was getting freaked out at this point, so I decided to go back to my room where my friend was. He was on his phone. I got in. He put his phone away and asked me which one of the two friends was making the noise. I replied, "They're both sleeping, dude." He looked at me confused and asked,
So who was it then, turning on the light? I shrugged and went back to bed. But not 10 minutes later, we heard talking in front of our door. It was a female voice, so it couldn't be our friend. My friend and I, both still awake, were just looking at each other whilst listening. After about 2 minutes it stopped. We didn't hear anything for the rest of the night. The next day came and we drove home. I thought about how funny it was the thing happened at night, and when it came to mind, the story that my uncle told me, I was just sitting in my house and thinking about it. Did it really happen? Like I said, I never had any paranormal experiences before. I searched for an explanation. My friends didn't know about the story, so why would they prank me like this? And even if they did, how did they manage to do it without lights? So there was no way for one of those friends to turn the lights on and off, whilst going back to bed without walking into me. And the footsteps? I turned so fast that there was no time to get away from them. So what was that? I will never go back to this house again. Don't even care which day of the week it is. This was told to me by my cousin that lived next door to me through my teenage years. She was in high school at the time, and I was in middle school. But we would ride the same bus along with a bunch of other kids that lived down our same street, as well as our siblings. She told me that one day she got home after school and she decided to take a shower because their high school was having soccer tryouts during their 7th period, and she did not get a chance to shower at school before the bell rang. She said she'd been in the shower for about 15 minutes when she heard the front door open and close. She figured that it was her older sister, so she called out, "Anna, is that you?" Anna replied, "Yeah, it's me." My cousin continued to shower for a while longer before getting out and getting dressed. As she was walking out of the bathroom, she asked out loud, "So how was your day?" There was no reply. "Anna?" Nothing. That's odd, she thought. She peered into every bedroom as well as the living room and kitchen. There was no one home, and the front door was still locked with her key in it, exactly the way she'd left it before getting in the shower. So there was no way Anna could have actually come into the house. Perplexed, she called Anna on her mobile phone and asked her where she'd gone. "What do you mean?" Anna asked. "I stayed after school," my cousin told her. "But I heard you come in a while ago whilst I was in the shower. I even asked if it was you and you replied yes." Anna had no idea what she was talking about. She was a little freaked out, so she searched the entire house to guarantee that she was alone. And she was. They never did find out who replied that day. I'm female. I lived in Aurora, Illinois until I was 11 years old. Ever since the age of 6, I could see ghosts and spirits, as well as feel and hear things that most people cannot. After leaving a terrible marriage, I found and moved in with my then boyfriend. I was 19, and we were expecting our first child together. One day after coming home from work, while serving him dinner, I kept seeing a shadow person standing in the corner behind the door. At first, I thought it was just a friend acting weird, but when I asked him who else was in the house, he told me that it was just us. I immediately got very uncomfortable. The dark shadow just stayed there, looking at me. I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. I honestly thought I was just tired and seeing things. But when I came out, he was still there. I asked him again if he was sure, and he replied that no one was here and asked why. I told him it was because I could see someone. He went over and stood exactly where I told him the shadow person was. The shadow proceeded to move. He checked the house as I felt the shadow stare me down. By this time I was terrified. I started to hate being home alone with my daughter from my first marriage. She'd have random meltdowns, which I'd always chopped up to being her imagination. We eventually moved into a trailer park community. By this time our daughter was born, and I was pregnant again with twins. After moving in, I started seeing a tall man, dressed like an Orthodox Jew. Dressed like an Orthodox Jewish man in the black suit, hat, with the big curls. I got that same creepy feeling I had when we lived in the apartment. I knew it had to be the same shadow person I'd experienced before. I started hearing things, voices, as well as feel someone touch me. I was afraid to be in the trailer by myself. I would feel cold spots. I heard one day someone whisper in my ear, "The trailer is on fire." But it was in my sister's voice. She didn't live with me and wasn't visiting. I felt the breath on my skin as they said it. I turned around so quickly, and no one was there. I then called my sister up in a panic and asked her where she was. She told me that she was at work, and at that point I was starting to get seriously spooked. She told me that I might be tired, but I reassured her that I had just woken up from an hour-long nap. I was wide awake. Things would move from place to place after you left them in a specific spot. You would start to hear people walking around when there'd be no one there. One day, as I was potty training my 2-year-old to go to the bathroom at night, I was filled with so much fear. As I crept towards her room, I saw the man in the black suit standing right in front of her door, as if he were guarding them or waiting for me. I froze the moment I saw him. I finally summoned enough courage to take a step forward, but as soon as I did, so did the man. I took a step back and so did he. I wanted to run. I felt a fear like never before, but I wanted more than anything to get this spirit away from my girls. Halfway down the trailer there's a window. Trust me, it helps with visuals. I start taking a step forward and so did he. No backing down. I kept repeating to myself. Every step I took brought us closer, and more fear attacked everything within me. As we came face to face, I inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Never in my life have I had so much fear in me. I can only describe it as this. This spirit is passing within me. I lost my breath instantly. When I started stepping forward, I was immediately filled with every ounce of hate this thing had. I felt hate, vengeance, depression, the need to kill, betray and defeat, and so much anger. I could only describe it as borderline demonic. I was paralyzed, but not out of fear. I truly could not move. After about 2 minutes, I was able to continue moving and regained my breath. I hurried down the hallway to see that he had turned to look at me, staring at me intently with those dark eyes, filled with everything I had felt. Then I continued to walk as he did, and he gradually faded. I woke up my daughter, tucked her back into bed, and whilst I cried. In the year 2010 or 2011, I was beginning to explore YouTube. I watched cat videos and music videos most of the time. But one day, I found an incredible singer. She was doing cover songs and had an amazing voice, and I really liked her cool punk style. I liked her but didn't have a YouTube account, so I couldn't subscribe to her, and that's why I lost her again, after a couple of days. Jump to the year 2015, where I found my all-time favourite YouTuber, Ryan Higger. I love this guy and his content so much. I can't even begin to tell you. I got addicted to him, and I followed him on every social media platform possible. So this brings us to the year 2016. I was graduating in that summer, and I was studying non-stop. One day in June, I think it was Friday the 10th, I was studying for a really long time. It was around 12:30 or 1 when I finally said, okay, that's it. I want to stop now. But I was awake too much. So I had to distract myself in order to get tired enough to go back to sleep. So I watched some YouTube videos and looked at the clock again. It was around 4 AM. Then I thought I was tired enough now to go to sleep. But suddenly a thought came through my mind. I wonder what that YouTuber's doing who I watched back in the day. Is she still singing? What is she doing? And most importantly of all, what was her name? But I couldn't remember her name. I hadn't thought about her in years, so it wasn't a surprise that I couldn't remember her name. But I didn't want to try and look her up that night because I knew that I wouldn't be able to find her immediately. And I was tired and was pretty much done for the internet for now. The next morning I woke up and started scrolling through my Twitter notifications. I noticed that Ryan Higger had tweeted something. Oh cool, I thought. Let's see what he says so I can give it a like. And when I saw it, I saw hashtag prayers for Christina. I didn't know what to think of that. I was confused as I didn't know what was going on. And as I kept scrolling down my feed, there was another one. Please tell me that hashtag RIP Christina Grimmie is just a messed up rumour. My whole body froze. I was staring at my phone in disbelief, shock and terror. I knew the face that I was going to see when I googled that name. I couldn't stop my fingers from moving off my phone because I was too scared. I knew the name. I remembered it again. After a minute of staring onto my phone without really looking at it, I googled the name of the girl, and yes, it was her. It was the YouTuber I thought of the night before. She had been shot right after a concert and died. That alone was sad enough because she was such a talented artist, and I'm 100% sure she would have had an amazing career if that incident hadn't have happened. But the fact that I hadn't thought about her in over 6 years, not hearing a single thing about her here in Austria, and then thinking about her on the night of her death? That's too crazy for me. And it still is. I mean, how can it be possible? A couple of weeks later, I thought about the experience and wondered, when did she die exactly? I mean, what time? So I looked it up and searched for the time difference between Orlando, where she died, and Austria, and the time of her death. Once I had that, I counted back the hours of the time difference and got shocked again. She got shot at almost exactly the same time I thought about her. Perhaps this is just a coincidence, but they do say that some people, like mediums, can tap into a special and different kind of energy that lets them in on a wealth of information. I'm not really sure what I believe, but I know for sure this is one of the creepiest things that has ever happened to me. Rest in peace, Christina. My mum and dad were having a house party. I can't remember what for now. It was a good few years ago. My family from other parts of the UK had come to visit for their party, and a few were staying in the house. My mum's sister, Janet, was staying with us and was upstairs getting ready, whilst my mum and I were making sandwiches and other food ready for everyone to arrive, whilst also talking to her other sister Laura in the kitchen. Auntie Janet came storming down the stairs, hair still a little wet, hairbrush waving around, and marched right up to my mum's face and still waving her hairbrush and now saying at my mum, "I said, I'll be ready as quick as I can." Mum asked what she was talking about. You standing there looking at me in the mirror. I said 3 times to you, I'll be down as soon as I can. It's really creepy. My mum stayed calm. No one's upstairs but you, Janet. I've been here cooking with Laura and my daughter the whole time. The two of us nodded in agreement, telling Janet the truth. Mum had been in the kitchen the whole time. She even had her oven mitts on from taking things out and adding more things to the oven. Now looking as white as a sheet and shaking, my auntie told us how a lady, looking almost exactly like my mum, was staring at her, standing behind her, looking at her through the mirror. My auntie turned her hairdryer off, not taking her eyes off the mirror, and said, "Give me a minute." The lady walked away and started going down the stairs. My auntie drove the 2 hours home that night, not wanting to stay at my parents' house. I am a single mother of 5 sons, who are now adults. While they were teenagers, we lived in a century home, beautiful and large with plenty of room for my brood. I should mention, our house was the house that all their friends congregated to. There were rarely nights on weekends and summers that we had less than 6 teenage occupants. I tell you this to try to make you understand that these stories I'm about to tell you are truth and corroborated by many people. When we first moved in, everything was nice and quiet for a few months. Then slowly, activity progressed. My sons and I were all having unexplained happenings. They didn't tell me for almost a year because they didn't want to frighten me. My first experience was being woken up at around 3 a.m. At first, I was in a half awake and half sleep mode. What woke me was a very loud noise coming from upstairs. It sounded like the boys were rearranging furniture. Very heavy furniture. Loud scraping. So loud that I was sure they were scratching the wooden floors. I instantly became furious and marched upstairs ready to bust some butts. When I got to the top of the stairs though, all was quiet and dark. I started opening bedroom doors, only to find all the boys sleeping soundly. I thought, wow, that was a vivid dream. To my dismay though, it happened a couple of months later and became more and more frequent until it was almost a weekly event. I was speaking about this with my neighbour and she got a really funny look on her face. I asked her what was wrong and she said, "I don't want to scare you, but when my sister, who's clairvoyant, was over, she looked up at the window, pointing to one of the boys' rooms, and said, 'She has company.' I asked her what she saw, and she said she saw a man and a woman in old-time clothes staring back at her. At some point, I decided I want to share my experience with my sons. When I did, they all broke out with their own stories. Some of them had been touched, some just heard noises, or felt their beds being shaken violently in the middle of the night. Here are a few of the most memorable ones that stand out in my mind. We being myself and around 7 to 9 teenagers filling up every square inch of the living room, We're all just visiting and half watching Family Guy. My youngest decides he was tired and going up to bed. Away he went, only to return a short time later with pale skin and wide eyes. He said he'd gone to his room, closed his bedroom door, and got into the top bunk. That's when he heard the door handle turn, heard the door open, then shut again, and then felt someone sit on the bottom bunk. He figured it was his brother and leaned over the bunk and yelled something trying to scare him. He said he froze completely when there was no one there. He was completely alone, hence the wide eyes and pale skin. He truly looked like he'd seen a ghost. One morning, I woke up to find my boys and one of their friends all sleeping everywhere in the living room, which wasn't allowed in our house. I woke up my second oldest and asked him what the deal was. He said that they couldn't sleep upstairs because something was opening and closing all the doors at night. He said they'd wake up and prop things in front of the doors to prevent them from slamming, only to be awoken by slamming. He said, "Ma, those ghosts keep moving the stuff we put in front of the doors. We just decided to sleep down here, and I couldn't blame them." My oldest subsequently joined the Marines, and on his month-long furlough after his Iraq tour, he had a very creepy encounter. He said he was lying on his stomach and reading from his laptop when he felt something sit on his bed. He said he looked over and saw an indent of a person sitting there and loudly screamed and ran out the room. He said he looked over and saw an indent of a person sitting there and said out loud, "I hate ghosts," and not a second later, he said he was being pushed into the bed. He spoke the name of Jesus and it quickly got off him. My final straw was on Halloween night of all times. I was at the computer in the dining room home alone, and I felt something behind me. I turned and heard my name being said in an awful low and sinister growly voice, and then the sound of something large falling down the staircase. It was so loud, I thought I'd find a broken dresser at the bottom, and there was nothing. Nowhere. I searched upstairs and outside for the cause of the crash, but nothing. I finally had my pastors and the elders of the church come and bless my property and my house. There have been no strange activities since then. I no longer live in that house, but one of my sons had bought it, and according to him, the house is still clean.
My one ghost story might not be as interesting as most other ones, and not as long, but it was probably scarier at least. My family always thought that my house was haunted growing up. They heard noises or something that sounded like something was walking around in the attic. Lights would come on, supposedly without anyone remembering turning them on. Things like that. I never believed in any of it, so I didn't care. But one night, I was up late doing homework, and by the time I was in bed, the rest of my house was long asleep. I went and got ready for bed. I heard some of those noises in the attic. You know, the one my family always thought were ghosts or something like that, and I paid them no mind. I got into bed and laid down. I was beginning to drift off when I heard a voice whisper in my ear, "Hey, Tim." My eyes immediately opened, and I looked down to see who it was. There was no one there, and I assumed I was dreaming. But then I looked down and saw a hand reaching from under my bed, and it was resting right near my ankle. I yelled and recoiled in the bed, moving up against the wall. The arm remained for a moment before retracting. My parents ran into the room to find out why I was yelling. I told them what I had just seen under the bed. They checked, and there was nothing. They were bemused, happy that the skeptic had finally experienced the ghost. I maintained that it was probably my imagination, but everyone felt I was just covering. Maybe I was. Who knows for real? This may sound crazy, but here it goes. In college, my then boyfriend and I lived in an old house near campus. The house always kind of gave off a little bit of a creepy vibe, but nothing ominous. After living there for about a year, I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. Things I couldn't explain, but would convince myself weren't there at all. One day, I was walking through the living room, and I could have sworn I saw a youngish guy with long hair, wearing jeans and a bandana, sitting on my couch. When I looked again, he was gone. Shortly thereafter, the boyfriend's things started getting messed with. He left a stack of magazines on the bed whilst he went for a shower, and when he came back, they were spread out all across the bed. Not like the stack had just fallen over, but arranged in a grid. Another time in the shower, the water turned suddenly cold. He reached down to turn on the hot water, only to find that the hot water was completely turned off. He started to feel creeped out, but I never got a bad feeling, despite the things I'd seen. I joked that we had a ghost, the bandana hippie guy I saw on the couch, and that he had a crush on me. One night, my boyfriend and I were cooking dinner together. He came up behind me at the stove and started kissing my neck. I joked, "Be careful. Jed," as in the ghost guy, "isn't going to like you doing that." He laughed and says out loud, "Sorry, Jed, you can't have her. She's mine." No sooner had the words left his mouth, there was a huge crash in the room next to us. We go to the living room shocked, to inspect, and find that the glass door to our entertainment center had been completely shattered. Pieces of glass were flung all over the room, as if the glass had been hit by something hard. After that, no more weird things happened, and no more creepy feelings nor odd occurrences. I truly wonder, did we break a ghost's heart? I know exactly what people are going to say when they hear this story. They're going to assume that this was an episode of sleep paralysis. However, I'll have to tell them that when this happened, I was completely capable of moving. This was not sleep paralysis in any way. It couldn't be, because I was awake and I could move. Plus, I've never had sleep paralysis before. But the one thing I know about it is that your body has to be paralyzed. So this certainly wasn't the case. So it was a long day at work, and I was just plain exhausted by the time I got home. I pretty much sleptwalked through the rest of my time in the house. So I came through the door, threw my keys onto the coffee table by the side of the door, and plopped down in front of the TV, and tried my best to stay awake for a few hours. But when I decided that there was no way I would be able to accomplish this, I got up and decided to go to bed. I was so exhausted that I honestly have no memory of even going into the bedroom. I have no memory. I do have memory, though, of the blackness that I slept through. The dreamless blackness. And I slept for so long that when I woke up to look at the clock, I knew that it was at least a full 5 hours that had passed since my head hit the pillow. When I woke up, I was still tired, but I also had to go to the bathroom quite badly. So after a few moments of doing that thing, you know, that thing when you try to decide if you really don't have to pee, or if you can just fall asleep again, so that you won't feel like you have to pee. Well, after deciding that there was no way, I threw the covers off me and I scooted to the side of the bed and got up. When I turned towards the door though, I froze. And I froze because there was something standing in the doorway. It was weird, whatever it was. I wasn't even sure what it was because it was so dark, but I could tell that whatever it was formless. But it did have 3 dimensions, and its shape was moving, almost flowing. However, it did have a mouth, and the mouth was not moving nor flowing. It was simply open. And it also had these eyes that were just staring at me. At that moment, all of these thoughts began running through my head, like thinking this creature wanted to eat me or something. It didn't move though. It just stood there and didn't take its eyes off me. I didn't think it was a ghost because I'd always heard that ghosts didn't really look at you. But I knew that this creature or whatever it was looking straight at me. I stumbled back over to my bed, not knowing what else to do. So I pulled the covers over my head, thinking that if I did that and then removed the covers, that the ghost or whatever would just disappear. I pulled the blankets down tentatively, and when I looked, it was still there. I tried again and it was still there. Whatever was going on, it wasn't moving towards me at all. It was just looking at me. I did the only thing I could think of. I put my head back underneath the blanket and just left it there. I didn't look back again. If it was not a ghost, and it was not going to do something, there was obviously nothing I could do to stop it. That didn't mean I had to look at it though. After I had my head in there for what felt like half an hour, I looked back again, and it was gone. I, however, was too worked up by what I saw to go to sleep. I just laid in bed all night, looking and hoping that it would never come back. Here's a little background, so that I can explain my experience a little better. When I was younger, I had a great-grandmother that used to babysit my cousin and I. This woman was evil. She was so horrible to me. She used to tell me how fat I was, and when I got hurt, she would never comfort me. However, there was one cousin that my great-grandma absolutely loved. She never hid the fact that my cousin Jean was her favorite. I can remember when my great-grandmother passed, I never cried once. My cousin Jean, on the other hand, was a mess. 20 years in the future, I headed up to visit my cousin Jean. I arrived at her apartment and unpacked my things in her room. I looked at the photos on her dresser, and there is a picture of my great-grandmother. I have to admit, I looked right at it and gave a snarl. After all those years, I still have bad feelings towards this woman. My stay was awesome, and the last night there, I got up from my sleep to use the bathroom. All the lights were off, except for a couple of night lights lighting the way to the bathroom. When I got to the bathroom, I didn't want to turn on the light, in fear of waking up my cousin. As I'm sitting on the toilet finishing up, I had the sense that there was something in the hallway watching me. I didn't see it,
but in my mind's eye, I could see this creature hunched over on all fours. It's hard to explain, but I could tell that it was female. It just stood there staring at me. I had a sense of total fear. I flushed the toilet and washed my hands and ran down the hallway to my blow-up mattress and got under the covers and closed my eyes. As I lay there, praying I would fall back asleep, I felt the corner of the blow-up mattress slowly move down. It was as if something was kneeling on it. All of a sudden, something grabs my arm, and I feel a surge of electricity shoot through my body. I was completely paralyzed. I squeezed my eyes shut and prayed for it to go away until I finally slept. I woke up super early that morning and decided to head home. I was so traumatized by the experience. I just wanted to get away from the apartment. I finally got home and called my cousin to let her know that I'd made it safe, and asked her if she ever had any paranormal activity in the house. And she told me that she'd never experienced anything, that she's always felt quite at peace in her home. I feel in my heart it was my great-grandmother making a special guest appearance. It was payback for snarling at her picture. A year later, I went back to visit my cousin. She'd bought a new place, and my mother and I wanted to visit and stay there. My mother and I unpacked and got comfortable in the room. After I sat down, I was looking around the room, and I spot the same picture of my great-grandmother. Instinctively, I snarled at it. You know, you'd think I'd learned my lesson from the first time, but I really didn't like that woman. The snarl really came out of habit. The next day, my cousin, my mother and I go shopping. We were gone for half the day, arriving at my cousin's house. When we were all walking through the front door, my cousin was the first to enter, followed by my mother and then me. When I shut the door behind me, the couch pillow went flying off the couch. My mother turned to me wide-eyed, mouth open. I shook my head and actually laughed. I knew it was my great-grandmother, letting us know that she was still there, and she was still unimpressed.
This happened when I was 13 years old. I began hanging out at my friend Sean's house, more often after school. My parents didn't have any problem with it. As long as you got your homework done, they always told me. And yeah, I did get my homework done. But I have to be honest, that this was not why I went over there. I went over there because he had a Super Nintendo and I didn't. And yeah, this was in 1992. Often I would go to Sean's house and wouldn't get home till about 9 or 10 at night. I didn't tell my parents. I'd tell my parents I was then going to bed, and instead, I would go and do my homework really quickly before finally going to sleep. Sean's house was on the other side of town from my parents' house. We also lived in a really small town. It was really well known for being a retirement town. There were lots of really old people there, but there were also lots of families too. Our town also had a covered bridge in it, and that bridge had a story about it. Apparently there was a ghost or a troll or something that was underneath it. Some people called it a troll, but most people said it was a ghost, since you only see it every now and then. Supposedly, it was first seen by a teenage couple who had been making out underneath it back in the 1950s. And it had then been spotted pretty frequently since then. In fact, you always heard a new story about it, sometime around Halloween. I crossed over that bridge every night, and I was coming home from Sean's house, and it didn't usually bother me. Not too much anyway. I have to admit to sometimes running really quickly across the bridge in scarier instances, like around Halloween. Well, this happened in April. I remember it for many reasons, but one of those reasons was that Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past had just been released. Sean got a copy of it the day it came out, and the two of us were addicted. It was a single-player game, but we collaborated on it and got further along. On this night, we had lost track of time. We made so much progress, and by the time it was time for me to leave and go home, it was way past midnight. It was a weekend, so my parents really didn't care, but I hated walking home that late. I told Sean that I would be back next afternoon, and I went on my way. When I got to the bridge that spanned the small creek, I was shocked to see it was completely blocked off. There had been an accident on it earlier that day, so I would have to go down under the bridge in order to get home. I had done it plenty of times before, but never at night. I got down nervously and made my way across the small creek. There were rocks, so I didn't really get my feet wet. I was creeped out the entire time. I kept thinking that I heard noises that probably weren't there, and the noises that were there were even worse. While I crossed the rocks, I kept looking around expecting to see or hear something. I got to the other bank and was about to climb up. And that's when I paused for some reason. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Something on the other side of the bridge. I looked over and didn't see anything at first. Then my eyes adjusted. On the far side of the bridge I saw some movement. And yeah, my mind immediately went to the troll/ghost idea. I thought about running off, but something kept me there looking. And then I saw it. A skinny green, long-limbed creature slowly moved out from behind the brush under the bridge. It was hunched over a bit and looked right at me. I mean, it didn't have the stereotypical red eyes or anything, but I could tell that it was looking at me. And that was it. I didn't know if it was scared of me, or angry of me, or what. But I didn't want to find out. When I saw it, I nearly fell backwards on my butt. However, I gained my composure quickly, and I ran up the bank back towards the sidewalk. I ran home at the speed of sound and only looked back once. I didn't see anything, but I had expected to see the creature running after me. To top it off, no one believed a word I had to say. Not my parents, not Sean, not anyone at school. No one. It really sucked to have seen something, whatever the hell it was, but not to have anyone believe you. Well, it didn't suck too bad, because at least I had A Link to the Past to keep playing. Ah, legendary Legend of Zelda games. Eases the pain.
In order to tell this story, I have to go back many years before. My grandma bought a home in a Salt Lake City suburb in the 1960s, after her and my grandpa had their first child together. And she believes the home has been haunted since day one. She says that even though it was clear very early on that something was in their home, she never felt as if she needed to leave. She said it was her home, and that whoever was there was welcome to stay as long as they understood and appreciated the rules. Other than one story, it appears that all ghostly residents at Grandma's house followed her rules, and never gave her a reason to evict them. Over the years, my grandma welcomed more children to the home, and it became a safe haven for my entire family. The home is a one-story home with a downstairs living area. The upstairs has a living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. The kitchen leads to a set of stairs leading to a basement with 3 or 4 rooms. We use the home for most family gatherings. Much of the family has experienced something unusual in the home, and it's commonly blamed on the ghosts. 2 of my grandma's stories are the reason that I have one of my own. My grandpa died in 1999. Several months after his death, my grandma was in her kitchen doing the dishes. She says she felt a strange feeling come over her, as if she needed to leave the house. She later attributed that feeling to that of my grandpa warning her of danger. Before she could even finish her thought, she had a sensation that something very strong was grabbing her from behind and trying to force her downstairs. She couldn't see anybody, but she felt something powerful trying to force her. She states that she fought the power very hard and managed to make it to her kitchen table. She sat at the table and held onto it, whilst the entity violently pulled and groped at her, but she would not let go. Finally, it just stopped, and nobody was there. The house was again silent and peaceful. She said that she was never so scared in her life. My grandma is a tough old lady, but you could tell that this really shook her deeply. Whilst telling me this story, at the same kitchen table, she told me of a little ghost girl that lives in her basement. She said the little girl would like to play pranks on people, pull the blankets off when they were sleeping, or hide things in the home. Grandma said she knew it was the girl because of the laughter. Grandma said the little girl would giggle mischievously, so she knew it was her. The little girl seemed peaceful, and she just wanted somebody to play with. One day my mum was doing laundry downstairs, while she was living there during her separation from my dad. She says she saw what appeared to be a hazy outline of a tiny person. She said hello with a nervous laugh, and then the haze just evaporated. To that point, I had never experienced anything scary or ghostly in the home. After hearing these stories, I was creeped out by being in any room alone, but still, it was nothing more than a spooky feeling and an embarrassing sprint up the stairs. Now, flash forward a few years to the exact kitchen table, only subtract my grandma and add my mother and 2 of my friends, Brad and Ashley. We were all sitting around talking and planning our evening. My friends and I had no money, so we settled on an evening at my grandma's house with my mum. Not exactly my idea of fun, but whatever. At one point, we began telling ghost stories, and my mum and I decided to tell my friends about the house of horrors that they were currently sitting in. My mum told them about the little girl. She had an experience with the girl, so it made sense for her to tell it. The girl's story was met with enjoyment and disbelief. So when it was my turn to tell about my grandmother's incident with the dishes and the little girl, I was not surprised to see the same reaction in my friends' faces. The bullshit look. Next, almost as if on cue, the cheap yet expensive looking chandelier that hung above my grandma's table exploded. Now I'm not even talking about a blown bulb. I'm talking about 4 light bulbs actually exploding simultaneously. Glass went everywhere. After a few moments of looking around at each other, we all decided that we needed to get out. After tripping all over each other in an attempt to save ourselves, we all managed to make it outside. We all left the house within minutes. My mum went home, and my friends and I went and got ourselves intoxicated as hell. The ghostly pyrotechnics were of course the talk of the evening. Even now, I recall this as being absolutely the most spooked out I've ever been, as we discussed what happened with some other friends that we met up with that night. I began to notice that familiar bullshit look on their faces. Needless to say, Brad and Ashley believe the stories now. I was laying in my bed, the room door in front of me wide open and to the left. I could see the room where the front door was. There was an antique cabinet that my father had put lights in that illuminated with a white glow. I started to freak out for no reason and began sweating. I, for some reason, knew shit was about to happen, and I was about to witness something. And about 5 minutes later, laying hot in sweat, I saw it. There was a door in the back of the room, with the front door. A black, outlined humanoid figure walks out, mildly staticky looking. It takes a few steps towards the front door and then stops, does a military-like turn facing me, and at this point I'm freaking the shit out, eyes wide. It walks into my room and stops beside my bed, does one more military turn facing me, and at that point I figured I had nothing to lose. I noped out of my room and ran through the thing, ran upstairs to my parents' bedroom and knocked furiously at the door waiting for them to let me in. My eyes focused on the stairs, making sure that the thing was not following me. Nothing. I slept with my parents for the next few nights. It was one of the scariest things to happen to me as a child. A short time after that encounter, I began to settle down and my thoughts were no longer fearful. I was home alone with my grandmother. I was her caretaker. She had a serious stroke a few months before that left her paralyzed on one side and unable to communicate verbally. It was Easter, and my mother and aunt had thrown a dinner and both gone out leaving a huge mess. It was about midnight by then, and I was bone tired and just started cleaning after putting my nana to bed. Now the past week or so, she'd been doing something new. Sometimes, when we put her to bed, she'd start screaming, just a few minutes after the lights had been put out. And when I'd go in, she'd be sobbing and pulling her hair in fear. Since she couldn't talk, I'd have to ask her lots of yes-no questions for her to nod at. But I was at a loss as how to guide the conversation. All she could indicate so far was through pointing that there was something up in the back upper corner of the room scaring her. No matter what I did, whether it would be reaching for a photograph that had some relation to her dead parents, or kissing a crucifix, nothing seemed to settle her. But tonight she was quiet, so I started on the living room, and I was straightening to put away the stack of towels that belonged in the kitchen. And then I heard voices, men's voices so clearly, I instantly assumed that with the remote, which I had just put away, I'd somehow turned on the TV in a dead-bolted room on the far side of the kitchen. So I picked it up and pressed power. Nothing. I walked a few steps closer to the bathroom, built off the kitchen in such an old house, and I had this pricking sensation. I used to get it a lot as a kid, but ignored it, and the voices somehow faded against the sound of the water pipes. Well, okay, I told myself. I was just overtired. I turned back for the towels, and when I came back, I saw it. These papers on the floor, that a moment before were on the table. I was confused. Maybe I was just tired. I placed them and went back to get some dishes. And as I passed the bathroom, I saw a small man in a hat dancing in there. By now I was bullshit, but damn if those dishes didn't need doing. So I shut the bathroom door and brought them in. TV cable on the kitchen floor from the dead-bolted room, right in the middle for me to see. I put it on the table and started scrubbing the dishes. No sir, I was just tired. No ghosts or demons here. I was humming to show how in control and unconcerned I was, scrubbing up to the last casserole dish, when I heard 3 loud knocks on the sink bottom. Like something was crouched in the cabinet underneath and rapping on it with its knuckles. I picked up the dish and dropped it experimentally to see if it would cause an echo. I'd just dropped it in a moment before, and there was silence. So I just went back to scrubbing, a little more subdued this time. The cabinet door then swung out, deliberately hitting my knees twice, with a little pause between both. Forget the dishes. I dropped that stupid thing, went back into the living room, then repeated the Lord's Prayer until the prickly feeling left all of a sudden. My Nana's room was on the far side of the living room, and I did not want that thing anywhere near her. She never screamed at night either. This happened to me when I was 6 or 7 years old. I remember this very clearly to this day, and it still makes my spine shiver thinking about it. I had the large bedroom in my flat. My mum had decorated the walls with pink and lavender paint and cute little metallic swirls. I had bunk beds, glittery curtains in my window, charms, and glittery things hanging from the ceiling. A young girl's dream. I'll try to explain a rough layout of my room. The door opens, and you will immediately see my purple bunk beds, with my head facing out the door. On the wall in front of you, behind my bunk beds, is a long window. To the left on the wall looking out to my garden. The next wall to my left of the bunk beds has a large fireplace, which I used to put all my trinkets on, and then the joining wall to my door was more of an alcove. Anyway, that is where I saw her. I remember getting into bed at night, and everything seemed normal at first. My room wasn't usually too dark, because the moonlight shone through my window and through my glittery curtains. After trying to sleep for what seemed like ages, I don't know why, but I started to look around my room, particularly in the alcove area. Something was in the dark corner. I couldn't focus my eyes properly for a while, but when I did, I noticed my girl's world head, one of those plastic weird lady heads that you can do makeup on and style her hair, stood out in the moonlight against the creepy dark corner. I remember going to lay back down on my bed, but I had an urge to look back, and when I did I was paralyzed with fear. At first I thought I might be imagining it, because I had been staring at the plastic lady head, but I swear I saw this dark woman-like outline stood right there next to the plastic head. It was like a dark grey black mist, but in the shape of a woman. I slowly looked at her, or it, with its massive bulging eyes, scanning down and saw that she had no feet. There was nothing there. No shadow, no feet, nothing. She or it was levitating about 10 inches off the ground, and it seemed like she was moving towards me. I was absolutely terrified, and will always remember this because of how cripplingly scary it was. I was in shock. I quickly spun around in bed and curled into the fetal position, with my quilt tightly wrapped around me. I made sure the quilt was tightly wrapped around my neck and head. And can I just add that there were no labels or anything that could have emulated what happened next. I was shaking and trying not to breathe loudly when I felt something standing behind me, leaning over me. I closed my eyes and gripped the quilt, and all of a sudden, I felt a tickle on the back of my neck. It's the feeling you get when someone puts their fingers on the back of your neck. It started off like that, and then became quickly more aggressive, tightening around the back of my neck, as if someone were trying to keep hold of me. I tried to scream, but no words came out. I was sweating and shaking, and my neck was getting worse. It was hurting. I tried screaming over and over, but all that came out were the little squeaks. It was as if I were gasping for air. I remember the moment when I was finally able to scream for my mum. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but it came out as a cracked, blood-curdling cry for help. But as soon as she ran in and flung the door open, a burst of light came through and the whole thing stopped. My mum grabbed me out of bed and carried me to the front room, cradling me as I sobbed hysterically. To this day, she still believes me in what I said, even though she's never had a personal paranormal experience. There was no way I lied about what I saw. From then on, I slept with my mum for a while, and we eventually moved out. I'm grateful that we haven't been back since. I'm pretty sure I'm currently being haunted by a ghost. Who really needs to take a dump? It sounds like a joke, but trust me, I'm being honest. It all started last summer. I was home alone reading a book in the living room, when suddenly I hear a loud fart from the kitchen. It startled me, and I went to see what was going on. In the kitchen I could feel a faint smell of fart, but nothing, and no one was there. Fast forward a couple of weeks, I'm at Starbucks and had to take a whiz. Only the disabled toilet was unoccupied, so I went in. The bathroom layout was that the toilet was on the far edge of the large room, and there was a motion sensor sink at the opposite end, near the door at least 3 or 4 meters away. So I sit down and do my business, when out of nowhere, the goddamn tap activates and runs for at least 15 seconds. Now I'm obviously alone in the room, and several meters away from the sink, so I had no way of activating it. Fast forward once more to a week ago. I'm just hanging out with my sister in her room, just chilling and talking about girl things like memes and makeup and whatever. And it was just me and her at home. And then it happened. The sound of a large fart came from the living room. Both of us heard it and have absolutely no explanation for it. There were no people, no pets, not anything that could possibly account for that sound or smell. I've dubbed the ghost the Phantom Farter, and I truly hope that he can relieve himself to pass on to the other side. Good luck, Phantom Farter. I recently watched The Babadook, and the closure reminded me of my own experiences when I had to deal with depression myself. All of this happened when I was 12 to 16 years old. I am now 25 and haven't felt a spirit ever since I felt better. My mother and I used to live in a 3-story apartment. The upper floor was basically my own, with my room, a bathroom and a tiny hallway. I think it all started with my mum asking me where I can put certain things. She couldn't find documents that had been in the living room before, or small things such as pens. Naturally, she blamed me, but when things that belonged to me went missing, she no longer believed that I had hidden them. Apart from this, the television turned itself off and on a couple of times. However, none of this makes you think, shit, this apartment is haunted, so we weren't too worried. Around 1 year later, when I was 13, my depression got a bit worse, and things in our apartment got weirder. I was asleep, but awoke abruptly, only to start crying. I suddenly felt someone petting my cheek, the way you do when babies are crying. I immediately felt comforted and fell back asleep. I remember when I had one of my friends over, we stood in my floor hallway and heard somebody running the stairs up and down. My friend got pale and was genuinely shocked, as was I. A couple of days later, I was home alone and spending some time in my room. The door was open and I heard someone unlocking our apartment front door, opening it, and then closing it. I then heard someone walking up the stairs and called out for my mum, and I assumed that she'd gotten home early. But when I went to peek to check when she didn't reply, there was no one there. To this day, I am absolutely sure that I even heard the key in the lock. I felt as if I were being watched quite often. It actually got to the point where it was so normal that I got used to it. My mum also said that she saw things move from the corner of her eye, and that she felt as if somebody was there with her sometimes, even when she was alone. Those occurrences happened now and then, but luckily it didn't scare us too often. We kind of got used to it, and the ghost or whatever didn't do any harm. Then at age 14 or 15, my depression got so bad, I started cutting and tried to commit suicide twice. During this time, my mum told me she saw a white fog walking up to my door. I was a bit scared, but what was I supposed to do about it? Then an incident happened, which really convinced me that our apartment was genuinely haunted. I was in bed trying to sleep, but couldn't, as I wasn't really tired. Out of nowhere, I heard a heavy breathing coming from my couch, which was right across from my bed. Maybe some of you have seen the others. There's a scene at the end when you can hear the old lady breathing. It sounded like this, but more evil. At first I thought I was imagining it, but I was so shocked and frightened that I couldn't fall asleep, and stayed awake for another couple of hours. The breathing never stopped during that time. When I finally had the guts to stand up and just get out of my room, when I passed the couch, the breathing got quieter, but very loud once I was in the hallway. Luckily, my mum believed me and let me sleep in her room. She checked my room, but there was nobody there. Still, she also heard the breathing. I heard it again a couple of times during the day and at night. Aside from that, I saw flashes of light every day, no matter the time and weather. I read that seeing flashes of light can be a sign of a migraine, but gladly I never had serious headaches. Besides, I didn't see those flashes right before my eyes, but outside my windows. To this day, I am convinced that the apartment was haunted, and as weird as it may sound, I believe that my depression basically summoned something. However, I still can't explain the flashes. So if anyone has an explanation, or has felt something similar, I'd love to know.
In 2005, my mother had to be in London for an interview. My mum and dad took the train to make a day of it, with the interview being held in the afternoon. They got the early morning train to London, went shopping and had some lunch. By the time my mother's interview had finished, it was pretty late, and they had a choice to catch the subway and make a run for their last train home, which would get them home around silly o'clock in the morning, or stay in London overnight and catch a subway outside of King's Cross, then back on the subway to the first thing in the morning. My folks aren't spring chickens by any means, I'll have you know. They were on the subway at King's Cross, and my mum turned to my dad and said that she had a very strange feeling. My dad wanted to know exactly what she meant, and she proceeded to say, if something happened underground, would we get out? My father is an ex-military man and has seen many things in his life. Doubtful, he said. You'd have to be very lucky to get out alive. My mother then said, so if a bomb went off? My father replied, you'd be screwed. Nothing more, nothing less. You'd need to be very, very lucky and count your lucky stars if you got out alive. My folks are very happy, quiet, go-lucky, positive people, and don't often speak of things like that. They got to the stop where they could get a hotel and stay the night, or walk to the train station to get the train home. My mother expressed to my father that she was feeling pretty weird, and so my dad said, let's just go. They ran for the train and made it just as it was getting ready to leave. My folks woke up safe and sound that morning in their beds, switched on the TV to horrifying news. The subway that they were on, and the subway that they would have been getting on that morning, if they hadn't have come home, had just been bombed by terrorists. The day, 7th of July, 2005.
When I was in 3rd grade, I dreamt about myself biking around our neighborhood and suddenly was hit by a truck. It's like seeing yourself in slow motion, and I saw red, blood everywhere. It was really gruesome, and for a child to witness her own death is really scary. I saw myself fly a few feet away, and my body lifeless on the floor. I woke up abruptly, but didn't tell anyone about what I dreamt, because older people here believe that if you dream about something that alarms you, you should tell this to an old tree, and that tree would take away the bad thing that might happen. I know, people here are superstitious, so seeing nothing wrong about this aside from making a fool out of myself, I tried it. I came early to school and told my story to the oldest tree that I could find. After that, I really didn't care or think about it anymore. But a couple of days later, that tree, the same old tree I told my story to, started to die. As in, the leaves turned yellow, all the fruits rotted and fell off, and eventually it just died. Barren. It was chopped down shortly after. I can't explain any of this, but thinking about it, maybe, just maybe, that tree saved my life.
Number 3. I worked overnight security in one of the largest, best and oldest hospitals in the US. My fellow security officers and I all have stories about one building in particular, but the one that I tell is one that only happened to me. Backstory for the building. It was built in the late 1800s, and it was originally a psychiatric building for this hospital. Now, being the late 1800s, not much was known about psychiatric disorders, and on top of that, this hospital was known for its medical research. With both of those facts combined, you can infer that some terrible things were done in the walls of these buildings. A couple of years before I started working security there, this building had been converted into offices after the newly built part of the hospital dedicated a section for an updated psych ward. So anyway, my rounds for the night happened to include this building. At night, this building was empty. Due to it being recently converted into offices, and the drones who worked there wanting to leave promptly at 5, if not earlier. In some of their haste, they left their office doors unlocked, which is a big no-no due to the medical information being located in their offices. It was our duty to go to each floor and to make sure that every door was locked, and if it wasn't, to secure it ourselves. I did my initial sweep of the building to make sure it was clear, and nobody was in the building. I proceeded to do my door-to-door checks, and the hallways were pretty narrow, so I could check both sides of the hallway doors at once. At the end of this hallway, there were 2 sets of doors that you had to go through to reach the final office, which was a dead end. Everything was secure. Awesome. Time for the next floor. I exited the 2 sets of doors from the dead-end office and stood absolutely frozen from what I saw. Every door ajar, set perfectly, so their own weight wouldn't cause them to shut again, and 1 wheelchair at the end of said hallway, facing towards the steps. I had heard other security officers outright reject that set of rounds due to strange stuff happening there, but I laughed it off until that night. I never took those rounds again.
I received a call from an elderly lady who had trouble breathing. I had taken several calls from her and her husband in the past, so I recognized her voice. I dispatched an ambulance to her residence and held her on the line, trying to keep her calm whilst the ambulances were responding. Ambulance advised that they were 15 minutes away, and she lived in a very rural area. I'm talking to her, asking about how her husband is and how he's doing, just making small talk with her. The ambulance calls in and advises that they are on the scene, and I let them know that she is in severe respiratory distress, and I still had her on the line. I let her know the ambulances are coming to the door, to go answer and open the door, and she says okay and hangs up the phone. Pretty normal, right? Well, here is where things get weird. The EMT and paramedic on scene calls back about a minute later and advises that no one is answering the door. We have a sheriff unit who was in the area, pulling on scene about that time. The sheriff unit confirmed the address and advised he was breaching the door to make access to the patient. 5 minutes go by, and the paramedic on scene radios in asking who the caller was. I advise it was the elderly female who lived at the residence. He tells me that he's going to call in and needs to speak to the supervisor on shift. We get him over to the supervisor, and the supervisor confirms the information that I gave him and asks what's going on. Apparently, the elderly female had been dead for a while and was already in full rigor mortis. They thought I was wrong on the caller, but the other dispatcher played it back and confirmed it was the female who called. The ambulance transferred the hospital, and we got the same cause and disbelief from the doctors.
This happened over a decade ago. I was living alone in a ground floor apartment. I had gone to bed for the evening, but was never a good sleeper, so laying down around 12 and getting to sleep around 2 was pretty good. I had been actually asleep when I was jolted awake by a sudden crash from the next room, which was the kitchen. My apartment was the kind in a large open complex where the doors opened to the outside. Not a big building, and it was in a nice neighborhood. Very quiet, especially at night. There was usually nothing I could hear from my bedroom, so the crash just ripped through complete silence. I had 2 cats, and at first I assumed that they were chasing each other around and had knocked something over. So I started to get up to scold them, but I couldn't pull the blankets back because they were both laying on it, huddled together against my hip, terrified. Huge dilated eyes, ears pinned flat back, puffed up like they'd been electrocuted. These were adult animals that had moved thousands of miles with me and lived in all kinds of situations, with huge dogs and third shift workers and all kinds of commotions. They were not easily frightened, and I have never seen them like this before or since. That bothered me more than the noise. Anyway, as disturbed as I was actually angrier that I had been disturbed from a restful sleep, and I got up to investigate without a thought for safety. Unarmed and nearly naked, I marched across the room and the hall up to the kitchen in the dark, and then I flipped on the light. I almost wish I had found a burglar. My kitchen was small. The sink was opposite the stove, and there was about 8 feet between them. I kept a dish drainer rack sat on the folded dishcloth next to the sink, snugged back against the wall. When I went to bed that night, there had been a ceramic bowl, a couple pieces of silverware, and a plastic food storage container in it. Now, it and all of its contents were scattered at the foot of the stove, the bowl broken. The dish towel had only made halfway and lay directly in the center of the kitchen floor. I can still see it in my mind like a photograph. The dish drainer had launched itself or been thrown or shoved clearly across the kitchen, and with some considerable force. The crash that I heard was it hitting the stove, probably still full as the bowl looked like it broke when it hit the floor, right there at the base of the oven. I wasn't angry anymore. Now I was just confused and suddenly very aware of how late it was, and that I had to try and get up for work in the morning. I picked up the disc rack and set it on the counter nearest where I stood in the entryway, collected the rest of the mess and heaped it up inside the rack, shut the light and returned to my bed. The cats were still huddled and looked to have regained command of themselves. I remember laying down and falling back into fitful sleep for a few hours before waking up in the morning, hoping that I had dreamed of the whole thing. I found the disc rack and the mess right where I'd left it, of course. I was raised to be very skeptical in a secular blue-collar household, where Ascribing strange things to the supernatural was considered lazy and childish. I still feel that way, and I'm sure there's some rational explanation for this, but I've never been able to come up with one. Neither have the few people I've told it to. Nothing like this ever happened to me as a child, and I don't remember even hearing about it from old people in my family about anything unexplained or spooky and mysterious. I'll never forget the way my cats looked towards the kitchen when they heard the crash. I've long since given up actually trying to figure it out, but if you have anything to add, I'm certainly listening.
I had just turned 22, and my parents had sold their house and purchased a place out in the country. On the property, there was a big shed not far from the house that I decided to turn into my place. Now, I kind of felt uncomfortable in the shed sometimes, but my dog kept me company, so it wasn't so bad. Anyway, I had been there maybe 2 weeks, and one night I'm on the computer. My dog is asleep at my feet, and I need to pee. So I get up and go outside to take a whiz. It's a beautiful clear night, and the stars were incredible. Next thing I hear, the shed door slam behind me. I turn immediately and try to open it, but it won't budge. Now, from inside the shed I can hear my dog start to growl, quietly at first and then louder. And I'm panicking, trying to get the door open. I must mention that I'm about 6'5" and well built, play sports, and even ramming my full weight into this door won't open it. And I'm really panicking, as my dog barks start turning into whines, and then whimpering, and then silence. And then with all my might, I slam into the door and it flies open. The light is off inside now. It's pitch black. It won't turn back on, and I'm in complete darkness. My computer's been shut off too. I can't see my dog anywhere, and I stumble around trying to find a torch. Finally, I find it and pick it up, turn it on, and I wasn't prepared for what I saw next. My dog had literally squashed itself into the furthest, darkest corner of the room, eyes closed and shaking violently. I immediately moved towards him, and as soon as I got within arm's reach, he leapt into my arms and wouldn't move. I picked him up and I swear, I've never run so fast in my damn life. I never stepped foot in that shed ever again, and my dog would never, ever go near that part of the property. I don't know what happened in that shed that night, but I will never forget it.
I was working in the third largest building on the planet for floor space. It's about 3 AM on a Sunday, and I'm walking down an aisle in the middle of my department. At this time, the place was nearly vacant as it was a holiday weekend, and we only had myself and a crew of maintenance workers under my direction, working in another department, all of whom were males. As I'm walking by my office on the plant floor, the power goes out, and the plant drops into the most absolute darkness that I have ever experienced. Power gone, I hear the various machines spinning down to rest, and the silence becomes overwhelming relative to the background noise that I had gotten used to. The faint sounds of running water become evident in the moments after the blackout, while I began searching my pockets for my phone and the flashlight that it offered. As my hand found my phone, a scream erupted from somewhere nearby, muffled and distant. It was the kind of scream you hear from a 5-year-old girl in her first haunted house, as the bloody clown steps around the corner and fires up the chainsaw. It startled me so badly. I immediately dropped my phone into an alternate dimension. The scream continued, a constantly fading note that seemed to be moving away from my position. Panicked and terrified, I fumbled around the dirty floor for my phone and found it seconds before the emergency lights lit up the plant with an eerie glow of yellow light. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I looked about me, muscles tense and ready to defend against whatever this was. I tried my radio a couple of times before I realized that, with the power outage, the digital frequencies were useless without the receiver up in the main offices. I started to move through the various production lines towards where I assumed the scream had originated. Mind working furiously. I had no women in my crew tonight, and we were the only people allowed in the plant. So where had the scream come from? Details began to press in my mind that I hadn't noticed before. The apparent youth of the voice behind the scream made no sense. It was a scream of pain, the kind you cannot even attempt to control. It had faded away from my position gradually, and then trailed off, as if she had run out of breath. As I stepped between two products, on one of the final assembly lines before a wide open space in the next department, the emergency lights dimmed, that audible electrical buzz filling the space around me. Struggling to understand what was happening, my senses were again knocked askew when the normal plant lights blazed to life, leaving spots across my vision for a moment, forcing me to raise my hand and shield my eyes. As the shadow crossed my vision, I saw it, or rather I saw her. Only for that moment, she stood there, hands outstretched towards me, a vague outline partially hidden behind one of our products. Dark features were the only distinguishable characteristic I can remember, as my reflex in that moment had been to blink against the bright lights, and she was gone after that. To this day, I have no idea if what I saw was real or if I had imagined it. No tales are told of the mysterious young woman in the repair hole, not by anyone but myself. No one knows of any deaths matching to her description in the area, or ghosts known to haunt the plant. Not a soul had heard a scream in the darkness, not before, during, or after those black pre-dawn minutes. Believe me, I tried to find someone, anyone with information that might explain what I saw, to no avail. I am left wondering, with a memory more crisp than any photo I've seen, of that young woman standing there in the distance, her arm outstretched towards me. Needless to say, I did not revisit the location of said event, ever, because nopes don't get any bigger than that.
Number 1. I worked at a hospital, doing transport for a couple of years. The transport home base was in the basement of a hospital, where all the laundry was done, as well as supplies being sorted there. I hated working there, since after the incident I'm about to tell you. On this particular night, I was the only one in the basement when I heard whistling at the end of the hallway by the elevator. I poked my head around the corner, fully expecting to see my only co-worker on duty that night. But there was absolutely no one there. I shrugged it off. I'm not easily spooked, and nights are always slow. So I sat back, chilled in the break room for a little while and ate some snacks. Next thing I know though, I hear a loud bang. I walked into the hallway and a bed was rolling down the hall, bumping into the sides. It was very creepy, and at this point I seriously think my co-worker is trying to bullshit me. So I radio him and ask him where he is. He tells me that he's in the cafeteria on the top floor of the building. I still don't believe him. He must be playing a joke, and I'm convinced I will catch him in the act. A few minutes later, I walk past the laundry room, and the moment I pass, I hear the machine start up. I poke my head in, and I don't see him at all in that room. I've got to admit, I was starting to get a little nervous. So then I walk into the laundry room, and the moment that both my feet step foot in there, all the machines simultaneously stop. I freeze, and then run out and head towards the elevator, and that's when I hear the whistling again. At this point, I know I am the only worker in the basement. As I am standing there waiting for the elevator, things start falling off the shelf down the hall. Boxes of gloves, tissues, packages of tubes. I am literally standing there and watching them all fall off one by one at the opposite end of the hallway. I shit you not. My entire body broke out in goosebumps. My hair stood on the end, and I had a strong gut feeling that I was being watched. I know I was not alone. As I'm getting onto the elevator, I feel what feels like someone brushing my arm. I went upstairs and found my co-worker still in the cafeteria. I freaked out to him and got out of there as quickly as I could, and transferred soon after that. The creepy thing to add to it all is that I whistle mindlessly to myself whilst I'm working. And it's almost as if the spirit that was there was trying to mimic me. Creepiest feeling ever.
There was a small door that led to the attic space in my bedroom, and it became habit that I would shut the door as I walked into my bedroom a couple of times a week. I didn't think anything of it, just assumed my mum didn't close it all the way when she left. After a while, I made the mistake of joking with her when she made a comment about me not picking up after myself. I said something like, "Every night, I have to close the attic door behind you. How about you shut it all the way when you're done?" She then informed me that she hasn't been in the attic for months. I asked my brother, and he said that he hadn't either. I asked my father, and it was the same response. So then I started to pay really close attention to it, making sure that it was closed in the mornings, checking it after school, checking it after dinner, and then heading up to bed, and it would be open. After a couple of months of wandering, studying, and experimenting, I thought I'd see what happens if I just didn't shut it. I opened the door before school and checked it after school, still open. Checked it after dinner, still open. Before bed, still open. Now I'm laying in bed, mind going crazy with the open door across the room, and decide to check it out. So I roll over and focus on the black space in the attic to see a face staring back at me. I bolt downstairs, wake my parents, and get ridiculed by my brother. I switch bedrooms with my brother and move into a new house about 6 months later. By chance, my new physics teacher and his wife bought our old house. I could have forgotten all about the events and chalked it up to me having an overactive imagination. But then, in my senior year, I discovered how awesome our physics teacher was, and it became my favourite class by far, and he was my favourite teacher. At the end of the senior year, my friend and I took our VHS camcorder around town, doing mostly silly things. We happened to be walking by my old house, and we were just seeing from the outside what they'd done with the place, when we spot our physics teacher, and he offers to give us a tour. I got to tell him the story about all the projects that my dad did whilst we were still in the house. And then his wife led us upstairs to show us the sewing room. I asked jokingly, "Notice anything strange in this room?" And her face goes blank. On camera. She asks what I mean, and I try to shrug it off, but end up saying something about the attic door. She confirmed that every time she goes up to sew, the attic door will be open. She then tells us that on the second day of being in that house, their dog, a German Shepherd, had gone into the room, but would not go back downstairs. He started barking and could not be consoled, and then jumped through the window, landing on the tin roof over the porch and running off. The dog did not come back until the next day, and has not stepped foot into the hallway that leads up to the staircase. I had the initial thought that I could show my parents and brother the story I had on film, but I decided to just let it be. The event itself was easy to shrug off because I could chalk it up to a lot of other possibilities when I was younger. It wasn't until 5 years later that it became freaky. The look on the wife's face before she told us about the dog was very telling. Like something they decided to never put much thought into. Now my story added depth to their experience, and their story added depth to mine. I wish I had those VHS tapes from 20-something years ago. I moved a lot after high school, and the tapes did not make it through all the moves. Shame really. I only wish that one day I can find out what it was that was in that house. I didn't believe in the paranormal until after my mother died. I was with her every single day for the last 2 years of her life as the cancer took over. We shared so much joy and laughter, even though we knew that she was going to die. This allowed us to talk a lot about death. I asked her to let me know that she was in heaven and still around. I just didn't think it would really happen. The first thing that happened was electrical. I had an iPhone that bricked back in October. I took it to the Apple store twice and they told me it was no good. I was mad because I've had iPhones since they were released and never had one completely brick. I was also really upset because it had videos from my mum's birthday and our family vacation. I didn't put it on the cloud and regretted it more than you'll ever know. Anyway, I tossed the phone in my desk drawer and brought a new one. Life went on, and I forgot about it. Well, the night of my mum's funeral, I was editing her video to play the next day, and I grew frustrated because I didn't have many good times videos. At about 2 AM, my phone kept popping up with the little Apple messages that say, "Enter your Apple ID." I kept putting in my Apple ID, and it would pop up yet again. No lie. It did this about 10 times before suddenly, it all hit me. I literally said out loud, "There is no way," as I walked into my home office, pulled open the drawer, and sure enough, that dang phone that bricked 7 months ago was now back and fully alive. So I was able to get the videos up and put them on the cloud, and to make her video beautiful. And to this day, that old phone still somehow works. That was just the beginning though. I was scared of birds and my mother knew this. My mother died in April. Well, a couple of weeks later, I refused to get out of bed because this woodpecker started pecking outside my window. I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" It drove me crazy because every morning, that thing would start early, and it wouldn't stop. Then, on Mother's Day, I kept hearing this knocking against my bedroom window. I look out, and all of a sudden, these little baby birds popped out of one of the flower pots. I don't like birds, but I could appreciate the fact that they were babies, and that it was Mother's Day. I can't explain it, but it made my day seeing new life, and I just knew that in my heart they were meant for me. But that was barely the beginning. Since then, the same grey dove sits outside, literally every single day as I walk the dogs. I travel to work and it never fails. I go outside for a run and there's one single dove sitting there. I've also had odd visitors. One Friday when I was at my lowest point, finances were hard, and I just had the desire to keep moving on. I felt everyone had disappeared now that she was gone. Anyway, the doorbell rang, and it was odd because the dogs never barked. When I opened the door, this maternal Hispanic woman was standing there with a man in a suit. The man said, "We've come to tell you that we're really sorry that you lost your mum." The moment he said that sentence, tears came flowing down my face. I can't explain how much I needed someone to just acknowledge my pain. Anyway, he asked me if they could pray, and explained that the woman didn't speak English. It was the most incredible and surreal moment of my life. Afterwards, they handed me $400 and said that their son owed my dad money, and to give it to him. We were really struggling financially, so I knew my dad would be happy. When he got home, I gave him the money, and my dad looked at me as if I were a ghost. He said, "No one owes me any money, and I don't know anyone by that family name." To this day, we have no idea who the strangers were, but from that moment on, our healing really started. Sometimes things happen where you just know there's a higher power orchestrating it all. It was so hard-headed, but I could no longer deny all of these occurrences. I also became really at peace and happy, and just got back to my normal self. It really sped up my healing, and I knew my mother was at peace, and that one day, I'd see her again. One other big moment was when I went to Estes Park, Colorado last month to hike alone. I was waiting for the shuttle, and there was this YMCA camp going on. I'm talking hundreds of kids everywhere, and I was in kind of a daze and staring into space when this little girl comes up to me and says, "God told me to bring you this letter." It was so unexpected. I was kind of like, Then she said, "Can I read it to you first?" First she read a scripture. The scripture said basically, "Daughter, your faith has healed you. Go in peace and be freed from your suffering." Then at the bottom of the note, said that I was loved and that I'm not alone, and now it's time for me to go live my life. I will never be able to put into words what this moment was like for me, and how surreal the entire thing was. No one knew I was in Estes Park, and there were literally hundreds of just random kids everywhere, and this random girl just popped over and happened to give me a note in scripture like that. She was 12, and told me she didn't understand it either. God just told her to write something down and give it to me. You see, this scripture is about a woman who bled for many years, and she touched Jesus and was healed. Why is this significant? Well, before my mum got breast cancer, I had blood cancer, and I battled for many years. Many of my symptoms have returned, and this weighed heavily over my heart. The fear of going through this battle all over again, but this time alone, grappled me. That note meant more to me than anything else I'd ever received. It gave me the courage to get my cancer scans because I trusted that my faith healed me, whether it was physically or spiritually. I've never felt more at peace than in that moment.
This story occurred when I was very young, so I don't recall it happening, and only learnt of it when my mother brought it up a year or two back, as we were reminiscing of the past. My family and I come from Japan, and the paranormal encounter occurred back in our home there. In Japan, we have this tradition where after a person returns to a funeral, whoever stays behind at the house has to throw salt on that person before they can enter the house again. This tradition is believed to prevent the spirits of the one who has died from following you into your home. At the time, my great-grandfather had passed away, and my mother and I stayed behind at the house, whilst my father went to attend the funeral. I was at the age where I didn't really understand the concept of death at all, and I had no idea that I would never be able to see my great-grandfather again. However, upon my father's return, I went to go open the door for him and said, "Mama, Papa, look, Grandpa's back." This brought a puzzled expression upon both my mother and my father, and they brushed it off for a second, until they realized that I was talking to air, as if I was speaking to my great-grandfather. It wasn't anything particularly menacing, but it was quite creepy. Just typical things about my day, which toys I'd played with, what I ate, and so forth. But in a manner as though I were responding to questions, and someone was asking them. After a few more moments of this, my parents snapped out of the shock, threw salt at both the door and my father, and proceeded to take me upstairs. Honestly, I feel a bit bitter that out of all my childhood memories in Japan, this is the one I can't recall. I hope you passed on well to the other side, great-grandfather.
In my childhood home, I would often hear touch typing coming from the computer downstairs early in the morning. I didn't think much of it at first. My parents worked from home, and it wouldn't be uncommon to wake up in the morning to hear Mum typing away furiously at the computer. One day I got up and called out to my mum, assuming she was down there working, as I could hear typing. No answer. No one was down there at all. I was sure I heard typing. This began happening regularly. I figured I was so used to hearing typing from downstairs that I was hearing things that weren't there, so I didn't mention anything to anyone, figuring I must be going a little crazy. This happened on and off for a period of 6 months. The sound of fast typing and fast, furious clicking of a mouse, as if someone were frustrated. One morning I was eating my breakfast when I heard Mum at the top of the stairs call out to me, "You're not down there on the computer already, are you?" I froze and ran out to her. I was amazed she had heard it too. She was convinced she could hear typing, yet no one was down there. I told her about all the times that I'd been hearing it, and then my sister opened up about hearing it regularly too when no one was down there. I wasn't crazy after all. I set out to try and catch whatever was causing it, and tried to discover a rational explanation. I'd sprint out of my bedroom to the top of the stairs, where I'd be able to look down into the room to see if anyone were at the computer. No such luck. Every time I got there, it stopped. I think it went on for a couple of years, and we just learnt to kind of live with it, as it wasn't every day. I was down there once when the ceiling light globe in the center of the room began to flash very fast, almost like strobe lighting. It then exploded, and the glass went shattering all across the room. I was lucky. I ran out of the room when it started happening because I was scared, and if I hadn't have run out, I would have been hit by shards of glass. Around the same time, I was on the computer at home by myself when something happened that resulted in me never being able to be alone in the room again. I felt and heard this really sharp intake of breath directly behind my right ear. I've never run so fast in my life, and was hesitant going back into that room ever again. Prior to that, the whole typing thing had just been something weird and spooky, not scary. Still makes my heart race when I think about it today. The only thing I wish is that I'd left word on or something, to see what exactly it was typing. It's a shame the computer was off every time.
Number 1. My first apartment was very haunted. I have no other explanation. It was just a little apartment, with 4 bedrooms and a living room, and a kitchen in the middle, intended for college kids to live in. It was a bit off campus and right next to a gigantic cemetery, which probably accounts for all the activity. There were 2 main ghosts, if you want to call them that, that is. We ended up just referring to them as the masculine and the feminine one. The main event that ticked off the activity was one night we were all hanging in our rooms, and most with our doors closed. I remember hearing what sounded like 2 people talking. One voice was light and feminine, and the other was lower and much more masculine. It was coming from the main kitchen area. They had a long conversation from the way it sounded. At first I thought it was a roommate with a girl he may have brought over, but after a while I realised that it wasn't anything like his voice. I creaked open the door, and the moment I did, the talking stopped mid-sentence. Not long after, my roommate came from his door across the hall, as he said that he heard it too, and we just kind of looked at each other for a bit, and decided to go for a walk, because it was very creepy. This event set off a chain reaction of weird shit. Another night, it sounded like something punched the wall as hard as it could in the kitchen after some jumbled speaking. Literally, blah blah bam, and it reverberated around the whole kitchen. It scared the shit out of us, especially because we were about to go to sleep. You would hear talking from another room on occasion, just weird mumbles and the like. Sometimes there would be more than one voice. You would always see shadows moving at the peripheries of your vision. More than once, we saw full-form figures. My friend at the time and roommate moved out after he saw something dark and human-shaped in his Skype window through his webcam, standing in his doorway. This was a short while before I left his room. Once, there was one just standing in a friend's room whilst he was away. I just ignored it and went into my room and locked the door. I think I had some shock going on. You felt like you were being watched quite often, footsteps all the time ranging from soft to hard. One time, it was around 9 o'clock, and I kept hearing someone walking on the grass outside the building back and forth, whilst the window was open. The unmistakable swish swish of shoes on grass. At first I thought it was another tenant, but after a while I looked and there was no one there. And yet I could still hear someone walking back and forth along the side of the building. What made it even freakier still was that I was the only one living there at the time, and the units were mostly empty because it was summer. My friend had a baking sheet thrown at him. It flew from the top of the fridge where we kept our pans, right at his head as he was cooking. This did happen after he was trying to communicate with the ghosts, taunting it as it were. It wasn't uncommon to have things like keys, cups, etc. knocked off the counters, or things having moved from their own accord.
But the greatest and freakiest experience of all was that the first Christmas that I lived there. I'd gone home for break, and we had all left around the same time. We had locked the place up, and we had left. We turned off all the lights, and locked every door and latched every window. Whilst at home though, there was this video card that I had left up in my apartment. My friend wanted to take a look at it, and we thought we could fix it for him. So we drove the hour-long drive back to my apartment to pick it up. When we got there, the place had the worst feeling I've ever experienced. It just felt like oppression walking into the building. All the lights were on, and my friend's computer was playing a movie. That part freaked me out the most, because he had locked the door to his room and shut his computer down. Not only that, he had this stupid long password that none of us knew. I immediately thought that someone had broken in. I grabbed a knife, and we cleared room to room. I had to jimmy open my friend's room that had the computer playing a movie, but there was no one there. No sign of forced entry. All the windows were locked. Wanting to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible, I chalked it up to just the apartment being weird, and we decided to both use the bathroom and then get the hell out of there with the video card. As I'm looking for the card, my friend just shouts, "Holy shit!" from the bathroom, and comes out pure white, pants still unbuttoned. He said as he was peeing, something whispered in his ear from the shower. He couldn't make out what it was saying, but it was a feminine voice. He never believed me every time I told him this place was haunted. He didn't doubt me after that, and it took him a long time before he ever came back to visit the apartment. Finally, all the weird shit came to a head. It would go through phases, where there would be relatively quiet for a while, and then batshit crazy for about a month. This particular cycle was pretty bad, and my friends and roommates were getting quite bothered by it. He went to the landlady to complain, and maybe to get us out of contract, and she said, and I quote, "Oh, don't worry. We've had a lot of complaints about that in the past, but no one's ever gotten hurt." At the time I was an atheist, but that situation really forced me to change my mind on ghosts and the afterlife. I really felt like at times something was trying to talk to us, and at times something was just trying to troll us. It really messed us all up, especially my friend. He underwent a severe personality change and we don't even talk anymore. And as lame as the TV shows make it out to be, I really got into ghost hunting after this, especially because I had so many first-hand crazy experiences. I think it's something that we just can't prove yet. Death is something beyond what we can quantify to the best of our abilities.
Around 9 PM last night here in Florida, I was hanging out with my buddy in my backyard, just sitting on a picnic table adjacent to his house on some woods with his baby monitor. We were in the middle of a conversation. As I was speaking, I began to feel the typical ringing in your ears. The sensation that everybody gets from time to time. I was not shocked, as I truly believed it was normal and probably being produced by my body, not heard as an external stimuli. Then quickly, about 10 seconds later, the sound intensifies as I was still speaking. The ringing became loud, louder than my own voice. I can feel it almost shaking my brain. It's extremely high-pitched and my ears aren't usually the best at picking up high frequencies. I begin to panic. What the hell? Am I going deaf right now? It was the first thing that I thought of. Just as I was about to express my fear of going suddenly deaf to my friend, "Bro,
"Do you hear that?" he says. It sort of sounded like it was coming from the woods, but was very hard to pinpoint. We sat confused, looking at each other, basically being bothered by this ringing. House alarm? Bugging the woods? Satellite? Whatever it was, any louder, and it would have made me deaf for real. It was unlike any noise, frequency, pitch, whatever that I've ever heard. It literally shook my brain and bones, as if it entered me. The strangest thing about the ordeal was that my buddy's baby monitor turned off during the ringing. Sounds totally crazy, but it did. Absolutely no external sound besides the ringing. It eventually subsided slowly, until it completely went away, and the lullaby from the monitor came back on. Lasted probably no more than 45 seconds. A definitive what the hell moment for me and my buddy. We just sat there contemplating a dozen things that it could have been. But I guess it remains an unresolved phenomenon. Has anyone else experienced the hum? Around 2010, I was doing Weight Watchers. I got into this groove where I'd go on walks all the time. Nighttime walking was nothing different. I'd lived with my dad in a neighborhood across the street from a Catholic church. I grabbed my iPod and ran out the door. I would take a route that would go along a side of a church, around the back out of my neighborhood, in basically a large circle. So it's around 9 PM. I was walking back home, and I decided that it would be fine to sit on the swings in the church playground, to cool off and listen to some tunes. I might have been there for about 6 or 7 minutes, and I got off the swings and turned towards the cemetery. I looked up for what was only a moment, and 2 shadowy figures came running towards me. As a tradition with most people who have experienced this kind of thing, you're in shock, not really able to move. The 2 shadows ran past me, and when I turned the other way to get a good look at them, there was nothing there. Just a single parking lot light around 200 yards away. I stuck around for a few more minutes looking at my surroundings. I tried debunking right away, looking at any possible light sources that could have maybe been in motion, causing some kind of shadow scattering effect when cast on an object. After that encounter, I stopped walking at night and haven't seen anything like that since.
Number 4. When I was around 4 years old, I moved into a house in the middle of a park owned by the city that we lived in at the time. The agreement was that we could live in the house for free, all utilities included, other than cable, if we took care of the park. I lived in this house for nearly 9 years, and at first the place was amazing. About 4 years after we moved in though, some shit happened. My great-grandmother was diagnosed with colon cancer, very much developed. There was no way she was going to make it, even if they cut out what they could of the cancer. At the time of this, I was in grade 4 and had gotten pretty into ghosts. So one night in May, I was sleeping. Around this time my brother was 3 and had somehow managed to get my parents to sleep on the couches in our living room down the hall. They were always up really late watching TV, so I'd have my bedroom door, which was at the other end of the hall, open so I could see if the TV was on when I woke up. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I awake, and the first thing I saw was a little girl laying down in the corner of the bedroom near the closet. She looked to be around 7 or 8, with a little white skirt and pigtails. It took me about 2 minutes to register what the hell I was looking at, and it scared the absolute shit out of me. I jumped out of my bed and ran down the hall to tell my parents, and just as I got to the door, she vanished. So I went and told my parents, and they told me that I was dreaming and to go back to bed. I did. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but woke up not 20 minutes later, and when I looked at the door, there she was again. I did the same thing, and she disappeared as soon as I reached the door. After I told my parents that it happened again, they told me to go back to bed, so I did, and somehow managed to sleep without incident. Then about a month after, my great-grandmother passed away from the aforementioned cancer. Fast forward a few weeks after her death, I had gotten into the habit of going into the living room where my parents now slept on an air mattress. Whilst we were trying to sleep, I looked down the hall. I could barely see around the corner from the couch, but I could see a little bit. While I was sitting there, I saw something move and look around the corner. It was a short shape, just barely taller than the other couch that we had, but I saw it staring at me. And if that wasn't enough, it began walking. It walked over around the couch and past me. It was a pure dark shape, no facial features, no clothes, nothing. It was just the shape of a human child, and I swear to God, it looked right at me. And as it walked past the couch I was on, it disappeared. But then more childlike figures began walking past me, at least 10 more of the same ones. After the last one, I had had enough. I was scared shitless, so I got off the couch and crawled over to the air mattress to let my parents know. Whilst doing this though, I looked up at the corner to see a figure looking at me from behind it. It was a lot taller than the others, but the key differences were I could see the outline of curly hair on its head. I could feel whatever it was staring right into me. I began crying hysterically, and when my dad woke up, the figure was gone. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Since the next day was Saturday, I was able to contemplate the figures that I'd seen. The last figure with curly hair actually began to seem familiar, and then I put it together. The figure I had seen was that of my great-grandmother. It looked exactly like her from the short, stocky build to the curly hair. And as for the kids, it took me a bit longer. If you want to learn about the park is Merkley Park. There's a high school there, right next to the park, and around 1890 it had been an elementary school, which ended up burning down. A few kids did die in the fire, and that's where I realised where the figures came from. Once I moved, the scariest thing to happen was a few nights after we moved in. I woke up because something had slapped me in the face. No one was in my room when I looked, and I still cannot explain it.
I attended the same university for my bachelor's and my PhD. There was a lovely woman by the name of Jennifer, who was my reading and content area instructor. All the guys swooned over her because she was gorgeous, and I loved her because she read us The Giver out loud. She was an awesome instructor and was doing her PhD in literacy. Fast forward a few years and Jen has moved to South Carolina to teach literacy. I'm now in my PhD program and in the same grad student's office that she used to work in, with other literacy people that were her colleagues. And then we get the news that she was murdered by her boyfriend. Everyone is totally devastated, and it was a huge blow to the department as she was genuinely loved by everyone who knew her. So a few days after her funeral, her body was brought home.
I'm in the office suite, very early in the morning when no one else is about. The grad students had a fishbowl office, within a larger office suite that was locked and had light motion sensors. I'm walking in and pass a locked door and window, and I see a woman with short dark hair walk the other way inside, which was weird because the lights didn't flicker when she moved. So I walked around the corner to the door with a key code and let myself in. I walk inside and head to where I saw her. The lights flicker on when they sense me. No one is there. It's just me in eerie suites of empty office. I swear to God that it was her, saying goodbye to a place she spent so many years, where she had so many good friends. It spooked the hell out of me, and it made me quite sad too.
I was sleeping over at my friend's small apartment in the mid-80s. I was on the floor in a sleeping bag, between his bed and his little sister's bed. In the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly, but not alarmed. Just suddenly, and very clearly wide awake. A quiet man's voice in my head said, "You should get up and move." I don't even remember questioning it, or it seeming weird, so I just got up, over my bag to the foot of his bed, and then we slept back to back. Sometime later in the early morning, there was this huge crash that awoke us. We all sit up, alarmed. His cat had jumped up and somehow taken down a shelf holding this gigantic wooden 70s style stereo set. The kind with boxy wooden speakers, a turntable, cassette, and 8-track. Probably 60 to 80 pounds of total gear. It fell, maybe 4 feet, and landed right where my head would have been. Mike yelled my name and rolled over, didn't see me down there, and looked around all panicky. And of course, I was down by his feet. We just stared at a few seconds and soaked in the implications. I saw a shadow person once. I didn't know that's what they were called until much later. I was living in a house in Laguna Beach that had been there since the 1920s. In its history, it had been a speakeasy, a brothel, and a house for smuggling illegal immigrants. One day, my new wife and I were having an argument. I can't even recall what it was about. She walked down the block to get a cup of coffee and cool off, and I was alone in the house. The way the place was built was incredibly haphazard. There was a bedroom and a living room on one side, then a bathroom with 2 entrances on the other side. From my bedroom, I could see across the hall into the bathroom, then through the bathroom and look down the other hall. I was standing at my dresser, and I just noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. I looked down there, and there it was. Honest to God, this gives me goosebumps just remembering it 17 years later. It was a black figure. It was about 3 feet tall, and it was only vaguely humanoid. It looked like black scribbles, as if someone had scribbled a human shape, but the scribbles moved, like electricity arcing. That's the best way I can describe it. There was no sound that I could remember. I distinctly remember that when I saw it, I wasn't afraid. I was just confused. Then it noticed me looking at it. I can't say it turned around. It just focused on me, I suppose. And then I was scared. I didn't move, I didn't scream, nothing. I was just frozen. Because at that moment it came at me. It rushed down the hallway towards me. I have no idea what it intended, but as soon as it entered the bathroom, the door closed and just slammed shut by itself. I screamed. I yelled for my wife, but she wasn't home.
I went outside into the daylight and didn't go back in until she got home about 10 minutes later. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe I saw something supernatural. But I know I saw something. I just don't know what that something was.
I was just a kid of 9 years old, and I certainly didn't believe in ghosts. I was raised in a strictly Christian household, and the closest thing to ghosts that my family believed in was demons. And it was a brand new house, just built, never lived in a brand new development. We moved in on Halloween night. It started out like the sort of things that you could explain away. Loud creaks, doors slamming by themselves, sudden drafts that didn't seem to have a source. Things you would expect in an old cliched horror house, sure, but not a new one like ours. Then, I was home alone all day, sitting at the family computer. A single footstep sounded down the hall, and then a few more, gradually getting closer. I assumed that my parents had come home, or my sister, or anyone, and I called out, but there was nothing. I grabbed the phone and ran over to our basement. After I called my mother, she confirmed that everyone was out and that no one was supposed to be in the house but me. I convinced her that I must have imagined it, but I swear those footsteps were as plain as day. None of these things compare, though, to our basement. My younger sister and I played there, but unfinished levels had some faulty lighting, and the lights often flickered or went out. Whenever they did, we'd run upstairs quickly, but never without catching a glimpse of the man we called the Trenchcoat Man. A tall, shadowy man in what appeared to be a trenchcoat and hat, ducking behind some unfinished sheetrock. There were more stories. Friends who, unprompted, mentioned a similar-looking figure in the basement. One crisis involving a girl taped in a cabinet, and other things. But I was constantly trying to convince myself that I was only imagining it. I was a highly logical child. Everything to me had to be maths or science, and ghostly activities sounded like something my eyes invented or my brain mistook. My parents, Christian as they were uncomfortable when I brought it up, and as I got older, I tried to forget about it. Even now, more than a decade later though, I can remember it with perfect clarity, and my most vivid example of ghostly activity. I'd gone to fetch something from our basement, retrieved it, turned around, and walked towards the stairs, which were located next to a pile of junk, an old microwave, some books, and other things. The instant I turned around, I saw her. A woman with beautiful, shiny, long golden hair, sitting cross-legged atop our old microwave. She was smiling, looking at the opposite direction, and running her fingers through her hair. She was completely transparent. I stopped completely and stared. I blinked. I pressed my fingers on my eyes until I saw those flashing lights. I tilted my head to other angles, but alas, she was real. She was still there looking out our basement window, near the ceiling and flipping her hair. I could even read, through her, the piece of construction paper I'd taped up on the wall on the other side of her body. Whenever I look back on those memories and I think that I just must have been an imaginative kid, I remember that woman, and I realize that there absolutely had to be something I just couldn't explain.
I should preface this story by saying that I run around creepy or abandoned places for fun, with a few of my friends. Technically, I'm a paranormal investigator, but it's just a hobby and an excuse to get together with the gang. So we've been running around every weekend here for the last 3 years at this point. And during this time I've only seen 2 things that suggest paranormal stuff might not be complete bullshit, and both have been at the same place. This was about 1.5 years ago. We pulled into the cemetery with a new guy and an old friend who was interested in the paranormal. He brought a really nice camera and took around 500 pictures in comparison to my 10 or 12. Off near the edge of the cemetery, there's a kind of natural auditorium where the hills drop off suddenly into a clearing that is surrounded by trees. Only dead brush fills the clearing, as well as the scattered remnants of flowers and wreaths that were blown off the graves. 3 of us are standing there on top of the auditorium, because in the last 2 years that we'd been frequenting this place, that spot always gave off a weird vibe. Like if someone kept changing small details in a room you went into often. Like maybe this time the picture frame was askew, or there was new carpeting or something like that. It just never really felt the same way twice, and the perceived difference made it feel like you were looking for something. Mr. 500 Pictures is off in the cemetery still taking pictures and doing his thing. The 3 of us are near the auditorium, smoking and trying to find out where Waldo went, when it appears. It's a glowing cloaked amber figure that floats through one of the trees crossing the clearing, and disappears inside another one across the way. We're dumbfounded. I was actually holding a camera in my hand at that moment, but I was too surprised and taken aback to even consider that I could photograph it. We're dumbfounded. I was actually holding a camera in my hands at that moment, but I was too surprised and taken aback to even consider photographing it. Besides, there wasn't even enough time for me to boot up the camera and take the picture. What's really weird though is that we didn't all see the same thing. My buddy didn't see an amber figure, but instead described it as a collection of angry static-like lines. The new guy didn't see anything. I've considered that it was some kind of pressure change that could theoretically cause certain neurons to fire in the optical lobe or optical nerve, but I haven't followed up with finding out yet.
Number 3. I was around 17 on a solo trip to London. Late one night, I was meeting a friend at Finsbury Park tube station when some kids started harassing me. I walked out of the tube and made a right onto Seven Sisters Road, then another right, hoping to go around another tube entrance where I could call my friend to avoid these teenagers. As I was walking down Forth Hill Road, I passed a guy who was really tall and blonde. He was incredibly pale, wearing a long black Victorian-style duster coat, with the collar pulled up over the lower half of his face. I thought it was strange, but kept walking, thinking it was some goth guy who had come out of the Sir George Robey or something. When I turned right again onto Goodwin Street, I realised his footsteps weren't receding, but keeping pace with my own. I turned around and noticed that the guy had come around the corner and was about a quarter of a block behind me, so I kept walking until I realised that the street ended with a dead end. Shit. So I mustered my courage to fight off this creep and turn around and go back the way I came. And the guy is gone. I look around and there's no doorways, no alleys, nowhere that I could see that he might have gone. I go back down to Fonthill Road and I look up and down the street. Nothing. He's just vanished into thin air. I pulled my coat closer, ran back to the tube and hustled myself back to my hostel. When I later told my friend about the night, he teased me that it must have been Spring-Heeled Jack. and I'm not so sure that it wasn't. Number 2. We live in a very old house. I've lived here since I was 4. I'm 22 now. A lot of odd things have happened here, the main one being that I woke up in the very early hours of the morning to see a young boy messing with the sink that I had in my room at the time. He wasn't looking at me, and he seemed almost not there, but I could see him. When I managed to pluck up the courage and go ask to see my parents, I left him in my room. My parents were very understanding. Turns out that years later, when they told my sister and I that we had spirits in the house, I described this lad to them, and they said that they'd seen him and they knew that I wasn't making it up. There was always singing in the house too. Never an actual source, just humming and singing, floating around the house. My sister and mother would always have things go missing, but they'd always turn up in the attic, or a room that we frequently used. For example, my mum was going in and out of a room, and on her return, her diary, which had gone missing a few days earlier, was sitting on the middle of the floor, despite the fact that it was not there moments earlier. A lot of these I was too young to understand, but when my parents sat us down and told us everything, it scared the shit out of me for a good while. We still have random unexplained things that happen to us, but we talk about it and just wonder who or what it might be. There was a small door that led to an attic space in my bedroom when I was 11 years old, and it became habit that I would shut the door as I walked into my bedroom a couple of times a week. I didn't think anything of it. I just assumed my mother didn't close it all the way and that she left it. After a while, I made the mistake of joking with her when she made a comment about me not picking up after myself. I said something like, "Every night, I have to close the attic door behind you. How about you shut it all the way when you're done?" She then informed me that she hadn't been in the attic in months. I asked my brother, and his response was the same, as well as my father. So then I started to pay really close attention to it, making sure it was closed in the morning, checking it after school, checking after dinner, as well as when I was heading up to bed. And without fail, at some point, it would be open. After a couple of months of wandering, studying, and experimenting, I thought I'd see what happens if I just don't shut it. I opened the door before school and checked it after school. It was still open. I checked after dinner, still open. Before bed, it was still open. Now I'm laying in bed with my mind going crazy with the open door across the room. So I decide to check it out. So I roll over and focus on the black space in the attic, only to see a face staring back at me. I bolt downstairs, wake my parents, and get ridiculed by my brother. We switch bedrooms. We ended up moving into a new house 6 months later, due to an expanding household, and my new physics teacher and his wife bought our house. I could have forgotten all about that event and chalked it up to me having an overactive imagination. But then my senior year, I discovered how awesome our physics teacher was. It became my favourite class by far, and he was my favourite teacher. At the end of my senior year, my friend and I took our VHS camcorder around town, doing mostly silly things, but then took it to my old house to see what they'd done with the place. We got a very fun tour, and I got to tell stories about all the projects my dad did that were still part of the house. Then the wife leads us upstairs to show us the sewing room. I ask jokingly, "Notice anything strange in this room?" And I kid you not, her face goes blank. On camera, she asks what I mean, and I try to shrug it off, but end up saying something about the attic door. She confirmed that every time she comes up to sew, the attic door is open. She then tells us that the second day of being in the house, her dog, a German Shepherd, had gone into the room but would not go back downstairs. He started barking and could not be consoled, and then jumped through the window, landing on the tin roof over the porch, and then running off. The dog did not come back until the next day, and has not stepped foot into the hallway that leads upstairs since. I had the initial thought that I could show my parents and brother the story I had filmed, but I just decided to let it be. My girlfriend and I moved into an apartment complex, a bunch of fourplex. Not too long after we moved in, we got our first dog. All was well for a few weeks. After about a month of having the dog, I was walking her outside, and a little kid walks up to us, around 7 years old, and he said his name was Owen, and he asks if he can pet the dog. Of course, I didn't think anything of it and said yes, and then he asks if he can hold her. I figured why not. Owen then picked up the dog, squeezed her as hard as he could, instantly causing the dog to squeal. I told him that was not okay, and that he shouldn't treat animals like that. I know this is not scary yet, but bear with me. A couple of days later, whilst I am home, I hear a knock at the door. It's Owen. He asks if the puppy can come out to play, and I tell him that she is sleeping, and then he asks for candy. We keep a bowl of candy on the coffee table in plain sight. I say sure, but make sure it's okay with his mother before he comes back. This happens 3 or 4 more times over the next few weeks. Around lunchtime one day, Owen shows up, and he asks for candy whilst holding up a yellow wiffle bat. I tell him that I'm all out of candy, and that he should go home, and he responds, "You best have candy when I'm back, or we are going to get you." He was alone. I closed the door and moved the bowl of candy to the next room out of sight. In about 15 minutes, I hear the door open and the storm door slam shut. Owen, without missing a beat, walks in, takes candy as if he knew where I moved the bowl to, says nothing and then leaves. I chase him out and tell him not to come back and proceed to ask him where he lives. He points to his place, and I make a mental note to go down there at a later time with my wife, because she wears the pants in our relationship. When the missus gets home, we both walk down to the apartment that I watched Owen enter into, and no one's there. It's empty. According to the office, the unit had been empty for some time, and any tenant would only stay for a few months before breaking their contract. Over the next few weeks, the dog and cat go nuts. The dog would sit and growl at the corner behind the front door. For hours, she would watch the corner. The cat would go shit crazy if the doors were shut, scratching at them, shoving his face trying to get them open. About 2 months after the initial sighting of Owen, my wife and I are driving home late at about 11. About 2 months after the initial Owen sighting, my wife and I are driving home at about 11 p.m. So we turn the corner and Owen is there on a big wheel and stares right at us
He points at us and follows us with his finger as we turn around, park the car, and he's gone. Since then, we have moved to a new location, but for the year that we lived in the apartment, the dog and the cat never stopped hating doors and corners. We often heard creaking doors and saw reflections in the windows. I'm getting goosebumps just remembering it. By far the creepiest experience I've ever had.
I turned 21 before my friends did, so naturally, being an alcoholic, I went to bars alone. I was waiting in line one night, and an attractive woman who had clearly had too much to drink came up to me and started rubbing on my chest. I'm a single man, so if an attractive woman wants to rub me, I was fine with that. She said how attractive I was, and then started saying how much she missed me. We were strangers. She then started sobbing uncontrollably. By the time her friends had caught up with her and saw her crying just before, she turned away and ran away from me. One of her friends chased after her, and the other walked up to me and said, "Sorry about that. Her boyfriend just died 2 weeks ago in a motorcycle accident." She was looking at me kinda funny, because the whole situation was kinda funny. I said no problem, and that I was sorry for her loss. She said, "It's weird. Can I tell you something?" "Yeah," I replied. "You look exactly like her boyfriend. Like, exactly like her boyfriend. We saw you, and as soon as she did, we froze and didn't know what to do when she ran up to you." We briefly exchanged pleasantries, and I went inside for a stiff drink. 3 months later, I was hit in a horrific motorcycle crash and nearly died. My mother, my daughter and I lived together in the United States. It's generally a nice set of apartments here, but like in any neighborhood, there are a few bad seeds, but for the most part, there are just ordinary, hard-working good people. I do have some stories to tell about the upstairs neighbor. That guy was a crazy drug dealer. But this story is about my daughter's experience. During the following events, she was only 3 years old, and my job would require me to work the night shift as an inventory manager. So consequently, my mother would look after my daughter and drop her off at daycare in the morning, as of course, I would barely just be getting home. There would occasionally be rare times where I would finish work early and get to see her more, as well as the days I took off to spend more time with her. It was on a night where I was working that was the genesis of the events that followed. I was in my office when suddenly my cell phone begins to ring. I look down to see it's my mother, and I pick up immediately. I could tell that something was off. Her voice sounded worried, and she was telling me that she could hear wailing coming from a neighbor's house. And shortly after, there were several cop cars and an ambulance parked outside. She couldn't see anything, but there was a palpable feeling of dread that loomed in the air. It wasn't until next morning that we saw on the news that a woman living on the same complex as us was stabbed to death by her ex-boyfriend yesterday. As tragic as that was, I had no idea that the incident would affect my family in the way it did. Now, I need to describe the layout of the apartment, as it is important to understand the story. If you look down the hallway from my mother's room, you can see into the kitchen and the open living room, and from there, you can also see into my room. As time went by, my mother and I would notice that my daughter would act a little strange from time to time. She never wanted to be left alone and would regularly stare at empty spaces as if she was zoned out staring at something. Not only that, she seemed to get scared for no apparent reason. We'd always ask her if she were okay, and she'd say that she was fine. I was off from work one day a few weeks later, and after playing some games with my daughter, I noticed that she looked pretty tired. So I put on a movie for her in my mother's room as I washed the dishes to lull her into a nap. I went down the hallway into the kitchen to start washing the dishes, and after a few minutes, I see her walking down the hallway. I thought she was going to ask for a snack, but she passed me with her head tilted, as if she were following something into the living room, then into our room. Perplexed, I stopped what I was doing and I walked out of the kitchen into the living room. I called her name softly, but she didn't respond, and stood for a few moments in the front of our room, staring intently at the emptiness. I was getting a little bit concerned. It was almost as if she were in a trance of some kind, when then suddenly, she turns back and crawled to me so that I could pick her up. I asked her what was wrong and what she was looking at, but she just stared back at me with a scared look on her face, staring into the empty abyss of the room. I was bewildered, and after I calmed her down and put her to bed, I told my mother about the incident. A few weeks passed, and it was a night that I would have to work, so before I left, I prepared some dinner and snacks for her, as well as set up a movie in the living room for the evening. As I was doing this, she was in her playpen. I had little time to spare before I left work, and was a little tired, so I sat on the sofa and put a blanket on me to relax for a few minutes before I left. I was just at the point of nodding off when I heard her footsteps from behind me as she called out to me. "Mummy?" I replied whilst keeping my eyes closed. "Go away," she said in a very soft but serious tone. I was confused. I opened my eyes to see her facing away with her back towards me. "Go away," she repeated herself. I was half asleep and confused. It was as if she was talking to nothing. But before I could fully comprehend the situation, she hurried over under the covers with me on the couch. I held her tightly until we fell asleep in each other's embrace. Next night at work, I mulled over everything. I was getting concerned and putting together the events that had transpired when I got hit by a strong urge to call my mother. I can't describe it, but I picked up the phone and asked her to burn some sage in her room before she went to bed. As the nights that I'm away, she will sleep with her. A few hours later, at 5 a.m, I get a call from my mother. She is manic and telling me to get home now. I rush home and see her and my daughter crying outside. I ask them what's going on, and my mother tells me that she is not stepping foot into the house until it's cleansed. She tells me that she forgot to burn the sage, and that night she had a dream that she was walking down the hallway to the kitchen and realized she had no idea why she was going there in the first place. So she turned around to go back to her room, but there was something keeping her from opening the door. She wasn't sure what it was, but it filled her with pure dread and felt her stomach drop as she remembered that my daughter was still in the room. It was at that very moment she woke up because my daughter was screaming bloody murder. I entered the apartment and started burning sage. I stated out loud, "I think I know who you are, and I'm sorry about your death, but my daughter is only 3 years old and you are scaring her. Please, stop. You need to move on." After that, my daughter never acted strange again. I'm convinced that the poor woman who was murdered was clinging onto this world. But I'm not sure why she fixated on my daughter. I hope she found her peace.
As long as my friend's little girl could talk, she would always mention her dark friend. They assumed that this was an imaginary friend, or some name that she heard in a story in daycare. It went on for many months. As she began to improve her speaking, she'd talk about her dark friend more and more. Recently, my buddy heard her jabbering over the monitor one night, and he heard her call her dark friend Miranda. Again, thinking this was a friend from daycare, they moved on. But after finding out that daycare didn't have a Miranda, they realized they didn't know anyone called that name. It's not common at the moment, and she really has no reason to know it. They did a bit of research. It didn't take them long to find out that a woman called Miranda had died in the house that they were living in. She wasn't the person who owned the home before them. It had been an owner or two back. But her name was Miranda, and she died inside the house. They pulled up the obituary and called their daughter. Without any prompting, they simply asked her, "Hey Army, do you know who this is?" And she got excited and said, "That's my dark friend." It's a suburban house, less than 10 years old, so not something that you'd figure for a haunting. But this was the most legitimate evidence I've ever heard. They are a super normal family, and I'd never expect them to lie about anything like this. It makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up every time I think about it.
Number 4. I was 24 and working at a very old hospital in a large Midwestern city near where I had grown up. I did choose a career in the healthcare industry, despite my experiences, because I really do love helping people. I didn't become a doctor or nurse though, despite my love and interest in the medical field, as I am rather squeamish. So, one month, we had to do a complete inventory and overhaul of medical records. Our hospital was finally getting on board with electronic records, so that meant a shit ton of work to do. We had to sort out records so that they could be destroyed by our contractor, as we couldn't legally do this on site. Records to keep and organize, and getting them ready to put into the electronic system, i.e. type them in manually. So that meant that we would have to work our shifts, usually at night, in the basement for 11 hours. Now, a hospital basement is creepy enough during the day. It's where the morgue is, and usually where they transport the dead bodies. It's not like you can move them around upstairs in front of people. This particular part of the hospital had many stories of hauntings, but for the most part, I tried to ignore them. I have a bit of a reputation for being a bit hard to scare. So there's this one guy who works at us as a night custodian whose main goal in life seemed to be to scare the pants off me and every other girl working that shift. His name was Lewis, and he was forever trying to frighten me. So this night, as we're working away, we all hear bangs coming from across the corridor. We just assume it's Lewis, up to some practical jokes, as well as heavy footsteps outside the doors and clanking noises occasionally. We had a lot of work to do, so despite the noises, we would always just tell Lewis to be quiet and please shut up because we were seriously trying to get this done. So near the end of the night, at around 3 a.m, it was just me and one other girl. She asked if I'd be okay by myself because she had to go home to look after her baby. I told her that I'd be fine and that she could leave. I was alright until about 3:20 anyway. Then the footsteps went from the hallway to the other side of the room, and the banging noises turned into someone banging on the cabinets. I also felt very strongly that I was being watched. These were old filing cabinets that had long, heavy drawers, so they were all metal. So you know what it sounds like when someone bangs on a metal object. Loud as hell. I kept yelling to Lewis that it wasn't funny, but the sounds kept on intensifying, close to the point that I started hearing heavy breathing behind me. I may have looked calm, but on the inside, I was terrified. I just didn't want to give whoever it was the satisfaction of knowing that I was scared. I just tried to ignore it and continued with my work. It seemed to be aware that I was going to ignore it, so it upped the ante. It would brush by my hair and touch my back and shoulders. I must have gasped or made a noise when it touched my back because it laughed right in my ear. It was a cruel and almost sinister laugh. I didn't even turn around and I just shouted for it to leave me alone. I stopped working and went upstairs for the night. No way I was sticking around there after that. I came back to work 2 days later and found out that Lewis hadn't even been in the building and that he had been on holiday the whole time. I think I always knew that the thing in the room wasn't him. He had never been that creepy. A few weeks later, I was talking with some older staff that had been working there for a long time. They told me that they don't like going into the basement at night because it has a reputation for the strange noises that happen inexplicably.
I used to work the night shift at a warehouse. I left early at midnight one night so that I could go for a ride on my motorcycle. It's around 2 or 3 a.m. and I found myself at the top of the mountain on the middle of a bridge, separating two sections of a lake in a state park, with nothing but water around me, and then a tree line and woods around that. I got off my bike and turned it off to have a cigarette. The only light was coming from the tip of my smoke and the occasional blue flash from my Cena headset on my helmet. I looked out onto the abyss, and on the black water was this tall white figure, almost like a woman in a wedding dress. Not in, but on the water, as if she was standing on top of it. I felt like we were just watching each other, both standing there motionless. About halfway through my smoke, I heard a pack of wolves howl really close by, as if they were on the tree line at the end of the bridge, probably drawn to the blue light and the smell of tobacco. I immediately got on my bike because I knew that if I waited even a minute too long, they could cross the bridge and reach me before I even had a chance to get my helmet back on and strapped. Before leaving, I turned my handlebars towards where the woman was standing to shine my headlight on the spot. My rationale was that my eyes must be playing tricks on me. Perhaps there's some old concrete structure in the water or a drowned birch tree. Nothing. No structure, no trees. Absolutely nothing but perfectly still jet black water and no woman. I turned my handlebars forward, ready to leave, and gave one last look into the darkness. She was back, standing in the same spot on the water watching me. I didn't know what to do. All the hairs on my body were standing so far on the end, it felt as if they were about to jump off my skin. Clueless and terrified, I gave her a small nod and hightailed it out of there, leaving the woman on the lake and the wolves behind. For months before, my shitty track phone from Walmart stopped getting data, but when I got home that morning, it suddenly worked again. To this day, as funny as it sounds, I feel like the white figure on the lake somehow fixed my phone. We moved into a rental house in a pretty villa suburban neighborhood when we moved to a new state. Around this time, my son started having problems going to sleep at night. It's normal for toddler boys to have night terrors and whatnot. He would frequently wake up and burst into tears. He was little. He couldn't articulate what was going on, but he was afraid. We connected the dots one night when my wife was reading for him before bed. Out of the blue, whilst pointing to the corner of his room by the closet, my son asked, "Is that man Daddy?" There were no shadows, nothing in the corner. He was around 2 at the time, so he was going to bed when it was still relatively light outside. He saw the form of a man standing in the corner. He only mentioned it one other time when he came out of his room asking, "Who is in my room?" We checked, and no one was there. We wonder if he was seeing him at night, and it was scaring him, because in the course of the year he saw someone twice during the day, and I fear what he saw at night. After we moved, he never mentioned it again. I don't think he remembers it, and for that, I am thankful. So my mother bought a painting of a boy smoking a cigarette. It's not particularly riveting, but she felt she had to have it. Not long after, she gets pregnant with my brother. It was after he was born that things started to get a little odd. No one in my house smokes, and yet all of a sudden, if you go anywhere near the painting, all you can smell is cigarettes. Things start to go missing, and my mum can hear children laughing and running across the stairs. But when she goes to tell my siblings off for playing near the stairs, they're sound asleep. Perhaps the strangest part is that as my brother gets older, he resembles the boy in the painting even more. It's creepy. He hates the painting and feels like it's watching him. Then this one awful night, I would have been around 4 and my brother 7, we all went to sleep in the nursery, and I wake up in the middle of the night to these awful choking sounds, and I can smell cigarettes so strongly. My brother is blue in the face, wheezing and gasping, and I can hear laughing. I genuinely thought my brother was having a laughing fit, but it looked wrong, and I got scared, so I started yelling and screaming from my mother. The paramedics came, and it turned out that he had a severe asthmatic attack. So we needed to take him to the hospital for a few days. They immediately asked my mother who was smoking in the house, because the paramedics smelled cigarettes, and obviously they thought that that was what the trigger was for the asthma attack. We took the painting off the wall and locked it away in the attic after that. For as long as I can remember, it'd been a joke that the boy in the painting is lighting one up, and whenever stuff would go missing, it was because he'd taken it. This was different. This was scary, and none of us wanted to go near it. Stuff still goes missing every couple of months, and my mother gives us the keys to unlock the attic and retrieve anything that has somehow found its way up there. The footsteps on the stairs have stopped, although now, if you stay up late enough, you'll hear someone pacing above your head instead. Thinking about it, I still don't have a clue why we haven't gotten rid of the damn thing.
Number 1. I worked as a security attendant in an apartment building. It's 24 stories and is one of the oldest buildings in my city. One night, I'm sitting here when the phone rings about 3 a.m. I answer. "Hello, this is D'Artagnan at the front desk. How can I help you?" The voice on the other end sounds female, but was totally garbled, and the only bit that I could make out was 23rd floor. I tried to tell the person that I couldn't understand them, and asked which apartment they were in, but again, they garbled a response saying 23rd floor. I said, "Since I can't understand you, I'll come and meet you in the hallway." So I go to the main elevators, and both of them, surprise surprise, are on the 23rd floor. Luckily for me, we have an old service elevator, and it's only on the 7th floor. I get in, and I hit the button for the 23rd floor, but it won't move, and the inner door will not close. So I go to unlock the reset panel, and boom, we start going up, with the door still open. I'm freaking out and the elevator is shaking because it goes pretty fast and it's quite old. As I'm going up, I just stay towards the back, and finally, I reach floor 23. I step out, door closes just fine, and I look around the hallway. There's no one here. I walk along slowly, trying to listen for anyone who might be awake that's called, but there's nothing. So now I head in the opposite direction and go towards where the regular elevators are. And when I get to them, they're just sitting there with their doors open. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew the elevators could just be on the fritz. So I get in and figure I'll just reset them when I get to the first floor. That's when I hear the sound of the back stairwell closing. So I quickly get out and go to the stairwell, but lo and behold, there's no one there. But the maintenance door to the machine room is ajar. And at that time, I was the only one in the building with a key. See, at the top of the building is a large machine room for housing all the really loud machinery that does stuff in the building and allows access to the roof. I don't really like going in there because it's creepy as hell, and no one ever goes in there. So at this point I'm pretty seriously freaked, but I muster up the courage and head in. I shout "hello," and there's no response. The lights in the room flicker because they're crappy fluorescent lights, so I can't see that well either. But at the end of the room, I can make out the roof access door, and sure as shit, it's slightly open. So I slowly continue forwards, checking the space between each machine as I walk by, and there's no one there. So I open the door to the access roof, and I can't see anyone ahead of me on the roof. But there is a slight wrap around, and if there was a jumper or something I needed to be sure. So I stepped out and leave the door ajar like it was. Almost immediately though, the door is pulled shut. Now I might have written it off as the wind or something, but this door is hard to shut, really hard. I immediately grab the handle and yank it open, slam it behind me and run straight for the maintenance door. It automatically locks when it's closed, so I slam it shut too and go back down to the 23rd floor hallway. I get into an elevator and the door is still open, and I go all the way down to the first floor. I go back to the main lobby, and as soon as I sit down, the phone rings. I pick it up and don't say a word. And sure as hell, garbled voice again audibly says,
23rd floor.
I hung up the phone, turned the ringer off, and spent the rest of the evening just staring at the parking garage security monitor.
A month after my grandfather passed away, sometime in April, my husband and I moved to a house that was built in the 1930s. It was previously owned by an elderly man who, in his prime, loved his yard and took care of the landscaping. My grandfather, when he was in his prime, was an award-winning master gardener and had award-winning roses of all types. He taught me a few things here and there, and because of him, I enjoyed working in the yard and making it beautiful. When my husband and I moved into this house, the flowers, grass, bushes and roses were in terrible shape. In front of the walkway landing to the front door connecting to the sidewalk was a trellis with climbing roses covering it. It had the potential to be beautiful, but through years of neglect and overgrowth, I didn't think it would have a chance to look beautiful again. I was determined to fix it. I read books, looked online, and finally one night I had a dream. My grandfather was at my new house, talking to me about each type of flower and bush, telling me exactly how to bring the garden back to life, where to clip, where to add plant food, everything. Then we got to the roses on the trellis. He showed me exactly what to do to make it grow, to make the roses climb higher, and where to tie stems to the trains and the vines, so that they would grow how I wanted. The most important instruction that he gave me, and told me over and over, was to wait until it had rained for 2 days straight. The next morning, I'd woken up happy because it felt like I'd spent the whole day with my grandpa, who I missed so much. And 2 days after straight rain, I did everything word for word that he told me to do. And after a few weeks, my yard was looking amazing. People would tell me they purposefully walked by my yard because it was so nice to look at. All thanks to my grandfather. He helped a sad yard look beautiful again, and taught me more about plants and flowers than I ever expected to know. I remember seeing my grandmother when she passed. I know, I saw her and I wasn't dreaming. She wasn't transparent or anything. It was just like seeing someone who's alive today. There were also other experiences I had growing up in my childhood home. With that, I'm still not sure of what I saw and experienced. I wonder if the mind plays tricks on you and makes you think about what you saw. So this story. I was visiting my mum last night with my kids. My mum had a chihuahua who passed about 5 years ago. He was a mean little bastard, but he loved me for some reason. My mum had told several friends that she would see him several times after he'd passed. She said it would always be out of the corner of her eye, like a fleeting glimpse. She has 3 dogs now, and I had my dog with me. He's a black poodle. She has 2 chihuahuas, a brown, a black one, and a white shih tzu. My brother, son, and all the dogs were sitting outside on the porch. My mother and daughter were in the bedroom talking, and I had gotten up to go to the kitchen to get a drink of water, and asked my daughter if she was ready to go home. I get a drink, and walk out towards the kitchen into the hallway. There's a bathroom to the right of the hallway, and as I entered, I saw the tail of an end of a dog go into the bathroom. I didn't think anything of it, because like I said, there were 4 dogs there. I glanced into the bathroom as I passed to see which dog it was, but the bathroom was dark and empty. I turned on the lights and went inside. No dog. Just then, my brother came in from outside, and I asked him if any of the dogs had come inside the house. He said no, they're still outside. I said I just saw a dog go into the bathroom, and he looked at me. Well, all the dogs are out here. I went on into the bedroom where my mother and daughter were, and I told them what I saw, My mother said, "It was Levy. I told you I see him all the time." I know. I saw a dog go into that bathroom. There is no way that you could convince me that I didn't. It didn't scare me or freak me out. It just really got me thinking that I saw something paranormal. My mother was arrested for drug possession one summer. My ex-roommate and myself were invited to stay at my mother's friend's house that very night, because our house was experiencing severe problems regarding the electricity and power. It was around midnight when we began turning off the lights, as well as the TV, and prepared for bed. About 20 minutes later, I hear what sounds like my mother's voice calling my name from what I assume was outside, which absolutely shook me. So much so that I shot up out of bed like a bullet and stared directly at the front door in the distance. I thought I was going insane when I asked my roommate if she heard it too. She replied that she had, and I just about had a meltdown. I learned that morning that my mother was in the police department all night, which was pretty goddamn far from the house we resided in. I've experienced paranormal activity just about my entire life. Everything ranging from blue lights hovering over our desert town, only to shoot across the sky in a blink of an eye, to ghostly women gripping my hand when I was a child, and leading me to different places within my house, which, by the way, were not very far from an ancient graveyard. I've always tried my best to remain skeptical about the supernatural and paranormal, but damn, that voice mimicking my mum was absolutely wild. "Molly? Where are you?" Absolutely creepy as hell. Whatever it was, I hope it never comes back. I did floor work with my aunt and uncle in college. We were cleaning an old church, and the caretaker took us on a small tour and showed us down in the boiler room. And honestly, that shit was creepy. We walked down this old cement staircase into the basement, no handrail, and the only light this way was halogen over the boilers, so you can barely see the steps you go down. Then you realise just how huge these boilers are, easily 3 times my height, and they were built there before there was welding, so they're riveted together. I mean, if you were to take me to this room blindfolded and ask me where I was, I'd have told you the serial killer's den. Anyway, we get cleaning, and honestly it felt like any other job initially. However, after we'd been there for a couple of hours, strange noises started being made. I thought at first it was just the building settling as the heating system cools down for the day. But then I realised that the vents were still pumping out warm air. I then moved from the main room and started working in the hallway. I realised a lot of the bangs I had been hearing were actually coming from the kitchen. The kitchen was locked shut. Sounded like something on wheels was moving there at one point. I also heard something metallic hit the ground there. We kept working, but also kept hearing noises. The caretaker checked in on us before we went to bed around midnight, and I had to ask, "Is the place haunted?" And he casually says, "Well, people tell me the place is haunted all the time, but I don't put much stock in it. If it is haunted, when I shut my door behind me, they just let me be. I hear an occasional noise, but again, I don't put much stock in it. Just building noises most of the time, I figure." For me, that settled it. Weird noises coming from the locked kitchen, weird noises from the floor above, and with only one person in the building besides my aunt, uncle and myself. Not to mention his room was lengthwise on the other side of the church. Moreover, he was probably around 70, so you could be pretty damn sure he wasn't behind any of the noises. So we kept cleaning and hearing the weird noises. I started working upstairs to get the entryway stripped, and that was when things really started getting strange. A general room layout was, the entrance doors were on the south side of the room, and the doors to the chapel were on the left. On the north side was a really long hallway that crossed the church lengthwise, with stairs going down to the basement on the east side of the hall. And finally, on the east side of the entrance room, there were stairs going up and doors to the bathroom. I kept hearing one of the doors to the chapel close with a light bang. Now these are heavy doors, taller and thicker than regular doors, heavy wood, and they had one of those door stoppers that slows down and prevents them from banging. That's what made hearing those door bangs very weird, because if you simply opened the door and let it close on its own, it would almost make no audible noise. I kept hearing the noise for about 10 to 15 minutes until it finally got to me. I went to the nearest door and opened it. I poked my head in and noticed movement on the second floor. I saw smoke or mist or vapor or whatever moved almost as if it was sucked into the room by a draft. Needless to say, I was fairly creeped out by this point. Banging and noises from the locked kitchen, ghosts in the chapel, boiler rooms that feel like it's a serial killing room, old ass caretakers that would have probably turned out to be the villain in Scooby-Doo. So I went and told my aunt and uncle, who relayed their weird experience to me. Though they didn't see anything, just lots of noises, and my aunt said that she heard kids laughing at one point. My uncle was just waiting for the finish to dry downstairs, so my aunt and I went upstairs to vacuum the long hallway. And after that, we'd be done. We get the heavy ass equipment up the stairs, and my aunt and I crack some jokes about how long the hallway was, and how it was like something out of The Shining. That was when we both heard an insanely loud bang at the other end of the hallway. We just kind of stared at each other, a bit horrified, then ended up doing a very quick dry vacuum and heading back downstairs. By this point it was around 5 AM, almost 6. My aunt and I took off, and my uncle stayed until the floor finished had dried a couple of hours later. I don't really like going into churches in the first place, and now, even more so.
When I was a child, I wanted to believe ghosts were real. I wanted to desperately prove that. For many years I tried, but to no avail. Until I turned 18. By then I did believe that some things couldn't be explained, and was slowly losing hope. But in an aviary that had lovebirds, cockatiels and budgies, equaling to about 500 in total, anyone who has dealt with small breeding parrots understands that some parents aren't good to their chicks and will abandon and abuse them. Of course, the parents were kept more as pets and were not allowed to breed, and so I would become the new mum. Take into consideration that feeding chicks is a lot like feeding a human baby. They want to be fed even at night, in 2 to 4 hour intervals. One night, I was laying in bed, and had said my pleasantries to my friends for the night. In my silence, I was recollecting some memories, and my silence broke. I heard an odd gurgling sound. I figured it was the little water bottle I kept for my little fledglings, and thought nothing much. Dead silence followed through the room, and I began to become a little alert from the oddness of it all. Again, the queer quietness was stolen. The sound was akin to gurgling or croaking, and I have no idea how to describe it really. It just made my body go into fight or flight mode, and my hair stood on end. Honestly, it sounds like a cliche reaction, but it's true. I looked around and saw nothing. I decided my next course of action was to ask if anything was in the room. My little birds squeaked tiredly back, but nothing was seen or heard. I decided to take the next step and slam my foot against the bed. To my horror, I felt a force shove against my bed 4 seconds later. I was astounded and in shock, and nothing happened after that. 2 weeks later, I was walking into the kitchen and went to the fridge. Before I opened the door,
that same noise was heard not 2 inches from my face. I don't remember grabbing anything from the fridge, but I do remember walking back to my room calmly, where I noped for the rest of the night. A month later, in the middle of the day, I was talking to my friend on Skype, and the door to my bedroom started shaking violently, and I screamed at my brother to stop it. He yelled from the bedroom that it wasn't him, and I quickly opened the door. Nothing. How my fat-ass brother could silently run to the living room in a second is beyond me. I can't explain it. I'm pretty sure my friend pooped his pants on the other end, and I was happy that something happened in front of someone and that I couldn't explain it.
This incident happened in a flat when I was 6 or 7 years old. I remember this very clearly, still to this day, and it makes my spine shiver thinking about it. I had the largest bedroom in the flat. My mum had decorated the walls with pink and lavender paint, and cute little metallic swirls. I had bunk beds, glittery curtains in my window, charms, and glittery things hanging from the ceiling. Any young girl's dream. I remember getting into bed that night, and everything seemed normal at first. My room wasn't usually too dark because the moonlight shone through my window, through my glittery curtains, and trying to sleep for what seemed like a while. I don't know why, but I started to look around my room, particularly in the alcove area, in the dark corner. I couldn't focus my eyes properly for a while, but when I did, I noticed my girl's world's head, one of those plastic weird lady heads you do makeup and style her hair on, really stood out in the moonlight against the creepy dark corner. I remember going to lay back down in my bed, but I had the urge to look back, and when I did, I was paralyzed with fear. At first I thought I might be imagining it, because I had been staring at a plastic lady head, but I swear, I saw this dark woman-like outline standing right there next to the head. It was a dark grey black mist, but in the shape of a woman. I slowly looked at her, or it, with its massive bulging eyes, scanning down, and saw that she had no feet. There was nothing there. No shadow, no feet, nothing. She, or it, was levitating about 10 inches off the ground, and it seemed like she was moving towards me. I was absolutely terrified and will always remember this because of how cripplingly scary it was. I was in shock, and I quickly spun around in bed and curled into the fetal position, with my quilt tightly wrapped around me. I made sure the quilt was tightly containing my neck and head, and can I add that there were no labels or anything that could have emulated what happened next. I was shaking and trying not to breathe loudly when I felt something stand behind me, leaning over me. I closed my eyes and gripped the quilt tight when all of a sudden I felt a tickle on the back of my neck. You know the feeling you get when someone unexpectedly puts their cold fingers on the back of your neck? It started off like that, and became quickly more aggressive, tightening around the back of my neck, as if someone was trying to keep a hold of me. I was trying to scream, but no words came out. I was sweating and shaking, and my neck was getting worse. It was hurting. I tried screaming over and over, but all that came out were little squeaks. It was like gasping for air. I remember the moment when I was finally able to scream for my mother. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but it came out crackled, like a blood-curdling cry for help. She came running in, and as soon as she flung open the door, and that burst of light shone through the room, the whole thing stopped. My mum grabbed me out of bed and carried me to the front room cradling, as I sobbed hysterically. To this day she still believes me,
and said that even though she has never personally experienced anything paranormal, there was no way I would lie about what I saw, nor my reaction. From then on, I slept in my mum's bed for a while, and we moved out shortly after. I'm grateful we haven't needed to go back since. Early this morning at approximately 3 a.m, our 8-year-old daughter came into our room because she couldn't sleep. As I sat up to let her crawl into our bed to sleep between us, I noticed something standing behind her. It's hard to explain. It was tall, probably around 6 foot, and slender, and I could see through, but it was an outline. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to scare my daughter, and I lay back down hoping that if I ignored it, it would go away. About 2 minutes pass, and it says my name. I turn around to look into its face. I sense we make eye contact and it disappeared. I turn back towards my daughter and hold her. 2 hours later, as my husband and I are making breakfast, I mention the encounter to him. He states that when our daughter came into the room, he saw another person in the room. He originally thought it was me standing behind our kid. I explained to him I never got out of the bed, and then he asked me if the voice sounded male or female. We both kind of stopped talking about it and went on with our morning. I don't know what it was, but it really creeped me out.
As part of a family trip when I was 8 years old, we stayed at the Columbia City Hotel in California. The place is a gold rush hotel, which is supposedly haunted. But it was for the general gold rush history that we were staying there. I remember hearing some sort of tour describing the ghostly activity to do with the miners and gold prospectors. But I wasn't part of the tour, and I was really just hanging around waiting for my parents to finish checking in. That night when we went to sleep, I had pretty much forgotten that the place was supposedly haunted. Sometime in the early morning, I woke up crying after a nightmare, and I still remember being in a state between alert and asleep. While lying in my bed, I could faintly hear a soft woman's humming, which sounded like a lullaby, almost like what my mother might do. But I also noticed that it sounded very close when my parents were sleeping on the other side of the room. I wasn't afraid, even when I heard a calming and soft, "Shh, go back to sleep, baby." Still sleepy, I did actually drift off back to sleep. The next day, when I was chalking it up to a dream, I heard the tour again talk about a young woman who in the gold rush era has stayed in a room. Apparently, her child had died in infancy there, and she grieved at something fierce. Enough that they claimed people still heard the infant's cries and her singing at night.
This happened when I was 11. I'm 16 now, but remember it like it were yesterday. It was February, and it had snowed an awful lot. As I live in Sweden, it's quite normal for it to snow that much. I was awoken by my father starting his car. I looked at my alarm clock on the bedside counter, and it was 6:30 a.m, so I decided to go to the kitchen. I saw my dad drive to work, and thought to myself, I have about half an hour before my alarm rings, so I decided to go back. I left the kitchen and was now on my way to the end of the hall, where my room was. But I felt a disgusting feeling of pure instinct. I turned to the door and saw something I wish I'd never seen. I had not heard anything before I turned around, but at the door stood a long, dark shadow with a hat. I'm glad we had a blurry window at the door, because I didn't want to see what was outside. That thing must have been over 2 meters tall, Whatever it was, it knocked so hard that both the door and all the nearby windows shook. It said no words, but it was very tall. I panicked. I ran to the kitchen and picked up the phone and ran back to the hallway. I went down the stairs and phoned my mother, but she didn't answer. Now the tears ran like never before, and then I realized that my friend only lived 300 meters away, so I called her. Fortunately, she answered at that time in the morning, but I couldn't get a word out except that someone was outside. Her mother heard me and the sounds that thing were making. She took the phone and said that they were on their way. She told me to go to the kitchen and look out the window so I can get someone's attention if they're there. I did that, but there was no one around, so I ran back. But then something got even more scary. The shadow had now vanished without a trace, without a noise. It was simply gone. I went back to the kitchen and saw my friend in the car. So I opened the door and found no footsteps in the snow. My friend stayed with me a while. Her mother was driving around searching, but she found nothing. I phoned my mum again and told her everything, and she was shocked and told me to ask my dad if he'd seen something, which I did, but my dad hadn't. And the crazy thing was, the thing appeared about 10 seconds after my dad had left. And for all of those who are wondering, my dad starts his car and leaves via the side door. I've been home alone all day with my dog, watching football. I live with my parents, but they've been gone all day, working on a house they recently bought. 2 hours ago, I left my house to go wash my truck at the nearest car wash. Shortly after, and one clean truck later, I returned home. Upon doing so, I came inside, took my dog out, let him back in shortly after, and gave him a treat. The dog runs off and I begin washing the dishes. The only dog we have now is an old year Boston Terrier. Our boxer recently passed, leaving us with only this one. Being a young dog, he has a lot of energy and very often goes to the bonus room, right above the kitchen, to run figure eights around the couches until he's tired. So, there I stood washing dishes, and I hear him start to circuit run upstairs. Man, he was wide open, and it went on for about 5 minutes before he instantly stopped. As I mentioned before, I was in the kitchen, and my parents' bed is visible from the kitchen sink where I stood, right as he stopped running. I just happened to look into their room, and what do I see? My only dog on the bed asleep. I instantly froze. It felt like the gears in my brain were screeching to a halt, as I stood, trying to figure out what I'd just heard, or how he got so fast downstairs without me noticing and fell asleep. After standing at the sink confused for longer than I would like to admit, I finished the dishes and go to the laundry room to tend to my clothes. The laundry room is between my parents' bedroom and the stairs going up to the bonus room. I stood, folding clothes, when I see my dog, now awake, walk slowly by the door towards the stairs, with his head inches from the ground. Again I froze. I hear it. My dog begins growling quietly and deeply. I peep my head out of the laundry room, and he is at the foot of the stairs, staring upwards towards the top, hairs on his neck straight up, steadily growling. This is all I wanted. I'm not afraid to admit it. It freaked me out. As if this wasn't enough, I called my dog and had him follow me back to the living room to sit up on the couch. As I'm sitting on the couch trying to play it cool for a while, my mind runs 99 miles per hour as I look out the living room window across the back porch towards my bedroom window and see something flash across the window. I thought, that's enough. Someone or something is in my house. I had considered this before, but there was no physical evidence, so I jumped up and ran to my bedroom, and nothing. There's no one there. Nothing moving. With this I decide I'm okay. I'm grabbing the dog, and I'm not leaving until my parents get home, and we can clean the house together.
Number 2. I used to work as a machine operator for a factory doing the graveyard shift. It was only me on the floor and a supervisor in the office, and for the most part, it was always a 2-man shift. Sometimes, he would come to help me bring stock materials from the back. You see, the back storage room was haunted, or so I was told by the previous shift worker that I replaced. I'm not superstitious, and was skeptical about what I was told, and for the first week, nothing unnatural happened, which of course only reinforced my skepticism. However, as time went by, I started to notice that the machines closest to the storage room entrance would turn on by themselves randomly. Not to mention that I started to hear people talking in the back storage room whilst I was passing. As I mentioned, it was only me and my supervisor on that shift, and when I or we would go to investigate after hearing, we would find everything dark and silent. The time that crowns all instances, though, happened a few months later. My supervisor had just finished helping me with a task, and he told me that he would be in the office if I needed him. I'm carrying on with my work, when about 20 minutes later, I hear a colossal crashing noise from the back storage room. It scared the shit out of me. At first, I assumed that it must have been him in the back room and that he crashed the forklift into the wall. But when I went to call him, he was already walking towards me and demanded to know what the noise was, because he was in his office at the time and assumed it was me. I told him that I had been in there the whole time, and that I thought it had been him who had made the noise. We were both visibly shaken, and mutually agreed to check it out. Like previous instances, the back storage lights were off and it was eerie quiet. We turned the lights on, and then we saw barrels toppled over and a broken crate with stock materials all over the ground. These crates are on shelves about 5 feet off the ground, and the barrels are completely full and very difficult to move. We cleaned it up, and he used a forklift to put the replacement crate with the materials back on the shelf. In the time it took us to fix up the mess, it was lunch break. He went out to get food, and I was alone operating the machines again in this big factory the size of 2 football fields. I wasn't troubled or scared knowing that he would be back in about half an hour. But as the minutes ticked by, I kept hearing something. It sounded like a woman whispering, and it was coming directly from the dark back room. I tried putting it off, and thinking that it was in my head. And then, I heard something. It sounded like a barrel had fallen down again by itself. I need to clarify. These barrels are very, very heavy, and they cannot fall down independently without a great deal of force pushing them. When I went to investigate, I saw a barrel in the middle of the room, and I booked it out of there. When he got back, he asked me what I was doing outside, and I told him that I kept hearing some strange whispering from the dark room, and when I went to investigate, I found a barrel had managed to roll itself to the middle of the room, and that it had utterly terrified me. He didn't believe me, and thought that I was playing a practical joke on him. But the security camera, however, verified that the barrel just rolled out by itself from the dark storage area, which defies explanation. You can also clearly see me coming into view to check out where the barrel came from. and hurried back after turning off the machines. This prompted management to abolish the graveyard shift, and I quit shortly after. My parents' house has always given me the heebie-jeebies, especially the stairs and the upstairs hall. 20 years ago, we had a Dalmatian called Archie. Everyone was his friend, and according to him, everyone liked to play. One night, not too late as it was a school night, we were all watching TV, and Mum was getting everything ready for us kids to go to school the next day. We heard Archie do a yap. Now he's a big dog. He doesn't yap. "What's the matter?" shouted my dad to Archie. But nothing. Archie would have come into the room, nibbled Dad's hands to follow him, and take my dad to the unexpected guest or whatever he was looking at. Going to make sure he was okay, Dad went into the hall to find Archie, play bowing and leaping as if playing with someone, but no one was there. Archie was bowing and leaping at the empty staircase, which was very, very odd. "There's no one there, you silly dog," my dad said. My dad switched on all the lights upstairs and investigated every room, knowing that all three of us kids were in the living room watching TV with my mother. Archie's head started to move, as if he was watching someone go up the stairs. My dad, now intrigued by the idea that the dog had seen something, or someone, said, "Well, where did they go? Go find them." Archie ran up the stairs past all our bedrooms and nearly went headfirst into the bathroom wall. He was chasing whoever or whatever he'd seen. He stopped and just looked at the window in the bathroom. Whoever or whatever it is had gone, and left my dad very unnerved that night. 15 years had passed and we'd all grown up, and unfortunately Archie had passed away. A year or so after Archie had passed, they decided the house was too empty without a dog, and got another dog called Lily. Bringing her home, Dad got her certificate and put it away, noticing Lily's actual date of birth. It was a year to the day of Archie's passing. And guess what? She's been seen playing, bowing and leaping, whilst looking at the stairs, at seemingly nothing.
I lost my mother at 16 years old, and I was so stifled in the room at the time she passed, like the room were at full capacity. The room was dark, although the curtains were open, and it felt claustrophobic, not just to myself, but to the others in the room as well. As soon as my mum passed, the air lightened, the shadows dissipated, and the room was brighter again, despite the sadness of a few people who were in there. And this was just the beginning. From then, there was always a shadow in the corner of my eye, just sitting or standing somewhere in the room. Things moved from one place to a completely different one, like keys, plates, clothes, and more than occasionally, these things are actually aimed at me or my husband. Lights turn on, and sometimes a new bulb will blow as soon as it's plugged in. The strangest thing so far is when styling my hair, an extra face smiles back at me from the mirror, whichever mirror I use. I should mention here that I'm also a drag queen, and when putting on makeup, the extra face isn't just there, it sits over mine. So for all the world, it's like I'm painting someone else's face. My husband pointed out that to him, it didn't look like I was doing my makeup at all. The face staring back at me is my mother's. Whilst this might not be the scariest story, it is 100% true account of the things that happen to me on a daily basis, some of which can be very creepy, especially now that they've been going on for over 12.5 years. I haven't been able to see my full reflection in all that time. And can you imagine always seeing two faces in the mirror, and never knowing how to make it stop, or why it's there, and does it have anything to do with the shadows that echo from every room or wall, and the objects which are hurtled around my flat. A little over a year ago, I spent the summer backpacking Southeast Asia. For reference, I am a college-aged female, and most of my travelling was done alone. Around 3 weeks into my trip, I was in Chiang Mai, Thailand, where I stayed for a few days before heading further into the mountains. I had joined up an organised group at that point, which had pre-booked the hotel that we were staying at. That afternoon, I went to go drop off my backpack in my room, where I was staying alone, and the minute I walked in, something felt very, very wrong. It's a feeling that I don't even know how to describe. I immediately felt as if I were being watched, and I made a point to put my head down and avoid looking at the mirrors that were in the room, out of fear of something or someone watching me. As time went on, I realized that the more time I spent in the room, the worse it would affect my thoughts and emotions. That night, I kept seeing a vision of a woman dressed in all white with black hair, covering her face, standing in my room. I didn't even close my eyes whilst I was showering out of fear of her standing there when I opened my eyes. I could have sworn I wasn't alone in the room, and that the other presence was malicious. Also, that night, I was walking back out of the bathroom, and I glanced at the glass bottles of water that were set out. In my head, a whole scenario played out of me breaking the glass water bottle on the table and using it to slip both my wrists. I'd never had any thoughts like that, and so I was extremely distressed and scared. Next morning, I got up early and left my hotel room to do some sightseeing. About an hour in, I felt extremely nauseous and lightheaded, afraid I was going to pass out on the street. I went back to my hotel room and laid down to get some rest. As soon as I was back in there, an overwhelming sense of dread hit me. I got the idea in my head that I was going to die that day. Everything in my mind was telling me that once I closed my eyes, I would never wake again. I kept telling myself that I was probably just ill or dehydrated, so I kept drinking water and telling myself I was going to be okay. I was still awake, but I shut my eyes, and immediately I had a vision that demons were grasping onto my ankles and tried to pull me into hell. At that moment I was praying and screaming in my head. In my vision, something grabbed my hand and pulled me up, and then I passed out for several hours. When I awoke, I immediately left my hotel room and felt fine. But that night when I came back, I was having the same vision of the woman and feeling like I wasn't alone. We left the next morning, and nothing remotely similar has happened to me ever since. But I've always been left wondering what that experience could have meant. Also, we stayed in the hotel one more time a week later, and I was in a different room, and everything felt completely normal. One thing's for certain, I'm glad I didn't have to stay again in room 241. Growing up, my mum was a bartender. She was a single parent, so I took care of my little brother most nights. One night, I was making dinner, and I kept hearing a strange whistling sound, but I didn't think much of it, because it was storming pretty hard outside. But the whistling continued, and it started to sound more like a melody than whistling from a storm. I started to get a little freaked out, and asked my little brother if he was hearing it too. He wasn't. Eventually the whistling stopped, but it's still storming pretty badly. Fast forward to the end of the night. I'm going to bed. I'm climbing up the ladder to my bunk, and my TV shuts off. I think maybe the power went out, but the hallway light is still on. So I go to turn the TV back on, and nothing happens. So I reach around my TV stand and realize that it's been unplugged. At the same time I hear the whistling, only this time it's not in the distance. It sounds like someone was whistling directly in my ear. I could almost feel their breath. It sent chills down my spine. At that moment I took off running out the house screaming. We lived in an apartment with 3 other units, so I woke all the neighbours above us. There was a younger couple with 2 kids, and they offered to come check out our house. I could tell that the guy just thought it was a stupid kid hearing things, but was trying to make me feel better. My brother and I waited outside the apartment whilst he went inside to check it out for us, and after a few minutes, he came back and seemed a little agitated and asked if we were playing a prank on him. This really scared me, and I told him that we weren't playing a prank on him. He could probably see we were telling the truth by our faces, convinced someone was in our home. They invited us to stay in their apartment until my mum was home from work, because they didn't feel comfortable with us staying alone. I never heard the whistling again, but so many other strange things happened to my brother and me in that apartment. I'm convinced it was haunted.
Number 3. I was working in the 3rd largest building on this planet for floor space. It was around 3 AM on a Sunday, and I was walking down an aisle in the middle of my department. At this time, the place was very nearly vacant, as it was a holiday weekend, and we had only myself and a skeleton crew of maintenance workers under my direction, working in another department, all of whom were males. As I'm walking by my office on the plant floor, the power goes out, and the plant drops into the most absolute darkness that I have ever experienced. With the power gone, I hear the various machines spinning down to rest, and the silence becomes overwhelming relative to the background noise that I had gotten used to. The faint sounds of running water become evident in the moments after the blackout, whilst I began searching my pockets for my phone and the flashlight that it offered. As my hand found the phone, a scream erupted from somewhere nearby, muffled and distant. It was the kind of scream that you hear from a 5-year-old girl in her first haunted house, as the bloody clown steps around the corner and fires up the chainsaw. It startled me very badly, and I immediately dropped my phone onto the ground. The scream continued, a constantly fading note that seemed to be moving away from my position. Panicked and terrified, I fumble around the dirty floor for my phone, and found it seconds before the emergency lights lit the plant, with the eerie glow of yellow light. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I looked around me, muscles tense and ready to defend against whatever this was. I tried my radio a couple of times, before I realized that with the power outage, the digital frequencies were useless without the receivers up in the main office. I started to move through the various production lines to where I assumed the scream had originated. My mind was working furiously. I had no women in my crew tonight, and we were the only people allowed in the plant. So where had the scream come from? Details began to press into my mind that I had not noticed before. The apparent youth of the voice behind the scream made no sense, and it was a scream of pain, the kind that you cannot even attempt to control. It had faded away from my position gradually, and then trailed off as if she had run out of breath.
as I stepped between two products on one of the final assembly lines before a wide open space in the next apartment, the emergency lights dimmed, and the audible electricity buzz filled the space around me. Struggling to understand what was happening, my senses were again knocked askew when the normal plant lights blazed to life. This left spots across my vision for a moment, forcing me to raise my hand to shield my eyes. As the shadow crossed my vision, I saw it. Or rather, I saw her. Only for that moment. She stood there, hand outstretched towards me, a vague outline, partially hidden behind one of our products. Dark features were the only distinguishable characteristic that I can remember, as my reflex in that moment had been to blink against the bright lights, and after that, she was gone. To this day, I have no idea if what I saw was real, or if I had imagined it. No tales are told of the mysterious young woman in the repair hall, not by anyone but myself. No one knows of any deaths matching to her description in the area, or ghosts known to haunt the plant. Not a soul had heard a scream in the darkness, not before, during, or after those black pre-dawn minutes. Believe me, I tried to find someone, anyone with information that might explain what I saw, but all to no avail. I'm left wondering, with a memory more crisp than any photograph I've ever seen, of that young woman standing in the distance, her arm outstretched towards me. Needless to say, I did not revisit the same location of the event, ever, because nopes don't get any bigger than that.
My first paranormal incident was apparently when I was around 4 years old. My mother told me this story, yet I have no recollection of it ever happening. So here it goes. My great-grandmother had passed away, maybe a year or so before. We were very close, and I still have fond memories of her despite my age. I was young and called her Nan, which was not her real name. Her real name was Sheila, even though I didn't know it at the time. At such a young age, I had no way of knowing her real name, and I only found this out years later after my mother told me. Apparently, on the 5th of August, when I was around 4, I came running up to my mother, who was in the kitchen. She leant down and asked me what was up, and according to her, I said, "Sheila says, 'Happy birthday, Rosie.' My mother's name is Rosie. Today, the 5th of August, was her birthday, and my mother's mouth fell open with shock. She felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, and got a sudden chill. Not only did I not know my great-grandmother's name, I didn't even know my mother's real name, and to be honest, I didn't even know it was her birthday either. Perhaps my great-grandmother had spoken to me and told me to tell my mother, or else, why else would I have said that? I still don't know to this day, and like I said, I have no recollection of it at all. Still quite creepy though.
Number 1. At the time, my father worked around the UK, and he had a business meeting in Manchester on a Friday. My parents decided to make a weekend of it, and do some shopping and go for a nice dinner. Especially now that all the kids were grown up, why not? They booked into their hotel on Thursday night, ready for Dad's meeting on Friday morning. They arrived to a beautiful hotel, which had shops just below their room, so they both showered and went to bed. It was late by the time they got there. Friday morning rolls around, and my father goes to his meeting. My mother knew that he wouldn't be long, so she decided to have a lie-in and wait until he'd left in order for herself to get ready so that they could then go shopping and have a nice dinner. She hopped into the shower, and of course, the bathroom steamed up. Drying herself off, something made her look into the mirror, and written in perfect letters in a perfect line, not streaking or anything that you'd expect writing to do in a mirror, was the word murder. My mother laughed it off, even though she was a little nervous about it. Just to remind you, my mother hadn't left that room since Thursday night. It was now Friday afternoon, and room services hadn't been in, as my mother was still in there and purposefully left the do not disturb sign on the door. They also both had a shower yesterday, and were adamant that it was not there before they left. She finished getting ready, and my dad came back from his meeting. My mother steamed up the room to show my father the writing on the mirror, and there it was, still there with no streaks on it, still perfect. But as they usually do, they brushed it off, assumed that someone must have done it as a joke, and the cleaners had not wiped the mirror. But thinking back, they said it was too perfect on that mirror, like it had just been written that day, not to mention the fact that it wasn't there yesterday. They carried on going out and doing some shopping, sightseeing, had dinner, then headed back to their room, falling asleep on the bed still in their clothes. Around midnight though, they both wake up, wide awake and couldn't get back to sleep. They decided to come home, might as well. They'd seen everything, they'd done everything they'd needed to, and by the time they checked out and come home it was about 5 AM already. Secretly, my mother admitted that she was relieved, as the more she thought about the mirror, the more upset it made her. One of my mother's sisters called her that afternoon asking which hotel she was staying at in Manchester. My mother told her. Her sister, now sounding very upset and worried, had to inform her that there was a murder in the hotel last night. They said that it happened around 2 AM, but they did not find the bodies until 6 AM in the morning. 2 men had been in a scuffle with another 2 men, and they were pushed out of the window. My folks soon found out that this happened on the room above theirs. My mum and dad would have woken up to the noise, and worse, 2 dead bodies on top of the shopping building below theirs. Something was definitely watching out for them that weekend.
This happened to me when I was in 8th grade. I was around 14 years old and weighed about 120 pounds. I wasn't fat by any means, but I was insecure. Mostly because I'd have boys tease me at school. So as an insecure teenager, I started doing workouts at night for about an hour. I had just finished my workout at around 11 PM. I knew I was going to regret going to bed so late, because I had to be up for school around 6 AM, but decided to take a quick shower anyway, even though I was already feeling rather sleepy. When I was back in my room, I turned on my bedside lamp and left my main bedroom light off. I got comfortable in bed and pulled the bed covers over my feet, and I can't sleep without something covering my feet, and turned off my lamp. Then I laid my head on the pillow and I turned slightly to my left. When I did so, there, standing next to my bed, was a little girl in a white nightgown, just staring at me. My eyes widened, and her head tilted slightly to the side, still gazing upon me.
I freaked out and instantly pulled the covers over my head, spooked out of my mind. My heart started pounding wildly. But then for some reason, I thought to myself, why am I afraid? She can't hurt me, right? So I pulled the covers off, but she was gone. It happened so quickly. There was no way she could have walked in and out the room silently without me noticing her, or at least hearing her. I slowly walked into the living room and found my brother still awake watching TV. He told me to go to sleep because it was late. He seemed surprised that I was still up. I didn't say anything about what I'd seen in my room, thinking that he would just tease me for it and say that I had imagined it. I never did see the little girl again, and until this day, I have no explanation as why she appeared in my room or what she wanted.